Playing It Kale, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Francesca Santoro. Chapter 1. Music has always been able to fix everything in my life, except my awkwardness. I'm the kind of girl who will always say the wrong, most out-of-left-field thing. The girl who will always, guaranteed, trip and fall flat on her face in the exact moment that everyone is looking. I'm the girl you always want to get away from as soon as possible, 'cause you just don't know what to say around me. Maybe that comes from having parents who are scientists, and only seem to have children to bless the world further with their brilliance by producing equally brilliant offspring. It could be that I was homeschooled and taught by overly paid tutors, that I graduated high school when I was 14, and held a bachelor degree by the time I was 18. I don't feel like I'm really that smart, but those kind of things just seem to come natural to me. Mom and Dad decided I should be a microbiologist, so that's what they groomed me for. At the moment, I'm working as a lab assistant at Evergreen Micro in Seattle. I'm still in school, one semester from getting my master's degree. You'd think, hallelujah, the end of school is nigh. But no. Then it's just on to the PhD. School is my life. So maybe it's a combination of all of this that makes me so weird and awkward and different from everyone. That makes it so I have a grand total of one close friend and only one kind of boyfriend in the past. But it's okay. I'm Whitney Ford, and I'm happy with the person I am. I like being quirky and weird and different. Not everyone else likes it, and sometimes that kills me, but I don't want to be any other way. Because at the end of the day, I can go home to my apartment, pull out my guitar, and sing like no one can hear me. Please, Whitney, Ming begs as we head to the parking lot. You can't imagine the humiliation this will cause for me if I have to call and bag out on the day of their wedding. A cornered jackrabbit forms in my stomach at the mere thought of what she's asking. You know I can't, I say as the hot, late summer air envelops me as we walk out the doors of Evergreen Micro, fondly referred to as EM. Really wasn't bad last time, she tries to argue. It's weak. I can hear in her voice she isn't even convincing herself. I turned 50 shades of green, Ming, not gray, I say as I look over at her and raise an eyebrow. I had to dash off the stage and puked on the move. That poor stagehand will never get the smell out of his shoes. But that was a year ago, she says as we weave between cars and head for the assistant parking lot, clear at the back. You've grown as an artist since then. Who knows, maybe this'll be the night that you discover you're over all that. There'll be some kind of talent scout or recording studio bigwig there and you'll get your big break. And a burst into the music industry like never before seen, with half an album premiering on the radio, going platinum and all that stardom? Yeah, frickin' right. Ming, it just isn't going to happen, I say with a sigh as we get to our cars, parked right next to each other. I just can't. And it makes me sick. It makes me feel like a chicken. And a horrible friend. Please, Whit, she says with desperation and depression. With Rachel sick, there's literally no one to fill in for lead vocal. Think of that poor bride, having her band bag out on her wedding day. Do you really want to crush her dreams and ruin her big day? Great. She's laying the guilt on. One of those things I really can't fight. I can say no, up until the point that there's guilt that I'm letting someone down. I have parents to thank for that. Ming must see it in my eyes, because there's a twitch of a smile that forms in one corner of her mouth. I'll give you my signed briefs, she drags out in a sing-song. And she's found my kryptonite. She knows this is one of those few things that I cannot turn down. You'll give them to me before the show tonight? I ask with a squeak. Around the hard lump in my throat. Around the boulder in my stomach. Ming raises her right hand. I swear that they'll be in your hands as you walk on stage to sing your heart out. 'Cause that'll calm my nerves down, holding a pair of men's briefs as I go to perform, I say with a nervous laugh as I open the door to my tiny white truck. Ming lets out an excited squeal, jumps up triumphantly, and wraps her arms around me in a tight embrace. "Thank you, thank you, thank you!" she says too loudly right in my ear. She goes to plant a kiss on my cheek, which turns super awkward when I turn to look at her and she plants it on the corner of my mouth. We both jerk away from each other and give weirded out expressions. And burst out laughing. "Forgive my enthusiasm," Ming says, giving me a dramatic look. "But thank you, seriously? Henry and I'll pick you up at 3. Bring your guitar, wear something pretty, warm up those incredible vocal cords, all that jazz." Ming speaks as she backs towards her car, or rather, bus. It's a classic old VW van. It'd be awesome if she could afford to fix it up and give it a paint job. "I hate you," I call to her, even though there's a smile on my face. "I detest you as well," she yells with a smile. We wave and both climb into our vehicles. It's a 10-minute drive to travel the 1/3 of a mile from my work to my apartment. I miraculously find a spot on the curb, right in front of my building, and walk up the stairs. I'd never be able to afford this amazing view on my own, looking out over Lake Union. It's a gorgeous view of the saltwater lake, thousands of boats, the hills dotted with houses and buildings. At night, the entire horizon glitters. I can literally see the building where I work from here. The apartment is an incredible 2-bedroom, 1-bath place that was built back in the 50s. It belonged to my grandmother for 51 years. She and Grandpa bought it, and she lived here alone after he died when I was 7. When she passed away when I was 18, Mom inherited it and started renting it out to me. She doesn't charge me much, because my studies are far more important than worrying about money right now. That part will come later. Thanks, Mom. She's a complicated woman, stoic and scientific, but she has her moments when motherhood and caring shine through, and it's always bizarre and confusing. Dad is kinda the same way, but much more of a super geek. I look at the clock above the kitchen sink, and it reads 1:26. Holy crap. What did I just agree to? Not much time to spare, I jump in the shower. It takes me a good 30 minutes to dry my blonde hair that I can nearly sit on, and another 20 to put it up in rollers. I carefully apply my eyeshadow, eyeliner, mascara, a bit of blush, and top it off with my signature bright red lipstick. Throwing open my closet, I survey the spoils of war. 80% of my wardrobe came from a thrift shop. We have an awesome selection here in Seattle, and there are many gems to be found, for very cheap. One woman's outdated jacket is another Whitney favorite find. I go for a vintage blue eyelet dress that has a white underslip that shows through, and always flats. Because everyone stares, and not in the good way, when the already 5'9.5", but to be honest 5'10", blonde, wearing 4-inch heels walks by. 10 minutes before Ming and Henry are supposed to show up, I let my hair out of the rollers, letting my hair fall down into corkscrew curls. It takes forever, but it's my signature look. I head back into my bedroom for my guitar case. "Wish me luck, Kale," I say. A few years ago, this beautiful man emerged into the world. He was perfect. Smooth, muscled body, always without a shirt, a chiseled chin and intense hazel eyes, that dark, perfectly styled hair. Being the girl who had no game and no charm, and usually being several inches taller than all the boys, I settled for a fantasy man. And Kale McCain was it. Last Christmas, Ming scored me this signed poster. Kale has his hands behind his head, staring at the observer intensely. There's the barest hint of a smile on his face, like he's melt the panties off of you hot and he knows it. His name is spread faintly vertically on the sides of the poster, and it has his branch of Shurrock and fantasy across the bottom of it. Your fantasy. And right across his perfect belly button is his signature in a bronze-colored metallic marker. Just as I hear someone honk outside, I blow Kale a kiss and head out. "Are you excited?" Ming sing-songs once again as I climb into the back seat. Also inside is Henry, Ming's twin brother who plays the bass, Connor who plays the guitar, and Eduardo who plays the drums. Ming plays the keyboard. We're like an odd cultural stew band, with Chinese twins, a short, I'm pretty sure illegal, Peruvian who barely speaks English, and then Connor and me. Tall as beanpoles, blonde as the sun, and both socially awkward. No, we're not related, but no one would ever guess otherwise. Unless you classify feeling like you're going to throw up every waking second as excitement, then maybe not, I say as I set the guitar on the floor of the van and hold both hands over my stomach in an attempt to calm the angry butterflies. Everyone, please give Whitney lots of words of encouragement, Ming says as she pulls out onto the road. I'll start. Whitney, you have the voice of an angel and the beauty of a Scandinavian model. Henry, go. Henry turns in his seat to look at me. You're a good singer? He turns around in his seat and goes back to his phone. I give a chuckle. Thanks, Henry. You always know how to put me at ease. Henry just nods, and I'm pretty sure he didn't even really hear what I said. That's Henry. Always plugged into some device or another. He's an engineer who just happens to be amazing on bass. Connor, go, Ming says. He says in his too high-sounding voice. You're great. He gives an awkward shrug of his shoulders. He's only 17 and is girl crazy, but has no idea what to do around them. I smile as a laugh bubbles out of me. I wrap my arms around him, manageable since he's in the seat next to me. He wars between loving my hug too much and wanting to pull away. Thanks, I say as I release him. Eduardo, Ming says as she looks back at him in the rearview mirror. Eduardo sits in the back seat by himself. It's hard to tell how old he is. He could be 18, he could be 30. But right now, he has earbuds in and is bashing on invisible drums, his eyes squeezed closed. This kid belongs in a rock band, not in a wedding singer group who can only get a few gigs a year. Ming chuckles and shakes her head. Seriously, no worries, Wit. You're gonna be awesome tonight. I mumble as I look out the window and try not to think about how badly I'll embarrass myself tonight. I never asked where the gig was. It's about a 40-minute drive. I don't pay much attention until we pull off the main road and onto a gravel driveway. Where are we? I ask as I look around. There's an older house with a flagpole in front of it. Next, we roll past a barn and then park behind a huge old metal garage. I think the town's called Duval, Ming says, uncertain as she puts the van into park. We all start climbing outside and pulling our equipment out. The smell of horses and mountains hits me immediately, and it's both overpowering and comforting at the same time. Just across the driveway, I see a huge fence and a dozen horses out in the field. Welcome to the sticks, Connor says as he surveys our surrounding. Yes, this does feel like the middle of nowhere, but it's beautiful in its own way. No evidence of the huge city I grew up in. Just towering trees, the mountain backdrop. Just country. You found us, a cheery voice from behind us says. We all turn to see a thin woman who looks to be in her 50s with fiery red hair walking toward us. You must be Ming, I'm Raylin, she says as she extends a hand. That'd be me, Ming says with a bright smile. Well, how about I show you where to set up, she says. Sorry I can't stay around to help. I've got to get back in and help the bride. Wedding starts in an hour. The excitement in her voice is contagious, and I find myself smiling with her. Raylin walks us toward the second barn. There's a large concrete pad with a huge overhang. There are twinkle lights strung up in the rafters and flowers hang everywhere. Just off to the side of the barn is a pergola, also with flowers and silks wound everywhere. It's gorgeous. On the other side of the barn is a platform, a makeshift stage. There are extension cords running to it from the barn. Is this enough room? Raylin asks, sounding unsure. It'll be fine, Mrs. James, Ming says. I think we can handle it from here. You go be with the bride. Break a leg, she says as she starts back for the house. Or, no, don't do that. I'm sure you'll be great. The woman shakes her head and laughs at herself as she jogs back toward the house. My head starts racing as I look back at the stage. There's already a ton of cars parked behind the garage. As I look toward the house, I see a whole lot of people milling about in the house. I can hear voices from the upper level of the main barn. This has to just be the wedding party. They're probably going to have 1,000,000 guests that'll be arriving just before the wedding, and they're all going to be witness to me forgetting my lyrics, or just standing up there and freezing up, or puking, or shaking, or some other horribly embarrassing event. Whitney, Ming cuts through my mini freakout. Calm down. Stop thinking about it. You're psyching yourself out. I look over at her and can tell that I'm stark white. My hand shakes slightly. We can handle setting everything up. You go find a place to chill out for a while. We won't need you until after the ceremony is over anyway. She says all this as she helps the band set up the amplifiers and drums and microphones. I should be helping, I really should, but I'm really, really freaking out. I nod, clutch my guitar case all the harder, and start wandering. With so many people milling about at the moment, it's hard to find some privacy without just wandering out into the trees or fields. So I aim for the back of the main barn. There are stacks of wood everywhere, and to the side of it there's a tall log round that I settle myself onto. A horse wanders over toward me at the edge of the fence. He's a beautiful silver-gray color. He puts his head between the panels and sniffs at me. I lean forward and scratch his nose. His lips try nibbling on my fingers, and when he tries to eat my hand, I quickly snatch it away. The horse gets bored and wanders back out into the field. After wiping off the lovely slime the beast gifted me, I pull my guitar out of the case and set it across my lap. My fingers strum over the strings, the fingers of my left hand forming different chords. My right fingertips pick out different notes and goosebumps flash over my skin. Growing up in such a strict household, the last thing my parents wanted me wasting my time on was music. But music was and still is in my blood. I walked around everywhere with my iPod and a set of headphones. I listened to everything from country to reggae to pop to opera. And when I was 13, I went to a pawn shop and bought my first guitar. I had no money to pay anyone to give me lessons, and there was no way I was going to tell my parents that I wanted to spend time doing something other than science. So I'd walk down to the waterfront park and practice. I found books to teach me at the used bookstore, watched videos online, and I learned. My parents had no idea I could play guitar until I was 16. They'd always known I could sing, and they were proud of my voice, but that was as far as it went. No encouragement to pursue it. It wasn't a logical life choice. But I still want it. I'm 22 now, and I feel as if I have this ticking clock inside of me. Like if something doesn't happen now, soon, it never will. I don't really care for the fame and the praise. I just want to share music with others. I want to make people happy with something I create. I want it to mean something to others as much as it means to me. But there's logic. And there's my terrible stage fright. So nothing is ever going to come of it all. I'll end up working as a microbiologist for the rest of my life. I hear voices off in the distance, but they're far away and I'm positive no one can hear me through all the chaos of the wedding prep. I start humming the lyrics to one of the songs I recently wrote as I watch the horses graze and wander, and everything calms inside of me. My nerves settle, my stomach normalizes. It's just the music and me. Like we're in our own little world. You have a really freaking awesome voice. I jump so hard my guitar slips out of my hands. It hits the stack of wood I'm hiding behind, sounding a hard, loud vibration before it crashes to the ground. And just as I try to get to my feet, the owner of the voice rounds the corner. The perfect jawline, the amazing hair, the intense eyes. Holy Kale McCain. I can't look away from him, and I do not see my guitar lying in front of me. So I trip over it, land flat on my face, my dress joins me in my acrobatics, and flips right up, exposing my rear end in all its glory.
"Oh shit,"
he says, and suddenly his hands are around my arms, trying to right me.
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you."
A look of pure horror is on my face as I finally get back on my feet, my unders fully covered. I can only stare at him, my mouth forming a big old O. The Kale McCain looks me up and down and reaches forward to brush grass and bark from my dress.
"Are you okay?"
he asks as he actually reaches up and picks something out of my hair.
"That ball looks like it hurt."
I am the worst human person thing ever, 'cause I just stand there and look at him. Seeing that I'm put back to proper upright position, Kale finally meets my eyes, and I could just about melt down through the center of the universe.
"You okay?"
Something finally snaps back into working order, and I manage a small nod. And then he reaches up, places his fingers under my chin, and closes my mouth for me. Kill me now.
"I'm Kale, by the way,"
he says with a crooked smile, but there's the barest hint of embarrassment in his eyes.
"But it sounds like you already knew that."
My eyes still wide freaking open, I nod again.
"And you are?"
he encourages. He gives an awkward little chuckle and rubs a hand over his perfectly shaped jaw. It takes me half a beat to realize that Kale McCain has just asked me a question. The Kale McCain, who is the face of modeling right now. The Kale McCain who is plastered all over New York and Paris and Milan. The Kale McCain who has just had some article written about him on how he's the most well-known, most powerful male model in the past 15 years. Again, holy Kale McCain. Whitney, I squeak out.
"Sorry, I didn't catch that,"
he says as he stuffs his hand into his pockets. I clear my throat, and slowly, one by one, my limbs start to unlock. Whitney Ford. He gives me a little look, like he's racking the back of his brain for something.
"Your name sounds super familiar. Do I know you from something?"
I shake my head, and the smallest hint of a smile starts to curl onto my face. Just about everyone says that. I don't know what it is about my name that sounds like someone you've already met.
"You're a musician, though?"
he asks as he bends to pick up my guitar. It's smudged with dirt. I just nod as I bite my lower lip and take it from him.
"Well, that's a good thing, if everyone already thinks they know your name,"
he says with a smile. He takes 2 steps back toward the fence and leans back against it. And I could die, because he just looks too freaking hot to be real. Dressed in a tux, country background, perfect body. It's a fantasy come to life. I guess, I say as my eyes drop to the ground when he catches me checking him out.
"You guess?"
he says with a smile in his voice.
"Your voice is amazing. You look like an angel. Everyone already thinks they know your name. What's stopping you from taking over the world?"
I feel my face blush. Hard. My heart breaks out into a sprint. I hesitantly look up at him from under my lashes, from behind my cascading hair. Kale just said I looked like an angel. And he's smiling at me. Because I have the world's worst stage fright? I say as I hug my guitar. And as you just got an embarrassing demonstration of, I am the most awkward person in existence. Kale looks at me for a long moment, and I try to figure out what he's thinking at the moment. If he's evaluating me, judging me, stripping me down with his eyes. I have no idea which.
"You know, everyone was born a certain way. There's something that makes us unique, but the trick is to embrace it," he says with conviction in his voice. "To own it. So you're awkward and quirky. Embrace it, Whitney Ford. Make everyone be okay with it because you own it.
Easy for you to say, I say as I lean my guitar against the fence and rest my forearms on the top bar. Your defining characteristic is confidence. It's an easy combo when you stand in front of the camera for a living.
And people will love a dorky, adorably klutzy girl they can relate to,
he says as he looks over at me and raises one eyebrow. Did you just call me dorky? I ask in humorous disbelief.
I did,
he says with a chuckle as his eyes go to the ground.
Sorry, I didn't mean it in a bad way.
I shake my head as I look back over at the pasture. Well, you're not wrong. I am a dork, but I have to disagree with you on the adorable part.
He says as he shakes his head. With those doe eyes, that Rapunzel hair, and those mile-long legs, you're the total package.
Again, my face flushes hard. A million butterflies swarm in my chest. What are you doing here anyway? I ask, changing the subject because I have no idea how to handle this situation in Kale's statements.
I'm the best man,
he says excitedly as he turns and mirrors my pose.
This is my brother Lake's wedding. Him and Riley are finally tying the knot. This is their ranch.
No way, I say with a chuckle.
Way,
he says as he looks at me with a smile.
Are you with the wedding band or something? Seems like self-torture if you have as bad as stage fright as you claim.
I sigh. I'm filling in. The lead singer has been throwing up all day, of the flu variety. My best friend is the manager and conned me into filling in. And I will never tell him what she bribed me with. A pair of his briefs that he signed and auctioned off for charity at some point in the last year.
Well, as terrible as I feel that some poor woman is sick, I'm glad you filled in,
he says. I look over at him, 'cause I'm not sure exactly what he means by that, but there's sincerity in his eyes, and a healthy dose of mischief.
Kale?
A voice calls out, just 2 seconds before another man appears around the side of the barn. He looks to be in his mid-30s, with a boyish face, but that McCain jawline and hazel eyes. There's no doubt in my mind that this is Kale's older brother.
We've gotta go. Line up in 1 minute. Be there in a sec,
Kale calls, and the older brother disappears. Your brother, no doubt, I state. Kale nods.
Drake.
He looks back at me, and I'm once again lost in those eyes of his.
I'd ask you to save a dance for me, but I'm pretty sure riots will break out if you deny them your voice for the space of one song.
Ha! I say dryly as I grab my guitar again.
It was really nice meeting you. I'll see you later?
He asks. I hesitate, biting my lower lip again. Do you want to see me later? And a lopsided, full-on grin that could change a woman's soul breaks out on his face.
Yeah, I really do.
My face flushes once more. Kay, and the Kale McCain, gives me a wink before turning and heading back around the barn. Chapter 2. I make my way back toward where the band is set up just as they start playing the wedding march. Ming plays on her keyboard. Connor softly accompanies her. By now there are a few dozen people seated in the chairs that were lined in front of the pergola. All happy, smiling faces, all turned back toward the house, waiting for the wedding party. I sit on the stage, ankles crossed, my hands nervously in my lap.
Just own being awkward and quirky, Kale had said. Make other people be okay with it because you own it.
It's hard to imagine actually doing that. But I've got to do something, because otherwise I'm going to humiliate myself. My eyes shift back to the house as someone emerges from it. One by one, people file out of the house. Raylyn, the bride's mother, another couple in their 60s, the man of which looks strikingly like Kale and his brother. Next follows the very same brother Drake, with this adorably short blonde woman who smiles like the noonday sun. After them comes a woman who has to be Kale's sister, with the same strong jawline and hazel eyes. On her arm is a seriously beautiful man with tattoos peeking out from his collar and over his left hand. And then, there is Kale. My stomach sinks slightly when I see a woman on his arm. But then I think about her age. She looks a lot older than Kale, and I kinda doubt she is his date. For just a few seconds, Kale meets my eyes, and he flashes a brilliantly crooked smile and winks at me. My cheeks blush hard, and my eyes drop to the ground for a second as a smile breaks out on my face. But finally, I look back up, and then there is the bride, on the arm of a guy who looks to be the same age as her, and she is breathtaking. Hair like fire at sunset, twisted up in an elegant knot, curls cascading all around her, cheekbones any woman would kill for, lips with brilliant red lipstick, and the perfect body. She takes my breath away. They all make their way to the pergola, and for the first time, I notice the groom. Lake does look like his siblings, but he's a giant compared to them all. He has to be at least 4 inches taller than Kale and at least 6 than Drake. He's also huge. Everything about the man screams rugged. He's not classically handsome. Several scars dot his face. His features are not symmetrical, but that smile he has on, like he's the luckiest man in the world and everyone else knows it too, it's a brilliant thing. Finally, Riley stops in front of her soon-to-be husband, and I swear the both of them nearly blind us all with their happiness. The pastor starts talking about hardships and trials, about dragging yourself back from darkness and destruction, about dealing with death. I don't understand the significance to everything he's saying, but I know there are plenty of stories behind it all. Then he also talks about love, about being committed to each other, about being able to work together and accomplish great things. On and on, until I begin to wonder if I'm missing out on something. Something so wonderful and romantic that the simple words surrounding the wedding are like layers in my own story. One I've been waiting to write, to hear, and then they are saying their vows. They are simple, but beautiful. I can't help but smile when the pastor finally pronounces them man and wife, and they share a kiss that leaves everyone blushing and covering their eyes. I catch Kale's eyes, and he gives me this grossed out look and shakes his head with a chuckle. I laugh back. When the bride and groom finally break apart, Lake raises their hands into the air triumphantly and gives a victorious holler. The entire crowd breaks out into cheers and clapping. Ming and Connor break out into an upbeat song as the bride and groom walk down the aisle and toward the house. Everyone starts milling about, talking, mingling, and instantly my nerves skyrocket, because we're on in 5 minutes. I collect my guitar from its case and start to climb back onto the stage when someone approaching catches my eye. I turn to see Kale walking up to me, hands stuffed in pockets, casual as all the world.
"Don't be nervous," he says. "Just remember, own who you are and everyone else will be cool with it too."
I bite my lower lip and nod. I'm gonna try. I go to climb onto the stage again when he grabs my wrist gently.
"Who's the scariest person here?" he asks as I meet his eyes. "Who are you most afraid of judging you?"
I hesitate in answering, 'cause that same person is the one right in front of me. But everything about Kale is honest, and right now, I'm hoping I can be a little more like Kale. You? The look in his eyes tells me he already knew this. He gives a little nod.
"You already know I think you're amazing and awesome, so you don't have anything to worry about. You can just go up there and kill it."
And just like that, something dreadful and terrified lifts off my quivering heart. Because suddenly, I realize that's all I need. To know that one person in the crowd thinks I'm great and believes in me. One person is all it takes. Okay, I say as a smile breaks out on my face.
Okay,
He repeats with his own smile. It's different in person than it is on the posters and on the TV. It's more genuine, more personal.
I'll come find you when everything's over.
And just like that, he winks at me and heads back to the crowd. Unable to wipe the grin from my face, I climb back onto the stage and suddenly find myself face to face with Ming. Her eyes are wide and intense. They keep darting between me and Kale. Holy shit, she says in a deadpan tone.
Kale, here.
Him, hooked up? What? What? I say as I slide my guitar strap over my head and onto my shoulder. No, we didn't hook up. You disappeared for a solid 20 minutes, she says as she springs back into motion, heading for her keyboard and adjusting the controls. That's more than enough time to do hanky-panky. Hanky-panky? I repeat, giving her a quizzical look as I adjust the microphone, which, to my horror, I discover is on, and at least 2/3 of the crowd looks over at me. I feel myself blanch. My stomach rolls and I feel frozen.
Own it.
Kale's words echo in the back of my head. Automatically, my eyes search for him. And there he is, toward the back of the crowd, his eyes locked on me. He's suppressing a laugh and has an eyebrow raised in question. And instantly I go from white to red. Sorry, guys, I say into the microphone. Just a little band inside joke. It's a poor recovery, and not true, but hey, I'm trying. I get a few chuckles from the crowd, and they all look away and go back to their conversations. I turn toward Ming, horror all over my face, and find her laughing her skinny little rear end off. I'm gonna kill you, I say as I give her the stink eye. You are so dead. Nice save, though, she says as she wipes a tear from one corner of her eye. Normally you would have just gone and hidden in a corner. And fine, I believe you. You weren't hooking up with the Kale McCain. Thank you, I say through clenched teeth, just as the boys come back from their bathroom break. They all climb back on stage. This is it. It's time to make some music. I look back out over the crowd. They're all still just mingling and talking. The bride and groom haven't come back out yet, but the energy in the air says it won't be long now. The general attention is in that direction. So this is our cue. I won't screw this up. I can do this. Kale said I'm amazing. You're amazing, Whitney Ford. You've got this. I tell it to myself, forcing my confidence to believe it. And 1 second later, Eduardo starts a beat, Connor picks up, and then Henry does too, immediately followed by Ming. A few eyes here and there turn toward the stage. I take a deep breath and sing. For 2 hours the band plays and I sing. The usual tracks of the country variety, a few pop and rock songs thrown in. I do my best with them, and it must be good enough, because everyone seems to be having a good time. A few times I even get whoops and hollers and clapping. During one song, I forget the lyrics of the second verse, and I stumble for a bit too long. So I cover it up with some joke, the crowd laughs, and life moves on. I don't shrivel up and die, I don't puke. I'm pretty sure I never turn green, and to be honest, I have the time of my life. I've always been scared of the stage. I've always screwed it up or done something to embarrass myself. But tonight, I own the awkward. I own the quirky. And it works. Finally, we announce the last song. Couples break off from groups. They stare lovingly into each other's eyes. I pick out the McCain family couples. Drake and his wife, Kale's sister, whose name I don't know. She and her husband are actually really good dancers. Lake and his brand new wife. And to my surprise, there's Kale, hanging out in the background with the dark-skinned guy who walked Riley down the aisle. From everything I know about Kale McCain, he's always the life of the party, right in the middle of things, and always with a female. Is he really waiting for me? Not finding another girl in the meantime? Will shock my innocent little heart. I belt out the last note, and as the background music dies away, everyone starts cheering and hollering. "Well, that's it for tonight," I say, trying to play at Kale. "You've all been a great crowd. Thanks for having us. And congrats to Lake and Riley McCain." And with that, the band breaks out into the Going Off to the Honeymoon song, and hand in hand, the two of them take off through the crowd and back into the house. Immediately, half the crowd heads for their cars, calling it a night. The other half stays to either clean up or hang out. Feeling as if I'm flying on a rainbow cloud, I hop off the stage and put my guitar back in its case. Just as I turn to go put it back in the van, I run smack into someone.
"Whoa, sorry,"
Kale says as he grabs my guitar before it can crash to the ground for the second time today.
"I've got to stop doing this."
I laugh and grab the handle again as he hands it back. "You trying to kill me or something tonight? What are you, a serial killer?" And I can instantly tell I took it too far and made it awkward when he gives me a look. "Yeah, sorry," I immediately say. Like I said, I say the most awkward things. Kale laughs, and the instant he does, I feel more at ease.
"It's fine. I'm gonna help clean up for a bit, but do you want to do something after?"
Pretty much every time Kale talks to me or looks at me, my heart does crazy acrobatics, and my skin starts doing strange things like tingling, and right now is no exception. I look back at the band. Ming is of course watching me like a hawk. "She's good," Ming says a bit too loudly and hastily. "She'd love to." Kale chuckles and waves at her.
"Thanks. I promise to have her home before 1.
"Keep her as long as you like," Ming says with a goofy smile on her face. "Oh my gosh," I say in embarrassment.
"Hey, it's cool,"
he says.
"Your friends seem—"
"Bananas?"
I was gonna say awesome,"
he corrects with a smile.
"Hey, where do you live? Maybe I can drop you off tonight."
This is too much. Meeting the man I fantasized about for the past 2 years, talking to him, touching him. Is this a date he's asking me on, or what's going on? I might just spontaneously combust with all the epicness. Seattle, just above Lake Union? I don't know why I pose it as a question. I'm pretty sure about the location of where I lay my head down at night.
"Perfect,"
He says.
"I'm staying with my sister Sage in Bellevue, so that's not far away. Wait for me for a few minutes?"
"Okay," I say timidly, and with a smile he dashes off to clean up. Ming suddenly jumps down from the stage, grabs my hands, starts jumping up and down, and squeals. I give a victorious squeak of my own. "'Kay, when you guys do the dirty tonight, don't forget to use protection," she says, a crazed grin on her face. "And then take pictures of him, 'cause I don't need to see your naked white self." "Ming!" I cry in horror. "I am not going to be doing the dirty with anyone tonight," I hiss through clenched teeth as I look around to make sure no one heard. "You're gonna have to do it with someone someday," she says, still far too excited for her own good. "You can't hang on to your V card forever. It's not healthy." "I'm done talking to you," I say with a mock irritated look in her direction, as I head for the cake before it can be carted away. I look back over my shoulder once, and she gives me a thumbs up as she waggles her eyebrows. I oftentimes question my choice in friends, but then I remember how much I love them. "You did amazing," Raylan says as I get to the table that has the rest of the wedding cake on it. Like she knows exactly what I'm after, she cuts me a piece and hands me the plate. "Your voice is so beautiful. I can't believe you aren't on the radio already." Thank you, Mrs. James, I say with a smile. Maybe someday. I bet if you tried, it'll be within the year, she says with a smile. Just then, Kale's dad walks over.
Nice job tonight,
he says with a warm smile in my direction, and the two of them carry the cake back into the house. I wander back over to the fence and lean against it as I eat my cake. 'Cause suddenly, I realize I'm starving. I was too nervous about singing tonight to eat lunch. Cake probably isn't my best choice for a meal, but hey, it's amazing. The band finishes loading up, and Ming dashes over to me. We're ready to roll out, she says as she dips her finger in the frosting of my cake and puts it in her mouth. Are you sure you're good tonight? Kale walks up from behind Ming and wraps an arm across her shoulders, easy as could be.
I promise to get her home safe and sound tonight.
Ming jumps hard, her eyes growing wide as dinner plates, and gives him a look. He just chuckles, and I notice when he laughs, his nostrils flare slightly. It's kind of adorable.
See you tomorrow, Wit,
she says in a strangled voice, and then she shrugs out from under Kale's arm and makes a beeline for the van. Still think my friends are awesome? I ask with a wave of my frosting-covered fork.
The frosting on your face is awesome,
he says with a smile. He steps forward, wipes at something on my cheek. He comes away with a glob of frosting, which he puts in his mouth as he holds my eyes. Oh my stars. And the humiliation never ends, I say as I cover my eyes with my hand. Kale laughs again, something he always seems on the verge of. He pulls my hand away from my face and tugs me away from the fence.
Stop being so self-conscious. I think it's cool that you're different from all the other girls.
You saying that doesn't make me feel much better. I sigh as we start across the lawn toward the cars. I grab my guitar from where it's leaning against a tree. All the other girls you normally hang out with are probably perfect and never do anything weird or clumsy. I mean, hello. He dated Angelique Harris for like 5 months. She's beautiful and famous and perfect.
All the other girls I normally hang out with are incredibly fake and never once genuine,
he says as he looks over at me.
They're all about how they look and how they seem on the outside. Trust me, it gets kind of old after a while.
We stop just behind a gorgeous white Range Rover that Kale pops the back hatch on. I'm about to go all liquid impressed when the stunning woman that has to be Kale's sister walks up. She's dressed to the nines and looks incredible. Should I expect you home tonight, Kale? She says as she looks over at me and smiles. It's friendly, but seriously, everything about this woman is intimidating. Confidence just rolls off of her, but in a different way than it does Kale.
Yeah, but not until late,
he says as he takes my guitar and sets it in the trunk.
Whitney, this is my older sister, Sage Doring. Sage, this is Whitney Ford.
Nice to meet you, Sage says with a smile as she extends a hand. I try to manage a smile and shake it. You too. Well, maybe we'll see you in the morning, Sage says as she hugs Kale and presses a kiss to his cheek. I cringe that she says maybe. This is his sister. She knows Kale well, and she thought it no big deal to say that maybe he'd be home in the morning. I'm not stupid. I know Kale's reputation for partying and girls. Am I making a stupid mistake? But the second Kale looks back at me, his eyes filled with genuine excitement, and everything he said all night comes back to me. How could I ever say no? Kale opens the door for me and I slip inside, new car smell enveloping me. He climbs into the driver's seat and carefully backs out, avoiding hitting the remaining cleanup crew. So, what do you have in mind tonight? I ask as we roll down the gravel driveway.
I'm not necessarily a planet ahead kind of guy,
he says as he turns out on the main road.
I haven't really thought about it yet. Kinda figured we'd see where the night takes us.
I smile and bite my lower lip. Okay, I can be spontaneous. I can go for the random adventure, but it's not natural for me. My parents raised me to be responsible, to plan things out 5, 10 years in advance. That way there'll be no unpleasant surprises. So being with Kale, someone who flies by the seat of his pants, it's exhilarating.
So, did you grow up in Washington?
Kale makes small talk. It's something so average and mundane it seems unnatural coming from him. Yep, I say. Kale pulls at his tie, and I try not to let the heat that suddenly ignites between my legs show on the outside. He tosses it in the back seat and undoes his top button. Yeah. Born and raised in Seattle. My parents both work as scientists at UW.
Which means you're also way, way smarter than me.
He chuckles. I shrug, too embarrassed to admit I'm nearly done with my master's degree at the ripe old age of 22. What about you? I say, turning the conversation away from me. With your career, you can't live here. Where's home these days? Kale shakes his head, and for the first time all night, I see a seriousness grow in his eyes.
Who knows? It's different every week. I mean, I own an apartment in New York since that's where I am most often, but I'm constantly traveling.
That's gotta be difficult sometimes, I say. He just shrugs, like he either doesn't want to talk about it or maybe it really is no big deal to him. How long are you here for?
I fly back to New York Thursday evening.
I nod, and my mind reels, trying to think of what to talk about next. Get me in the right mood and I'm hyper and can talk about nothing crap all night long. Put me with someone I just met, and oftentimes they're wondering if I was born with my own personality or not. As if sensing my uncomfortable state, Kale starts rambling about different places he's visited in the past 2 years. Singapore, Africa, the UK, Hawaii. It all sounds so exotic and exciting, and it's easy to tell that Kale loves what he does. Kale McCain loves himself, and it isn't obnoxious or annoying or overly prideful or anything. He just is who he is. No apologies. He's comfortable in his own skin, and he is his own person. Where are we going? I ask when Kale pulls off the freeway in Bellevue.
We'll figure that out soon.
And the way he says it, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything particular in mind. He's out for adventure tonight. Just a few minutes later, he pulls into the parking lot of some Christian elementary school that's not far off the freeway. A few lights dot the property, showing off a playground and a basketball court right next to each other. We're so gonna get in trouble for being here, I say, actually a bit nervous as I climb out of the expensive car.
Relax,
Kale says as I round the car. He, of course, has a smile on his face.
No one can see us with all those trees. It'll be fine.
Okay, I say, trying to not sound like an uptight, nervous ninny. Kale nods his head back toward the playground and we take off. There's a basketball lying at the bottom of one of the hoops, and Kale scoops it up and starts dribbling.
You play any sports growing up?
He asks as he shoots for the rim. It loops around it once before sinking down in. It bounces in my direction and I clumsily dart after it. I shake my head. My parents thought anything outside of school was a waste of time and energy. I always wanted to give dance a try, though. Maybe if I had, I wouldn't be so vastly uncoordinated. What about you? I shoot, and miss, barely hitting the backboard. It hits weird, launching hard in the opposite direction of the both of us. Kale darts after it, catching it with little effort.
Nah,
he says with a shake as he makes his shot from far away.
You could say I kinda pissed away my high school years.
At least you had a normal teenagehood. I say as I grab the ball when it rolls to my feet. I dribble it a few times, getting a feel for the ball. I bet you actually got to go to prom at some point. Kale grabs the ball and looks up at me.
You never went to prom?
And the look on his face, like this is the saddest thing he's ever heard. It pulls a small smile from the corner of my lips. I shake my head.
That's not fair,
he says, his brows furrowing and shaking his head.
Every girl should get the chance to go to prom.
I'm not sure what he's doing when he sets the ball down at his feet and pulls his phone from his pocket. He clicks away on it for a minute, and then music starts playing from its speakers. It's a good song, one I love playing acoustically. He smiles when he looks up at me. He puts his phone down on the picnic bench that is just off to the side of the court. His eyes locked on me, he crosses back over. "What are you doing?" I ask, nervous and giddy at the same time.
Whitney Ford,
he says with a lopsided grin on his face.
Will you go to prom with me? At some elementary school off the side of the freeway, in the dead of night, on the basketball court.
A laugh breaks from my chest. Are you serious right now?
I'm dead serious, he laughs. A girl never getting the chance to go to prom is just plain tragic. So let's remedy that.
He holds his hand out, and I just look at it for a second. My heart is sprinting, excited and nervous and scared. But this is also the most fun I've had in a long time. So I put my hand in his. He pulls me out into the middle of the basketball court, and gently he wraps one arm around me, his hand on my lower back. My heart rate kicks up another notch. He shifts our hands together, clasping mine tight, and slowly he starts rocking us back and forth.
How's this?
He asks, his eyes intense beneath those dark lashes of his. Pretty good, I say, hoping my breath doesn't smell like cake. Except I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be balloons and a disco ball at prom.
Man, you're hard to please.
He laughs, his nostrils flaring just slightly again.
I'm doing my best here, woman.
I kid. I laugh loudly. This prom is great. Better than all the others I've had.
Well, I'm glad,
he says, his demeanor becoming slightly more serious.
And all those other guys were idiots for not asking you to prom.
Well, guys have never asked me to much of anything else either, I admit, my eyes falling away from his.
What?
Kale asks in disbelief.
You're like the most gorgeous, fun girl I've met in seriously a long time. How could you not be getting asked out constantly?
I look up at him, trying to tell if he's serious. Guys like Kale don't just say things like that to girls like me. But he is. He's dead serious. I shrug. They usually think I'm weird. I hesitate in my confession. It's embarrassing to admit, especially to someone like him. But, well, tonight has made me brave in a way I haven't been in ever. I've only ever actually had one boyfriend, and that only lasted about 2 months. Kale actually shakes his head.
That may be the most shocking thing I've heard in years.
I blush, and have no idea what to say. The music changes, the song upbeat and energetic, and I totally can't dance to this.
Come on,
Kale says, an excited grin growing on his face. He lets go of my waist and grabs my hand.
Let's play.
Before I can do a thing, he's hauling me across the grass toward the playground. It takes about 15 seconds for a game of tag to break out. We dart down the slides, over the climbing walls, and between swings chasing after each other. I squeal when he grabs me around the waist, sending both of us to the ground. He hoots and hollers as he pushes me higher and higher on the swing. My hair flies in the wind. I feel free. I feel amazing. I'm having the time of my life. Playing on a children's playground in the middle of the night with Kale McCain, when suddenly we're engulfed in a blinding light.
"Excuse me."
A voice comes from behind the light. I squint against it, dragging my toes through the bark chips to slow myself down. Kale grabs my chains and instantly stops me. And crap, that's a cop.
"But this is private property and you're not supposed to be here."
"Sorry," Kale says. There's a hint of uncertainty there, but there's still a heavy dose of mischief too.
"We were just—" "Yeah, I know what you were just," the cop says with annoyance in his voice. "If you two leave right now, I won't write you up for trespassing."
"Thank you, sir," I say, and there's complete fear in my own. I climb off of the swing, straightening my dress, and start for Kale's car. 1.5 seconds later, Kale jogs to my side.
"That was fun,"
he says, quietly bumping his shoulder with mine. "Maybe not so much the cop part," I say as he opens my door for me. I slide into my seat, and a few seconds later so does Kale.
"The cop part just made the night more adventurous."
He starts the car and backs out of the parking spot. The cop eyes us as we roll back out onto the street. I give a breathy chuckle.
"Come on,"
Kale says as he reaches over and pats my knee, sending a wave of goosebumps rippling out from that exact spot.
"You can't say you didn't have fun tonight."
I blush when I meet his eyes. Because they're dancing and alive and excited, and the center of my chest warms. Because yes, I did have the time of my life tonight. Because I never expected someone like him to have that much fun with someone like me. Okay, maybe. Kale just chuckles. As we pull out onto the floating bridge that will lead into my city, he pats my leg again and leaves it there. And I love it. Chapter 3. I'm trying to figure out why there's a pig wandering through the halls of Evergreen Micro. A pig with green spots. A pig that I'm pretty sure was talking a few minutes ago with Henry's voice. But everything's a little misty and muddled. But then there's a knock down the hall. I ignore it, looking back at the pig. The knock sounds again. "You going to get that?" the pig says. And I jerk awake as another knock sounds through my apartment. I scramble from my bed, my hair falling in my eyes in crazy, messy waves. My hand closes around the doorknob, and still not really awake, I jerk it open.
"Morning."
The cheerful Joyce jerks my brain into working order. And then there, standing in my doorway with a coffee in one hand and a cup of orange juice in the other, is Kale. "Hey," I say, extremely confused. "What are you doing here?"
"Nice to see you too."
He chuckles. "Sorry, I struggle for words, and find none." He shakes his head and hands me the coffee.
"It's fine. I knew you weren't expecting me at your doorstep."
"Thank you," I say, my hand closing around the hot cup. You want to come in?"
"Thanks,"
he says, stepping over the threshold. I only just now realize what I'm wearing. Super short, silky shorts, a tank top, no bra. I'm also wearing no makeup. I'm kind of a mess right now, and it's super embarrassing. But the damage has been done. Kale has seen me.
"Nice place,"
Kale observes.
"It's an awesome view."
He indicates the window out the front room. It opens out over the lake, the sun bright. Yeah, I can't really complain. I stand there awkwardly in the middle of the living room. I'm debating excusing myself to go change and get ready for the day, but that would be rude to leave him here by himself, considering he just got here.
Relax, Wit, he says with a small smile. I'm not judging you for sleeping. You look fine. Just like he can read my mind. But he just called me Wit. Like we're close. Like we're friends. So instead of overthinking that, I chuckle and sink onto the couch on the opposite end from him. How are you up so early? I ask, my eyes searching around for the clock. It's barely 8. We were up until like 2 last night. You can't have gotten home until close to 3. Kale shrugs, taking a sip from his OJ. I couldn't really sleep last night. Finally, I gave up, went to the gym, showered, and here I am. His eyes lock on mine. There's something deeper there than I think there should be. Why? He takes a moment to answer, just looks at me, serious. Because I had more fun last night with you in just a few hours than I've had in the past few years. I was kinda hoping you'd be down for a repeat. Now it's my turn to take a while to find an answer. I don't even notice the silly grin that has started spreading on my face. Yeah, I finally say. I'd like that. And Kale's face breaks out into a smile. His eyes dance, and his energy is contagious. Heck yes, he says. I've got plans, so prepare yourself for a day of awesome. Oh boy, I'm a little scared, I chuckle. No need, he says. He crosses to the kitchen and tosses his empty cup in the trash. Now I need to use your facilities, and then you can get ready to get rolling. I smile at his enthusiasm. Bathroom's just down the hall. I take another sip as Kale sets off for the restroom, and glance over my shoulder just as he heads in the wrong direction. Not that door! I yell, but not before Kale is all the way into my bedroom. Holy shit, Kale chuckles as I'm scrambling to get to him. What I plan to do? Shove him out of the room, scratch his eyes out to erase what he's just seen? I don't know. Didn't know you were such a fan, Wit. Holy crap, please leave. I huff in embarrassment as I pull on the back of his shirt, trying to get around him in my doorway. This is beyond humiliating. Because Kale's eyes are locked on that poster I have of him. The signed one, where he's half naked, looking completely amazing. What? He says through a laugh, glancing from the poster to me and back again. Never. I mean, I'm flattered. This is a position of honor, and I am thrilled to be placed on the walls of your home. Shut up! I squeal in humiliation as I place my hands on his chest, his glorious chest, and try to push him out of my room. This is... Ugh! Just kill me now. I don't know why this is such a problem. He keeps talking as he continues to try and suppress laughter. You obviously worship me, so this should be the highlight of your life getting me here, in your home, wanting to spend the entire day with you. I hate you, Kale McCain, I say, trying not to laugh as well, as I finally manage to shove him out and slam the door in his face. This changes nothing, Whitney Ford, he calls through my door. You can't get rid of me that easily. I'll be waiting out here until you're ready for the day of Kale Venture. And he does. I take my time getting ready, half hoping that he'll get up and leave, half hoping that I'll recover from my embarrassment, which I don't. I'm pretty sure I'm still bright red when I walk out of my room 20 minutes later, dressed and ready for the day. Kale doesn't say anything. He just holds the door open, holds out a hand for me to grab, and winks at me. I don't say a whole lot as we climb into his car and we head for downtown, and I don't have to. It seems that Kale is an expert in filling awkward silence with talk about anything and everything. I'm not even sure what he's going off on, but a response doesn't seem to be required. Normally, by the 18-hour mark of my past relationships, a guy is figuring out how ridiculous I am in a social setting. I've said too many awkward and weird things to ever recover, and he's wishing me a nice life, never to be heard from again. But here's Kale,
having been witness to all my Whitney glory, and he's planned out an entire day together. He's acting like he likes spending time with me, acting like maybe he'd like to spend more time with me. We spend the morning walking through Pike's Place Market. Eventually, I loosen up as we walk past the vendors, as women come up to him asking for his autograph. As they ask for pictures with him, he takes it all in stride like it's no big deal. Then he always comes back to my side, and we talk. About nothing, about life, about stuff. And it's easy, and fun, and crazy, and awesome.
You want to go up?
Kale asks as we walk down the pier toward the Ferris wheel. You know, this thing has been here for how many years now? And I've never been on it. I say as I look up to the height of it. And I live in Seattle.
Let's go then,
Kale says with a smile, offering me his arm. My heart flutters as I take it, and we walk over to the ticket booth. A warm breeze brushes through as we get into our gondola and start slowly working our way up as it fills.
You know, I've been a lot of places over the past few years,
Kale says as we both look out the windows.
but there's nowhere quite like Washington.
I nod in agreement, even though I've never traveled far. But I know how lucky I am to live in such a beautiful state.
So, did you go to school at UW?
He asks. His eyes come back to me, and he looks so genuinely interested, I don't know that I'll ever get used to it. Still do, I say, thinking of the semester starting in just a few weeks. I have one more semester until I finish my master's degree.
Masters?
He says in shock.
Holy, I knew you were smart, but a master's degree is kind of intimidating.
I laugh, my eyes falling away from his. My parents are both doctors, I say, of the scientific PhD kind. That was just always the plan, for me to get one too.
Sounds like you grew up with everything laid out,
Kale says.
Probably not too much spontaneity in your life.
I look at him again and shake my head. Not really. My parents are good people, but they're the most type A people you'll ever meet.
Hanging out with someone like me must be stressful.
Kale chuckles, but it sounds unsure, maybe even uncomfortable. I don't get that. Not at all, I say, actually reaching out and touching his knee lightly. It's actually a really nice change of pace. I needed something to get me out of my rut. I've kind of been all work study to be obedient for the last, well, too long.
Well, I'm glad I could yank you out of your rut,
He says with a smile. He places his hand over mine and doesn't let go. The day is amazing. There's really no other way to describe it. We just bum around downtown Seattle all day, talking, laughing, just having fun. Kale drops me off at home that night, and then shows back up at my house Sunday evening. I open the door to find him there on my doorstep.
I've got an idea,
He says, mischief in his eyes. I'm starting to like your ideas, I say as I lean in the doorway.
You're gonna love this one,
He says.
Maybe. Go get your guitar and let's go.
Oh crap, I spoke too soon. No,
No?
he says, laughing.
Come on, you don't even know what I have planned.
I can imagine maybe, and I have to disagree. I don't think I'm gonna love it,
It's gonna be awesome, I promise.
he says, placing his hands on my arms, which of course sends crazy goosebumps across my entire body.
Just go get your guitar.
He holds my eyes for a long moment, and in them I see a promise that he'll never let me fall, that he'll never let me down or make a fool of myself or judge me if I do make a fool of myself.
Fine.
I say, even as the smile grows on my face. 5 minutes later, we're back in his car, leaving my little sad old truck still on the curb. Kale points us in the direction of downtown once again. We drive deeper into the heart of the city. There are still a lot of people milling about since it's a Sunday night, and still a comfortable 70 degrees, according to the temperature reading on Kale's dash. We park in the Pacific Place shopping mall parking garage. "Come on," Kale says excitedly as we climb out of the car. He pops the trunk and pulls out my guitar. "Kale," I say, stopping in my tracks, "I don't think—" "Trust me," Kale says, turning his eyes on me. There's excitement there, and adventure and genuineness. His eyes are begging me to be bold and brave. Somehow, Kale keeps pulling something out of me that I always wanted to be there, but was always lacking. "Just trust me," he says again. The breath catches in my throat. My heart thunders and crashes like Eduardo's drum kit. "Okay," I breathe. The smile that Kale gives me is something worthy of a song, and then he takes my hand in his, and the two of us run back out toward the street. "I can't breathe in this getup," Kale says as we start checking doors to the mall. It's only then that I realize that he's wearing a suit. "Why are you all dressed up?" "Was at the wake of one of our old neighbors this afternoon," he says. There isn't much sadness in his voice. They must not have been too close. It makes me smile that he didn't even take the time to go home and change before heading straight to my apartment. But all the doors to the mall are locked since it's nearly 10 o'clock. Kale has already undone half his buttons on his white shirt. I am so not complaining. "What about that place?" I ask, pointing to a little boutique shop across the street. "Perfect," he says with a smile. And never once dropping my hand, we dart across the street. But just as we get to the door, a shop worker appears and turns the open sign to closed. Wait, Kale says in a stuttered hurry. He pushes the door open just a crack, and an annoyed-looking guy wearing huge hipster glasses glares at us. "We just need to grab a few things real quick," Kale says, trying to push the door open a bit further. "I've got cash and everything. You don't even have to give me the change back." "Sorry, man, we're closed," the guy says in a nasally voice. "Look, do you know who I am?" Kale says, his voice sounding desperate. "Look across the street and tell me you don't want me wearing your podunk brand clothes." The guy's eyes dart to the mall across the street, and there, huge and nearly naked as can be, is a gigantic poster of Kale under the Shurrock and Fantasy sign. He's wearing suit pants and a white button-up shirt that is completely unbuttoned. The sleeves are rolled up to his forearms. He holds a pair of sunglasses above his head like he's taking them off. He's dressed much like he is right now. The shop owner looks between the poster and Kale and back again. "You've got 10 minutes, he says. I can't tell if his voice is in awe or still annoyed. A mix of both. "Thank you," Kale says, annoyance in his own voice. That's obvious. We dart into the shop and the second door closes behind us. Kale peels off his shirt and flings it across a clothing rack. HOLY. Shirtless Kale. Right here. Inches from me. "What do you think of this?" Kale asks, holding up a white t-shirt with a grayscale tiger mid-roar. "Great!" I squeak out. I'm barely looking at the shirt. I'm searing for his abs behind that cursed piece of fabric. "Hey, Wit," Kale says. "My eyes are up here." I stutter, completely humiliated at getting called out. I wasn't... Kale breaks out in a laugh. "Just kidding, but yeah, you were. I'm not complaining." "I'm just gonna go walk out into traffic now," I say as I turn and head for the door. Suddenly, Kale's hands wrap around me and he pulls me back around. "Please don't," he says through a huge smile. "Sorry, I'm just being me. For some people that's a little much.
Why don't you pick something out? My treat?
I just look at him, completely at a loss for words. This entire day has been indescribable. 7 minutes, the hipster guy says. Fine, I say, breaking away from Kale to search for something to change into. I settle on a white dress with these little pink flowers and a denim vest. We both change into our new outfits in the changing rooms, and Kale pays for everything at the counter. The second we walk out the door, I hear the lock click behind us. "Now what, Mr. Fancy Rich Pants?" I ask as I shift my guitar from one hand to another.
Hey, you got some red lipstick on you?
He asks, looking back at me with that lopsided smile. I nod.
Let me see.
I give him an unsure look and dig it out of my bag. He takes it, and to my surprise starts applying it to my lips. "Guess you learned some tricks in all your time in the makeup chair," I tease him when he caps the lipstick and hands it back.
You have no idea. Now we make some magic happen,
he says as he raises that eyebrow at me. Once again he takes my hand and we dart across the street. Kale walks fast and with purpose. He's excited about whatever he has in mind. We walk about 100 yards and then he stops, right in front of that poster of his face.
Videos of people with well-known faces tend to blow up fast online,
Kale says as he pulls his phone out.
You really want to be a musician?
Maybe? I ask, my stomach a swarm of butterflies. Kale's excitement is contagious, but it's also really terrifying.
Life is too short, Whitney, he says with a grin. There's no time for maybe. Do you want this?
Yes, I say with a laugh, unable to hold him at bay. I really do.
Start thinking of your favorite original song to sing, he says with a wink.
And not waiting a second longer, he turns his phone on and pulls up the video recording app. Realizing what he's about to do, I scramble to pull my guitar from my case. People have been noting us, more accurately noticing Kale, and have stalled on their way to unknown places watching. Kale points the camera in his direction, the poster of himself behind him.
I'm Kale McCain, and today I have someone amazing to share with you. You already recognize her name, even though you've never met her before. So today I'd like to introduce you to the incredible Whitney Ford.
My heart is hammering out of my chest like a jackhammer, and a sweat has broken out over my entire body. And then, just like that, no matter how unprepared I am for this, Kale turns the phone in my direction.
Knock 'em dead, Whitney,
he bellows. My fingers shake, but still, they don't fail me when they start plucking at the strings. Just a Girl Named Whitney is a song I wrote last year. It's about being young and weird and just being yourself. And it's perfectly fitting for a day like today. Finally, I look up at Kale as I sing. He's grinning like a fool. And seeing how excited and confident he is, it makes confidence grow in my own voice by the second. More and more people gather around us as I sing. They take out their phones. Some of them are snapping videos or pictures of Kale, but most of them are fixed on me. And they're all smiling and seem to be enjoying my song. I smile and hold Kale's eyes as I sing the last notes of the song. He winks at me as the last chord fades away. The crowd breaks out into clapping and hoots and hollers when I finish. Kale flips his phone back to him.
That was Whitney Ford you just heard. Don't ever forget her name, 'cause she's going to be the next world rocking artist. Don't forget to share her with everyone you know.
And as Kale finishes up the video, everyone is on their phones, blasting me out into the world. Kale asks for my Twitter handle, and there the video goes, uploading in the world. I struggle for words. My hands shake, and my stomach is either on the verge of throwing up or being ravenously hungry. Maybe both.
You did amazing, Kale says as he holds his hands out wide, as if to say, here's Whitney. To my surprise, he steps forward and wraps his arms around me in an engulfing hug. He smells so amazing. I am so turned on that it's embarrassing. Then my growling stomach, which I am sure everyone can hear, kills it. This woman needs food, Kale bellows as he takes my hand. With his other, he grabs my guitar case, and we set out down the road. The crowd we leave behind claps and cheers. I look back over my shoulder at them, and a laugh bubbles out at me as I wave to them. I should have been watching where I was going, 'cause I trip over nothing. Kale just chuckles and shakes his head as he keeps me from landing on my face. We grab burgers, fries, and shakes, but there are some shady people in the restaurant this time of night, so we get it to go. We climb back into Kale's Rover, and we head back to my apartment. My phone keeps dinging every 2 seconds. Replies to Kale's tweet of me singing. It's all positive feedback. A few creepers make inappropriate comments, but mostly a whole lot of love. For both me and Kale. By the time we pull up to the curb of my place, I have to turn my phone off, it's going so nuts. Welcome to stardom, Kale says as he holds my door open for me, a bag of food in his other hand. This is crazy, I say as I carefully balance the shakes as I climb out. As I slip off the seat, my dress pulls up, flashing a brief glimpse of my underwear. Kale doesn't miss it, and the brief look on his face is approving. My face flushes. How do you deal with the attention all the time? I move on past the flashing. You get used to it after a while, he says with a shrug as he follows me up the stairs. I unlock the door and let us in. It all just kind of turns into background noise after so long. I don't know, I say as I set the shakes down on the kitchen counter. I've always flown so under the radar, I don't know if I could ever get used to the life you live. Better get used to it fast, he says as he sets the bag down. As he does, his hip brushes my back end, setting off a firework, one of the sparkler ones, in my lower belly. I have a feeling something's about to happen for you, fast. I turn, my back resting against the counter. Kale is standing close enough I can smell the heady scent of him. His dark eyes look down at me, intense and adventurous and so him. Thank you, I say, my voice lower than normal, for everything tonight. It really means a lot. There's a lot of indecision on his face. Could Kale McCain want to kiss me right now? 'Cause that hunger in his eyes, I don't think I'm imagining it. And slowly, he leans forward. My eyes start to slide closed. An electric storm sparks in my blood. And then he reaches forward and grabs 2 fries from the bag. One he stuffs in his own mouth, one he puts in mine. You're very welcome, he says as he grins.
Chapter 4. The smell of something burning pulls me from sleep. My first thought is to completely panic that the house is burning down. I fling myself out of what I thought was my bed, only I'm on the couch, which is not as big as my bed, and I flip onto the floor, tangling myself in a blanket. Morning, someone says, calm as anything. I throw the blanket off of my head, look around, slightly terrified that there is someone in the house. And then all of my lady bits go crazy at the same time my blood freezes in my chest. 'Cause there, in my kitchen, wearing nothing but a pair of boxer briefs, is Kale. Sorry for the smoke, he says without turning around to look at me. He stands at the stove. The fan is on above it, but it isn't doing much to alleviate the smoke rising from the stove. I thought I knew how to make pancakes, but apparently it's a lot harder than it looks, He shifts his weight from one foot to the other, making his hips do amazing things. My eyes go to the Your Fantasy label on the elastic of his underwear. There was never more accurate branding. I climb to my feet, the events of the previous night coming back to me. We came back here. We ate dinner. I had thought Kale was going to kiss me, but he didn't. And we spent a solid hour at least just talking. And that's the last thing I remember. I must have fallen asleep on the couch at some point, and either Kale was being awfully presumptuous and just decided to crash at my place without permission, or he fell asleep too. Either way, I really don't mind. Here, let me get rid of those, I say as I cross into the kitchen. I grab the plate of ruined pancakes that look like gobs of runny yet somehow black ick and cross to the front door. Just as I start to twist the handle to take them out to the road trash, Kale yells, "No, don't open the door!" But it's too late because I pull it open and am blinded by flashing lights. There has to be 15 photographers camped out on my front steps. There's at least one news van as well, and a dozen people snap pictures of me with their camera phones. And I can just stand there in shock. In my itty-bitty shorts I changed into last night, and an oversized t-shirt that says, "Nope, not today." Then Kale is behind me, slamming the door closed. There's no doubt that at least some of them caught him in just his underwear. Holy crap. Kale double-checks the blinds that they are closed tight and locks the door. He peeks between two of the slats, looking out at the crazed crowd outside. "I should have warned you first thing," he says, his breathing fast and hard. "Should have known it would only take hours for the vultures to circle." "Are they all here because of the video last night?" I breathe. I'm still staring at my front door, and suddenly I'm terrified. You see what being a celebrity is like on the TV. You hear about the paparazzi and the loss of privacy. But experiencing it in real life? Holy crap! It's scary. "No question about it," Kale says, peeking through the blinds one last time. He then looks back at me, and that signature smile of his is back on his beautiful face. "Welcome to the next big thing." He stands there, hands on his hips, perfectly sculpted abs, and pecs right there just 2 feet away, grinning at me like I'm the most amazing thing in the world. And everything is all just too much. "Hey," Kale says as if seeing all the terror on my face. He crosses to me and wraps his nearly naked body around me in a hug. "I know it's pretty freaky at first, but it's gonna be okay. These first few days are gonna be crazy and a bit overwhelming, but things will get put into place to manage it all." "How are you so sure?" I ask, trying to fight back the sting in the back of my eyes. I press my cheek to his bare chest. "How are you so sure that this is the launch of anything?" "Because I've known you for what, 4 days? And I'm already obsessed with you," he says quietly. But there's no shame or hesitance in his admission. "Because you have what it's going to take. All it took was one tiny shove, and look at what's already happening." Gathering my bravery, I look up at Kale's face, and I see how genuinely he believes this. I've been following Kale's career and, to be honest, personal life for a while now, and I never thought of him as a real, genuine person. Not someone who had many deep emotions or that cared about anyone other than himself. But what he's saying, it's real. "Just take a deep breath," he says without letting me go. His request seems ridiculous considering I'm in the arms of a nearly naked, perfect Adonis, but I do it anyway. And it does calm me. "I'm gonna call Julian and see if he knows any security guards from their work that could come to manage the situation outside temporarily," Kale says as he regretfully lets me go. "I'd call Lake, but considering he's probably halfway to Aruba right now, he won't be much help." "Why—" My voice cracks and I clear my throat. "Why would you call Lake?" Kale smiles at me as he looks up from his phone. He's a Marine sergeant and really knows how to handle himself. I really appreciate it, Kale, I say, running a hand through my hair, but I really need to get to work. And I'm sure it's all gonna blow over in a few hours. It was just one video. Whitney, he says, giving me a serious look. But he pauses with the phone in his hand. No, I interrupt him. I need to go to work. Everything will be fine. I'll sneak out the back. And before he can say anything, I slip into my bedroom and close the door. I just need some normal. I need a half a second to think about all this. About all those people outside, about Kale, about everything. So I change. Slowly. When I walk back out into the living room, Kale has put his clothes back on. That is regretful. My agent just called, Kale says. There's uncertainty in his eyes. He's not sure what to expect from me right now. I suddenly feel like a grenade. Like he thinks I'll go off at any moment. Maybe I will. He wants me to wait here for a while. He's gonna send someone to come pick us up. He doesn't need to worry about me, I say, gathering up my stuff for work. My briefcase with all my research papers that I took home, thinking I was going to work on it this weekend. And then everything, Kale, happened. It's fine, I'm just gonna go to work. Whitney, Kale starts again. There's a sigh in his voice. No, Kale, I say, feeling this ball of panic trying to claw its way up my throat. I need to do this, I'm going to work. I hold his eyes for a long time. There's a war going on behind his own. He wants to argue with me, but I have the feeling that Kale knows how to recognize someone at the brink of falling over the edge. He knows when to not push. "'Kay, I'll walk you out to your car." I'm grateful, but I can't say much of anything right now. We head out the back door, which is really down the fire escape. Thankfully, my truck is parked around the corner of the curb, out of view of all the insanity. I pause, my hand on the handle of the truck. I'll call you at lunch, okay? "'Kay," Kale says. There's a truckload of concern in his eyes, but he's going to give me this. Be careful. I will. And I get in my truck. Kale watches me as I go. When he's out of view, when my apartment and the reporters are out of view of my mirror, I take a deep breath, tell myself to chill out. This will all blow over in a few hours. Something else exciting will happen. Someone else will do something amazing, and all the attention will shift to them. And I can go back to being plain, nerdy, weird Whitney, who goes to work and lives a normal life. Yep. I pull into my usual parking spot at EM, right next to Ming's van, gather my things and climb out. But when I see the front doors, I slow, 'cause there's two people just to the sides of them that I don't recognize, and I know everyone that works here. "Whitney Ford," the woman in the black pencil skirt says excitedly. "I wondered if I could ask you a few questions this morning. The Seattle Journal would love to run a full story on you in that incredible video from last night," another man in a suit says with a blinding smile. I stumble for words. Maybe later. Right now I'm late for work." They start firing off questions, even as I scoot around them carefully, not saying a single word. Carl, the security guy, has to keep them at bay to prevent them from coming inside. "Now look what you've gone and done," Lolita, the woman at the front desk, says as she eyes me. Holy crap, I huff as I walk past her and toward my department. I walk down the hall, and there's Ming, standing in the doorway of our room. "I've been trying to call you all morning," she hisses at me, letting me squeeze past her. "There's your face all over the news, all over online, everywhere, Whitney. And you don't say anything to me? And you did do the dirty with Kale McCain. What are you talking about? I say as I set my things down on my desk. I did not. There certainly was a lack of clothes in the pictures, she accuses. She pulls out her phone and 2 seconds later, flips it around for me to see. There's a picture of me, looking stunned and in super short shorts, and Kale behind me, in all his mostly naked glory, looking ticked as he tries to slam the door closed. We didn't, I breathe. I take the phone from her to get a better look. I swear, holy crap, this is insane. You're everywhere, Whitney, Ming says as she takes her phone back. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, the video of you singing, everyone's talking about you and Kale. There's already whole Tumblr accounts devoted to you and him, speculating if you're gonna be the next big power couple. Oh my gosh, I groan as I sink into my chair. Whitney? The unsure voice pulls my eyes up to the doorway. There stand my parents. Mom, Dad, I say in disbelief as I stand. I don't know why I'm standing, but I do. What is going on? Mom says, her brows furrowed deeply. Why is the news calling me asking all these questions about your musical upbringing and childhood? Why are there news vans racing to your work right now? What is happening? Mom, I can explain, I say, even though I really can't. There were reporters at our house, sweetie, Dad says in that timid voice of his. Even Carson said he's getting calls. I can only imagine how that went. Calls to my completely socially impaired brother who has no idea what's going on. There was this video posted last night, I start, of me singing. Who was that boy? Mom demands, sounding both concerned and annoyed. He looks familiar. Do you have a boyfriend? Because you know how distracting boys can be at your age, and you have your work and school in a few weeks. Mom! I stop her right there, fisting a hand in my already disheveled hair. Kale isn't my boyfriend, he's just... But I don't have an answer to that. The hottest male to ever be born? Ming offers. Super unhelpful. And suddenly there's my boss behind the growing crowd. Lance. What is going on, Miss Ford? He asks. I can't tell if his voice is annoyed or just surprised or what. There's news people swarming the doors, the phone is ringing off the hook, and everyone is demanding to talk to you. Care to explain? I sink back into my chair, feeling tired and completely overwhelmed. My phone starts ringing, and I look down to see Kale's name. So, ignoring everything else, I answer it. I'm sorry, Whit. He starts before I can even say hello. But this isn't gonna blow over, and I don't think it's a good idea for you to stay at work. I think you're right, I say. There's emotion biting at the back of my eyes. I'm grateful Kale allowed me my own chance to see this crazy lifestyle, even if it was just beginning. I wouldn't have believed it otherwise. I still don't. But this is a rude awakening. I've got a security guy to help us out, and we're on our way over right now to pick you up. Calvin said it's probably best if we just lay low until we can figure everything out. Okay? And there's so much support, so much caring in his voice that it makes my eyes well. Okay. My voice cracks just slightly. We'll be there in 2 minutes, he says, his voice calm and reassuring. Be ready to go as soon as we get there. Okay, I say again. Kale says goodbye and hangs up. Everyone looks at me on bated breath. I'm sorry, I say, directing it to Lance, but I think I'm gonna have to miss work today. Maybe for a couple of days. You think? He says, raising one eyebrow. What about your research? Mom asks, practically in a panic. You're going to hurt your entire department by missing days. When are you going to be back? I don't know, Mom, I say, standing and handing all my files over to Ming. She just stares at me with huge eyes, but this is obviously going to take some time to sort out.
It's okay, Monica,
Dad says, placing his hands on Mom's shoulders. He was always good at calming Mom down when she went science crazy.
Just let her get things figured out.
Call when you get a chance, Ming says. I meet her eyes, and she looks nervous for me. Promise, I say, wrapping my arms around her. Her head tucks under my chin. There's a good 7-inch difference in our heights. I've gotta go now. I give my parents quick hugs goodbye. Mom still looks bewildered. Dad looks a bit uncomfortable with it all, but he presses a kiss to my temple. Lance still looks somewhere between annoyed and in awe. I head for the back door, and this weird feeling washes over me. Somehow I know this is the last time I'll be walking the halls of Evergreen Micro. I feel as if I'm about to cross some precipice, out of the old and into the new, scary, bewildering one. Just as I step out the back door, a black car rolls up, and Kale opens the back passenger door. I slip in, pull it closed behind me, and take half a second before I look around me.
You okay?
Kale asks. He looks concerned and worried. Yeah, I say, not sure if I'm still numb or on the brink of a panic attack. He stares at me for an extended moment and finally nods.
Kay. Whit, this is Tony. He works at Sage's company and used to do private security. He's gonna hang out with us for a few days.
I look up to the man sitting in the front passenger seat. He looks over his shoulder back at me. His head is shaved, his nose wide. His eyes are dark and deep. There are a few scars dotting his face. He looks tough and kind of scary, but also warm and gentle at the same time.
Nice to meet you, Miss Ford,
he says. You too, I say, feeling my brain glazing over.
So I called my agent Calvin.
Kale moves on as I relax back into my seat.
And he thinks it's probably best to get away from Seattle for a few days and sort through all the agent offers that are about to come pouring in.
About? I've already got like 8 voicemails from people claiming to be agents in record label companies.
Calvin suggested somewhere not too far away, but secluded enough no one will think to come looking for you there.
What about your brother's ranch? I suggest. Now that we're putting some distance between us and the insanity, my brain is slowly starting to clear. That's pretty secluded. Kale shakes his head.
Everyone who was at the wedding is announcing to the world that they got an entire show on Friday. People will be watching it.
Where then? I say as my eyes shift out the window.
You ever been out to the San Juan Islands?
Kale asks with a smile. I shake my head. Always wanted to make a trip out, but never made it.
I went to Orcas once to do a shoot before I signed with Chirac,
he says as he reaches across and takes my hand in his. My heart skips and jumps at his touch, just like I did when I was in first grade and jumping rope.
It's pretty and really quiet, not too many people. And if you have no ties, no one will think to look for you there.
That sounds as good as anywhere else, I say. Kale rubs a thumb over the back of my hand, and the motion is calming. I lean in a bit closer to him, resting my shoulder against his. Did you know it was going to be like this? I ask him as I look into those dark hazel eyes. Did you know it would be this intense? For just a second, Kale looks regretful.
To be honest, no. I knew things would happen, but I didn't expect this much attention this fast. The world already loves you with just 3 minutes of footage.
I bite my lower lip and just nod. I'm beginning to learn that I'm strong in my own way, like walking up on stage at the wedding. And I'm smart. But this new world of lights and reporters and fame, this is something I never went to school for. This is all Kale. And right now, I know how much I need him. As I look into Kale's eyes, I know nothing about my life is ever going to be the same again. Chapter 5. It takes 2 ferry rides to get there. The first from Mukilteo to Whidbey Island. It's nearly an hour-long drive from one end of the island to the other. But we cross a huge bridge into Anacortes, and then we get to the second ferry. Figuring no one is going to be looking for us here, Kale and I go up to the passenger deck on the second ferry ride. I wear my fedora and a huge pair of sunglasses. Kale wears a Seahawks cap and sports sunglasses. We lean on the railing of the upper deck of the ferry, looking out over the ocean and the hundreds of islands that surround us. Isn't this kind of upending your life right now, too? I ask. You're running away with me and you barely know me. He looks over at me. It's hard to tell what he's thinking behind those shades. I want to come. I like being with you, Whitney Ford. I hope you're not just feeling obligated to take care of me because you set all this in motion, I say. And the statement sends a sinking rock into the pit of my stomach. 'Cause that has to be the reason why he's doing all of this. Guilt is a heavy motivator. Look at how I got talked into singing at his brother's wedding. Kale takes his sunglasses off and looks at me. Wait, you've shown me more of your real self in the past 4 days than I've seen in any of the girls I've dated for months at a time. And I like it. I'm not gonna lie, you're the damn most exciting, fun person I've been around in years. So maybe I'm not ready to say goodbye to that yet. My expression has to be shocked, 'cause that was the last thing I expected him to say. Is that okay with you? He asks. And it doesn't sound annoyed like I'd have thought. It sounds hopeful, and a slow, hesitant smile creeps onto my face. Color rises back into my cheeks. Yeah, I say. That's okay with me. He smiles in return. And in this moment, it feels like the two of us are rising up and up in a hot air balloon. I'll never touch the ground again. Good, because I'm pretty sure I'm never going to get enough of you. My smile grows, and I have to look away from him before I turn into a 4th of July firework. You know, you're not what I would have expected. I meet his eyes shyly again. I'll take that as a compliment, he says as he closes the distance between us and wraps his arms around me. He holds me for the rest of the ferry ride, the two of us making quiet comments about the things happening around us. Those that are going on in this moment, the moment of 2 people being on a ferry in one of the most beautiful places in the world, not the surreal world we just left behind. I am devastated when he has to let me go so we can get back to our car when the ferry arrives at Orcas Island. Calvin has called ahead and found us a place to stay. Apparently he has no problem spending Kale's money. It's a cabin on the way far end of the island. 3 bedrooms, secluded out in the woods. And it overlooks the ocean. When we roll up to it, it feels surreal, like we're stepping into a grim fairy tale. It's so quiet. There's no traffic sounds, no boats honking. Nothing but the soft breeze shifting through the trees above. It's gorgeous, and just what I need right now. Just like a gentleman, Kale grabs my bag and we walk into the cabin, after Tony checks our surroundings out. It's kind of funny. Who the heck would ever look for us out here? He's like a real deal bodyguard. He even wears a suit. He just looks like he's missing an earpiece and a gun. Who knows? Maybe he's got a concealed weapon. And how scary is it that he's here because of me? The entire inside of the house is finished with wood walls, much like a log cabin. A large kitchen is off to the right, a dining area, And just beyond that, a living room with couches that look like they would swallow you in their comfort. It's so cozy, I say with a smile as I notice the fireplace that takes up the majority of one wall. We won't be needing it in the warm late August air, but it's perfect nonetheless. Yeah, not bad, Kale says with a smile as he looks back at me. I can't help but return it. I follow him back down the hall. 3 bedrooms. There's one for Tony. Calvin's arriving in just an hour or two. I'm pretty sure he's not the type to be willing to sleep on the couch. So that just leaves 1 bedroom left. And there's one of me and one of Kale. There's a king bed in the last bedroom that Kale walks into. He sets my bag on it. Apparently he packed one for me. And that's all kinds of surprisingly sweet. And then my brain starts going crazy trying to think of solutions to the shortage of bedrooms. I'll take the couch, Kale says as if he can read my thoughts. You don't have to, I say, shaking my head. Technically, you're the one paying for all of this, so it's only fair you get to sleep on an actual bed. Unless you're cool with me sleeping in the bed with you, there's no way I'm letting you sleep on the couch, he says with a shake of his head and that lopsided smile. I'm not that much of a jerk. These things he keeps saying turn me all mushy, and I'm pretty sure my body is going to do something my brain might try to overthink when we hear the door open and the sound of 1,000 grocery bags land somewhere. I promise I'm not breaking and entering, a female voice calls out. Kale and I poke our heads out to see a plump, younger woman with brown hair braided over her shoulder, putting groceries and other bags down on the kitchen counter. Calvin, whoever he is, called me and asked me to feed you guys for the next few days. He also asked me to pick up some clothes for you and the scary-looking guy outside. Not too many options here on the island, so I hope what I got works. Thanks, Kale says. And I notice he stands just slightly in front of me, like he's maybe protecting me. Seriously? I'm Jamie Hayes, by the way, she says with a smile as she starts putting food away and sorting everything. That Calvin guy said I'm not allowed to ask your names, which seems super fishy, but I'm just gonna assume you two are some kind of celebrity couple on vacation and don't want news leaking out. Kale and I look at each other and we chuckle. Guess we should have assumed people would think we were together, I say with a blush, which I keep doing every 2 seconds these days. You wearing your underwear in that picture they got. Are you embarrassed of me or something? Kale asks in mock offense. I mean, is the idea of the world thinking we could be together offensive? Shut up, I say with a roll of my eyes and a shake of my head. Don't even try to act like that. Jamie laughs. You two are adorable together, so figure out your status because the two of you are driving me crazy with all your chemistry. Once again, we both laugh. Come on, Kale says, taking my hand dramatically. Let's go check out that beach. Like a couple of lovers on a honeymoon, we walk down to the beach. A little trail cuts through the trees and underbrush, and suddenly, we pop out on a sandy, rocky beach. The sun shines brightly, the air is warm, and for the first time since I woke up this morning, I feel as if I can breathe. I drop Kale's hand, walk out into the edge of the water, shoes and all. I close my eyes, spread my arms, and spin. For a long time I've imagined my big break. I imagine what it would be like to be famous and to have fans and for my songs to be known. And it terrified me. But it was still something I wanted. Now that it's coming, maybe it's just not what I expected. It's scary. But when I open my eyes, it's all been worth it. 'Cause there's Kale, and here's me. And he's so much more than in my fantasies. Because in those, he was just a hot bod and a famous name. Here he is smiling at me, taking care of me, and saying all these things I never would have expected. You're so different, Whitney, he says, his voice serious. Thanks for erupting into my life. I needed you. I smile at him as I walk toward him. Thanks for putting a little adventure in mine. I take his hands and we both settle onto the sand. Kale lays his head on my thigh, and it could just about kill me. Tell me something about yourself, he says as he looks up at me. Something you don't normally talk about. Like what? I ask. With unsure, slightly shaking hands, I reach up and run my fingers through his hair. He must like it, 'cause his eyes slide closed. I don't know, he says with a shrug of his shoulders. Anything. It takes me a moment to come up with something. Something real, because that seems to be what he wants. When I was in 5th grade, I hit my first growth spurt. I start. This was before I started doing homeschool. I was 5'6" by the end of the school year, a good half a foot taller than most of the boys in our class. For a while I was excited, 'cause I was taller than everyone else and that seemed awesome. And then the teasing came. And I just kept growing over the summer. I went to the first day of 6th grade, and by then I was 5'7". Some boy made fun of me. My parents had already been begging me to do private tutoring so I could speed school up. After that, it didn't take much convincing. I switched out then. By the time I was 14, I was as tall as I am now. Trust me, not even being a freshman and being nearly 5'10" was pretty awful. Are you really 5'10"? Kale asks, looking up at me with a smile. I nod. That's as tall as I am. I didn't even notice. Trust me, I have, I say with an uncomfortable smile. So, always being tall has meant that I never, ever wear heels, because no one wants to dance with a giant. You shouldn't be ashamed of being tall, Kale says with sincerity. In my world, girls will kill for your height and these legs. He actually pats my thigh. The one he's not laying on? And all those kids who made fun of you were idiots. I want to see you wear some super tall heels soon. I bite my lower lip to try and hold back my smile. You keep talking about these future events, like you're planning to see more of me once all this blows over. Kale rolls, propping himself up on his elbow. His face is close enough I can feel his breath on my chest. I told you, I don't think I'll ever get enough of you. Being with you these past few days, it's just been a breath of fresh air. And maybe he would have kissed me. But right then, Jamie calls from the deck. Lunch is ready! Calvin arrives soon after we finish lunch. He's an all-businessman that is way too good-looking for his own humility. I can't believe he doesn't model himself. Who knows, maybe he did once upon a time. But he sits at the table with Kale and I. I hand over my phone, and one by one, we all listen to the messages on my phone from agents, management companies, and record labels. I haven't checked my phone since this morning, so there's a whole new slew of them. And as we list every one of them on Calvin's tablet, I realize that holy freaking stars, this is real. If I want this, it's right here. Think you should let me do some research for a few hours and check some of these people out, Calvin says as he looks up at me. And then let's make some calls this evening. These people want you badly enough, they'll fly out tomorrow to come meet with you. How do you feel about that? Kale asks. I'm trying really hard not to gloss it all over. It threatens to wash over me like a wave and drag me down under. That sounds good. Thank you for your help with this. Not a problem, he says in all seriousness. That video Kale posted was perfect publicity for Sherrock, so they're happy to support the both of you in any way right now. They would, however, like to see you wearing their clothing in your first music video. Music video? I breathe as I sit back in my chair, blown over. Holy Hannah. How are your dancing skills? Kale asks playfully. Non-existent, I laugh at myself. I'm awful. Just remember what I said. He raises an eyebrow. Own it. Lots of people out there can't dance.
they see this girl who can't either, but is okay with that, they'll love you. He's right, Calvin says without looking up from the list he's working on. Everyone's already talking about every klutzy move you made at Lake's wedding the other night. You're already being called America's every girl's sweetheart. Wow. Was the wedding really only a few nights back? It feels like it was months ago. And, always surprising me, Kale takes my hand and pulls it up to his lips to press a kiss there. The air is thick and tense, and keeps me on edge as the night progresses. Calvin sat at the table for 2 hours, click-clacking away on his tablet, mumbling to himself, taking notes. He then goes over his top 5 candidates for management and agents to me. And it doesn't mean much to me, so I agree to whoever he feels would be a good fit. And then he calls. I sit on the couch cross-legged. Kale sits next to me. Every once in a while he reaches over and takes my hand in his, or he rubs my back. He doesn't say much, but he's so much more there, and so much more supportive than I ever could have anticipated. That was the last one, Calvin says at 9:30 that night. All 5 of them have agreed to fly out here tomorrow. You'll have meetings with each of them. First one starts at noon and we'll keep moving through them throughout the day. Thank you, I say, trying to smile like I'm excited. And I am, but it's a nervous, like I might be sick kind of smile. No problem, he says as he turns off the tablet and stands. Now I'm gonna head to bed since jet lag is a bitch. I'm still on New York time. Night. Night, Kale and I call at the same time. Tony walks out of his bedroom the same time Calvin goes into his. Miss Ford, Mr. McCain, he says with a tip of his head as he walks past us and out onto the porch. He's been napping for the past few hours, so he can stay up all night to keep watch. He takes his job very seriously, I observe as he closes the front door behind him.
I'll say. Finally, I relax back into the couch, and into Kale, since apparently his arm was along the back of the couch when I leaned back. I'm about to climb away, but Kale just pulls me in tighter to his side. Taking advantage of the excuse to be touching him, I rest my head on his chest. Everything in me flutters and sparkles. As crazy as the past few days have been, I say quietly, Kale wraps his other arm around me, holding me tighter. They've also been really amazing. He shifts his head, so his lips are pressing into the top of my head.
Yeah, they have been.
But as I think back to the night of the wedding, to when I met his sister and she said that maybe he'd be back home that night, and how he won't be back home tonight, something sinks inside of me. To me, being here with him means something huge. I haven't even dated a guy in over a year, much less run away with him to a remote island. But to Kale, this is probably just another weekend with another girl. Kale and I, we live very different lives.
What's wrong?
He says quietly. How can he always read my thoughts? Does this mean anything to you? I ask. I hate to do it, but I also can't hold it in. Because if I let this continue, I fear I may leave this little island with a broken heart. I don't want to be another notch in your belt. Kale pulls away from me slightly and looks in my face. There's a bit of hurt there, but also this look that tells me I'm not the only person who's assumed something like this.
Look, he says, I know I've gained a reputation as the kind to run around, but you have to remember that you can't believe everything the press tells you. Yes, I do always find someone to keep myself occupied with, but something you should know about me, I'm terrified of being alone. I hate it. I need to be around people. And just because I find myself in the company of women most days does not mean I'm having sex with them.
Whoa. That is way more than what I was asking for. But that honesty?
It's not like the press makes it out to seem. I can count the number of women I've slept with on one hand,
he says. his eyes pleading with me to believe him. And that last statement? It's a shocker.
I believe you can tell quickly if things are right between two people. That you can almost always tell right away if they're worth spending time with or not. So if I can tell that I'm not going to want to spend the next year, 2, 10, forever with a woman, why would I ever waste my time with more than an evening? Or a few hours?
Emotion stings the back of my eyes. And I'm not sure if I'm intimidated, scared, happy, or what. This is all so much. And all such a relief to hear.
That's what I'm telling you, Wit,
he says, his eyes intense. His arms tighten around me once more.
Within 60 seconds of meeting you, I knew I was going to need more.
How? I whisper. My voice sounds strained. There's a lump in my throat. You're you, and I'm just...
Stop doing that,
he says, and his brow furrows.
Stop cutting yourself down. You're something incredible, and everyone can see it. So just be Whitney. Because so far it blows me off my feet every minute I'm with you.
I lean in close. I can smell him, musky and heady. My eyes lock on his lips. My left hand reaches up, and hesitantly I place it on his right cheek. There's a change that happens in Kale's eyes. They're serious and hungry, but they're also deep. I want you to kiss me, I admit, still staring at his lips. But if you want to too, can we take it slow?
Yeah,
he says, the smallest of smiles crossing his lips. There's relief in it, and anticipation.
That sounds about damn perfect, Angel.
Every hormone inside of my body is begging me to rush forward and take him with vengeance, despite what I just said. But I hold back and let Kale take the lead. One of his hands slips around to my back, pulling me just slightly closer. Gentle, inviting, his other hand comes up to my jawline, just barely brushing my skin, and I lean in, my eyes sliding closed as everything in me goes haywire and fuzzy with pink glitter clouds. I feel his breath on my lips, and then his lips are on mine. They're gentle and quiet. We float there for just a minute, breathing each other in and out. We're still getting to know each other, and we're not ready to consume one another just yet. But the past 4 days have brought out unexpected things in each other. Things no one else would have brought out in the other. Needing to be closer in a heart and soul kind of way, I twist my body around, swinging one of my legs over both of his. I settle into his lap, and he places a hand on both of my hips. It was a risky move. It could have been an invitation for him to take things so much further, my legs spread over him. But he doesn't do more than hold my sides warmly. His lips press against mine, one little soft kiss, then another. There's something surprisingly peaceful about kissing Kale. There are the million fireworks going off in my lower belly, but there's also a calmness inside of me. I can't explain it more than describing it as being washed in honey and thrown up onto a cloud, in a non-sticky, gross kind of way.
Do you want to come to New York with me on Thursday?
Kale whispers against my lips. Really? I ask. My lips never leave his. My hands simply come up the back of his neck, mostly so he can't try to get away.
Yeah,
he chuckles into my mouth. It's an amazing sensation.
You want to come?
The grin that grows on my face is ridiculous. First you whisk me away to a secluded cabin, and then you invite me to the other side of the continent. You know how to whisk a woman off her feet, Kale McCain.
The thought of being away for a week is killing me,
he tells me as I back away to look down into his face. I want his cheeks, feeling as if I'm probably glowing. I'd love that, I say. I've never been to the East Coast, but
we'll see how your meetings go tomorrow,
he says regretfully.
I have a feeling they'll want to whisk you away to Los Angeles right away to meet with record labels.
And as much as I've wanted that for so long, I almost hope it doesn't happen. Who knows how long that'll take? And how long that would keep me away from Kale? All it takes is a boy to derail my dreams. Even if he is the boy who set my dreams in motion. He is the boy of my dreams, after all. Stay with me tonight? I ask. My eyes search his, looking and hoping for acceptance, for him to want me as badly as I want him. He doesn't answer. He simply pulls my lips back to his. Chapter 6. I roll over, flopping my arm over something warm and hard. My hand hits something even harder, sending out a sonorous ring. I open my eyes in confusion. My arm is across Kale's bare chest, and my hand just hit my guitar. Kale squints an eye open, peering at me. A contented smile crosses his lips, and he hugs me tight to him.
Good morning,
he mumbles as his eyes slide closed again. Morning, I reply. We're tangled in a pile of blankets and pillows on the floor. We had the strangest non-makeout session of my life. There was endless kissing, but it was just that. Deep and soulful and life-changing. And then Kale asked me to sing for him. So I pulled out my guitar and played him a few of my original songs. He then asked me to make up a new one for him. I'd panicked for a moment, the pressure being on the spot. But then I remembered what he'd said to me at the wedding. That he already thought I was amazing, so I could not worry about it and just do my thing. It's rough and not complete, but I came up with something short. Angel on Your Shoulder is what I started calling it last night. Kale seemed to like it. He'd kiss my soul to pieces afterward, and then we'd fallen asleep in each other's arms. How'd you sleep? I ask, pulling back to the current morning.
Great,
he says, and I can hear the smile on his face.
Until I was woken up by this high-pitched squeak at 4 a.m.
What? I ask in confusion, and he says nothing, just laughs, while I figure out what he's talking about. Oh my gosh, I say in horror as I jump away from him. I turn my face away because I know that I am beet red. No way, that could not have happened or I will die. Kale keeps up the humiliating laughter. I hear him shift, and then he presses a kiss to my bare shoulder.
Seriously, it was funny and somehow kinda cute. Never heard a fart like that before.
Holy crab apples, I say, standing up, unable to get away from him fast enough. Just stop, okay? And please hand me one of those pillows so I can suffocate myself now.
Wait,
Kale laughs again.
Seriously, don't freak out about it. Here, let me make you feel better.
And with that, he lets one rip. Kale! I screech as I cover my nose and run out of the room for the bathroom. You're disgusting. I slam the door behind me and break down in laughter. I hear him still laughing out in the living room. What the hell just happened? And how do I take it all back? Already set to wash the events of this very short day away, I climb into the shower. I wash my hair, scrub myself down, spend far too much time in here because eventually the hot water runs out. I can't avoid Kale and the embarrassment of what just happened all day though, so finally I shut the water off. The sound of music trickles into the bathroom. Way too loud considering Calvin is probably still sleeping. When I slide back the shower curtain, I find the door to the bathroom cracked, and realize that I forgot to lock the door behind me. Frantically, I search for a towel, only to realize that it's disappeared. Kale! I yell in frustration. What did you do with my towel? After giving me a heart attack, his face appears in the crack of the door. Kale! I scream as I grab the shower curtain and yank it in front of me, but not before he has a chance to take it all in. What are you doing? Mischievousness floods into his eyes, and he opens the door just enough to dangle the towel before him.
You can only have it back if you promise not to be embarrassed in front of me anymore.
What? I screech. I'm horrified that the shower curtain is only one of those ghostly white ones, and he can still very much see my naked silhouette. Just give me the stupid towel.
Nope,
He says as he shakes his head.
not until you can wipe embarrassment from your emotional abilities. It's just me, Wit, and you're just you, no regrets about it.
I am so gonna kill you, I say with an annoyed chuckle.
Fine, so long as you're not going to be embarrassed doing it,
he says as he raises a freaking eyebrow at me. Kale, I growl.
Whitney.
He echoes back to me with a smug look. Fine, I say, my expression growing serious and annoyed. You want a lack of embarrassment? Here you go. And then I fling back the shower curtain, spring from the shower tub, and bust an offbeat move to the music playing. Right there, in the bathroom, totally naked. No embarrassment, Kale, I yell, even as every last inch of me turns blush red.
Holy shit!
He laughs in a stutter. His eyes grow wide and his face flushes hard. He drops the towel on the floor and slams the door.
Holy...
I hear him laughing.
Way to go, balls out, Wit!
And realizing what I've just done, I clamp a hand over my mouth to keep in the laugh, scream, squeal that's climbing up my throat. What in the almighty world of Homo sapiens did I just do?
That's a cute birthmark on your hip, by the way,
Kale says through the door.
Kinda looks like a bird.
Too shocked to say anything, I grab the towel from the floor and wrap it around myself. A good 30 seconds of silence stretches on. Because what did I just do?
Whitney?
Kale calls, his voice more gentle now.
You okay?
So, being brave once again, I open the door and step out. He stands just outside, still in only a pair of sweats. He's got this sheepish look on his face, and he's trying really hard not to smile. I just shake my head and step forward into the arms he's holding open for me.
That was really awesome,
he says. There's traces of laughter there, but he's also serious.
I don't want you to always be embarrassed in front of me. I just want you to be you. All of you, all the time. Okay?
I bury my face into his chest, still not ready to look him in the face. Okay.
I don't quite believe that okay,
he teases, jabbing a finger into my side and tickling me. Okay! I scream, jumping away from him. Okay! And with that, I turn away from him, drop my towel, and head for the bedroom to go get dressed. I look over my shoulder at him just once before I disappear behind the door. His eyes are wide, his mouth open just slightly, but there's a hunger in those eyes, and it's there for awkward, quirky, little old me. Chapter 7.
I swear I can get you a 7-figure advance if you sign with me,
the man says as he walks toward the front door.
If you want to be the next big thing, give me a call tonight. Thank you, Mr. Rondo,
Calvin says as he opens the door for him. He waves goodbye and closes it behind him. I look out the window and see Tony follow him out to his car.
That's the last one.
I collapse back into the couch with a huff. My brain is spinning with all the promises that have been made in the last hour. All the numbers people were throwing at me. All the labels everyone has said they've already got guaranteed deals with.
So?
Kale asks from the table. He's got an entire gallon of orange juice sitting in front of him. He's already downed half of it today, and it's only 7 in the evening. I don't even know how to process all that, I answer honestly, but I can guarantee I can't work with Mr. Ondo or Mrs. Shanka. They'll eat me alive.
At least that narrows it down to 3 candidates.
Calvin says as he looks back down at his tablet.
I think you should go with Ron Tayson. Every one of his current clients has had a top 10 hit. He's experienced and aggressive.
Yeah, I say as I rest my elbows on my knees and rub under my eyes. I have a headache.
Go with your gut,
Kale says after another swig of OJ.
Trust your instincts. They'll almost always be right.
My gut is confused, I say as I stand from the couch and go to the fridge. Jamie the cook left us a ton of leftovers, and I'm suddenly ravenously hungry. I pull out a box of ham-fried rice and put it in the microwave. This is also overwhelming, I text Ming. So far, I haven't gotten good enough reception to actually call her, so we've been texting back and forth.
Meeting's over? She responds back.
Yeah, I actually have to make a decision now.
It's easy. You just go with whoever's hottest.
I chuckle and shake my head. That's so Ming. She'll say the most inappropriate things, so long as it's not in front of a real live male. But as the night progresses, as Kale, Calvin, and I watch some movie from the late 90s that was sitting on a shelf, I know exactly who my gut is telling me to go with. I want Hadley, I say when the movie is just about over.
Miss Hart?
Calvin asks as he looks over at me with disbelief. Yep, I say with a nod, and something settles into me. It feels right. It feels comfortable. She's the one.
She's also by far and wide the most inexperienced,
Calvin says as Kale pauses the movie.
She's a baby in the music industry.
That's why I want her, I say as I cross my legs up on the couch. We'll watch out for each other. We'll figure this out together. And if she's still just getting her legs under her too, she's not going to be as eager to screw me over. She's got a lot riding on this too.
You sure?
Calvin asks. Even as he does, he stands and walks over to his tablet on the table. Yeah, I say as I look over at Kale. There's support there, written all over his face, but also sadness, 'cause he knows what this means. I won't be going to New York with him.
I think you made the right decision,
he says, though, without a doubt in his voice. It all happens in an incredible rush and hurry. Calvin calls Hadley that night. In the morning, she comes to the cabin and we immediately hit it off. She very simply explains what I can expect to happen over the next 4 weeks. She doesn't pressure me to sign any paperwork right away, but she does give it to me to look over. She immediately books me a flight for this evening, arranges accommodations for me in Los Angeles, and then Kale and I pack. It's depressing. I keep looking over at him as I stuff my things into my bag. He's somber. He's serious. Something he almost never is. Leaving my leggings hanging half out of the bag, I turn to him and grab his arms until he's facing me. What's on your mind? I ask, meeting him eye for eye. They're sad and heavy. What's going on behind those serious eyes? He bites the inside of his cheek, and his eyes dart away from mine, searching the room for answers.
I don't want to go. I'm not ready for you to go.
I know how you feel, I say quietly. Feels really scary for me, too. Finally, he looks back down at me and something in his eyes softens.
Look, I know it's only been like 6 days since we met, but hell, I don't know how to say what I want to say.
It's okay, I say as I brush his hair back. It's a mess right now. Something I'm pretty sure no one but me has ever seen it as. It doesn't have to sound perfect. He reaches up and cups his hand around my jaw. He runs his thumb over my cheek.
I know what distance does to people, but I don't want this to even begin to fall apart before it begins. I want you, Whitney. I want you, and I want you to want me.
Something stings at the back of my eyes, but it's good. I do want you. Every bit of you.
Then let's be together,
he says with a breathy, once only laugh and a smile.
I want you to be mine, just mine. No other guy's allowed to touch you. You get to bitch slap any other girl who looks at me mine. And I don't mean in the super possessive creepy way, just be with me, Wit.
A crazy smile breaks across my face, and I press my lips to his just once. Only if you're mine.
Without a doubt in me,
He says as he looks at me with dancing fire in his eyes. I smile and squeeze him tight to me.
Okay, so I have to be in New York for 1 week,
He says. He talks quickly and with excitement. It only takes a second for his mood to whiplash.
I have 3 shoots, and then Calvin says I've got like 2 months before I have to be in Paris for some show. So as soon as I'm done in New York, I'll fly out to LA, and then we've got lots of time. How does that sound?
It sounds perfect, I respond as I press my forehead to his. And that's the truth. In all the unreality of the past 2 days, I forgot about real life. I have exactly 20 minutes to collect what I want to bring with me from my apartment to LA. I fly around my room, gathering things, hoping I won't forget anything important. Kale doesn't even bother going back to Sage and Julian's. Apparently, he almost always stays with them when he comes back from New York, which I've learned he's only around for maybe a month combined throughout the entire year. It starts hitting me how hard this is going to be, for us to be together. If my life really does go the way it's looking like it will, and Kale keeps working like he does. But somehow we'll make it work. We will. First, before we go our separate ways, I have to deal with some real life things. My parents. Turn left here, I tell the driver. That building there, yep, this one. He pulls up to the curb and Kale hops out, followed immediately by me. I look up to the 5th floor where I know I'll find them. I'm really nervous, I say aloud, not really meaning to.
Would they really not support you in this?
Kale asks. His brows furrowed when he looks at me. He slips his fingers through mine, squeezing tight. I shrug. It's not really that. I mean, I know they love me and want me to be happy, but this isn't a particularly logical direction. My parents are just
concerned for you,
Kale says, pulling me close and wrapping his free arm around my shoulders.
I'm sure they'll see how badly you want this and they'll be happy for you.
I hope so, I say into his shoulder.
We only have 10 minutes here,
Tony reminds us. He's standing just to the side of the car, watching the crowds. "'Kay," I say, taking a deep breath and fixing my eyes on the doors. We ride the elevator up in silence. Kale keeps looking over at me, concern rolling off of him, but he doesn't say anything. He also never lets go of my hand. We get off on the 5th floor and walk down the hall to apartment 5E. The same apartment I grew up and lived in since I was 9 years old. For half a second, I have this ridiculous urge to knock on the door. Already, I feel like an outsider to my scientific family, and I haven't even told them what I'm going to do. I open the door and we step inside. They both must have just gotten home from work, because Mom is bustling about making coffee, and Dad is sitting at the table looking over his papers. This is how it's always been, as long as I can remember.
Whitney,
Dad says when he sees us. His eyes pause on Kale for a long moment.
We weren't expecting you today. Is everything okay?
In that statement, it makes me feel like I'm not welcome. Like there must be something wrong for me to come home. Yeah, I say, my voice breathy and nervous. Everything is great. Who's this, honey? Mom asks as she crosses the kitchen, her hand extended. Kale shakes it. No, Wade, you're the boy from that video of Whitney, right? This is Kale, I say, looking over at him. It's hard to tell what he thinks of my family. My boyfriend. Boyfriend? Mom asks, one eyebrow rising. Well, that's not a word we've heard come from Whitney more than once.
Well, I'm honored to hold the title.
Kale says, and I'm pretty sure I detect a hint of a hard edge in his voice.
It's nice to meet you both.
My eyes flick to the clock on the wall above the kitchen sink. We only have 5 minutes left. I need to talk to you both, I say in a rush. You might want to sit down, Mom. Her face instantly blanches. You can't be pregnant. I've never heard of this boy until last week, and I know there haven't been any others. Mom! I shriek in horror. Kale's jaw drops. No, I'm not pregnant. Oh, thank heavens, she says dramatically, slumping back in the armchair. Having a baby would have totally derailed your next few semesters. I shake my head, feeling my blood rise in temperature.
Settle down, Monica,
Dad says, giving Mom a look.
Let the girl talk.
I'm sorry, Mom says, and it's hard to tell if she actually feels sorry or not. Go on. Thank you, I say, feeling annoyed. I should just leave with no explanation. You've seen all the attention our video got over the last few days. Well, it also got attention from music labels and management companies. I just signed with a manager and we're headed down to LA right now to sign a contract.
What do you mean by contract?
Dad asks as he takes off his glasses.
She means a deal with a music company to record an album,
Kale says. He squeezes my hand, giving me support.
Whitney is gonna be famous.
I don't understand, Mom says as she closes her eyes and shakes her head. How are you going to keep working at EM if you're going to be stuck down in Los Angeles for who knows how long? When will you be back? My eyes fall away from them because I feel it rising up in me. Guilt. That I'm letting my parents down. That I'm derailing our plans that we've had in place since I was in diapers. Kale rubs a thumb over the back of my hand, and I look up at him. There's so much support in his eyes, so much confidence. It's still a wonder to me how he came to be in my life and how, in such a short span of time, he's come to mean so much. I called Lance this morning and told him I couldn't keep working at EM. I say as I look back over at my parents. And I don't know when I'll be back. If things go well, it might not be for a long while. Kale's phone starts ringing. He looks down at it and I see Calvin's name on the screen. 1 second later, my own starts ringing and it's Hadley. But what about your real life? Mom says. What if this fantasy doesn't work out? What if all their promises mean nothing and you go back to just being Whitney and life goes back to normal? What will you do then? My teeth clench tightly, and I take 2 quick breaths in and out through my nose. My eyes narrow at Mom. Then I'll be extremely grateful that I got as far as I did. Most people don't get that opportunity. We have to go now. I stand, pulling Kale up with me, never letting go of his hand. We both have a plane to catch. Kale looks dazed and out of sorts as we cross back to the door. I open it, and Kale steps out. I pause, looking back at them. I can do this, I say, giving a small nod. I know I can. Someday you'll see it. I sniff when the back of my eyes sting. I love you both. And before any other words can be said, I close the door behind me.
You did good,
Kale says as we walk back to the elevator.
They'll see it someday. It's just too new and fresh right now. Give them some time.
Yeah, I say as I discreetly wipe at a stray tear. Kale pulls our hands up and presses a kiss to the back of my hand. We get back to the ground level and climb back into the car. Suddenly, I'm exhausted. I relax into Kale's side as the driver pulls back onto the road.
Sounds like Hadley'll have an apartment arranged for you pretty quick once you get settled in LA,
Kale says. His mood is instantly back up, excited and confident. I'm positive that he's trying to pick my mood up. He talks enthusiastically, like he's not worried about the distance or the work or the time, and I try to mirror his excitement.
So either I can get a place close by, or
you can just stay with me? I suggest shyly. I still want to take things slow, but this weekend was really incredible.
I was hoping you'd say that, Angel,
He says with a smile. He leans forward and presses a soft kiss to my lips, and writes everything once again. All too quickly, we pull up at the airport. Tony will be traveling with me and Hadley. I don't even have money yet or anything, and I've already got a manager and a security man in my employ. It's a surreal and panicking feeling. So, with hats and glasses on, Kale and I, and the whole entourage head into the airport. Kale gets more than a few glances in his direction. He's recognizable, even in his sunglasses, since he models in them frequently. Heads perk up, whispers spread. Twice women come up to him asking for autographs, which he quietly gives them. But always he comes back to hold my hand. I see eyes lock on my face as well. They whisper, but thankfully everyone keeps their distance. We're taken through a separate security check. Individual TSA workers take our bags. And in the blink of an eye, it's time. Kale and I are taking off from separate terminals, and both our flights leave in less than 20 minutes. He meets my eyes when I step in front of him. He wraps his arms around my waist, and my arms loop behind his neck.
It's only 7 days,
he says. And the way he says it, it sounds like he's trying to reassure himself.
I'll see you at your new place exactly a week from today.
You'd better show up, I say. I try to make it sound light, like a joke. But there's a very real part of me that's scared of the fact that anything can happen in 7 days. The 7 days we'll be apart is longer than the 6 days we've been together. He could change his mind, or forget about me, or remember that he's used to glamorous girls who are far more up to his level than I am.
That's not funny,
he says to my surprise, and he actually looks upset.
You better answer all of my calls. I expect at least 4 a day.
At this, he does chuckle. I promise, I whisper. He leans in, and our lips connect like magnets that were made to polarize to one another. Whitney, Hadley says from behind me, it's time to go.
We're gonna miss our flight if you don't get moving,
Calvin says with impatience, and regretfully we break apart. Call me when you land, I say as I look over my shoulder.
The very second,
Kale calls as he walks backward in the opposite direction. I hold his eyes until I round the corner, and he disappears for the next 7 days. Chapter 8. 1, 2, skip a few, 99 rocket speed. That's about what it feels like. We land, drive to meetings even though it's 6 in the evening. Kale calls just before I have to step into our first one, giving us 30 seconds to talk. A bidding war starts. Hadley may look innocent and inexperienced, but she's a bulldog in the conference room. The numbers that are rocketing out of everyone's mouths are making my head spin. They don't seem real. The tours and the promo photo shoots and everything can't possibly be attached to the name Whitney Ford. But they are. And this is happening. By the end of the day, I'm exhausted. Someone drives Tony, me, and Hadley to an apartment not far away. It's gorgeous and bright and comfortable. It doesn't feel like mine, though. With only one bag that contains all of my things, how could it ever feel like my place? Suddenly, I feel kind of homeless. Where am I going to live? What is to come? Will I get to go home to Seattle? Or will I live the rest of my life in this crazy, smog-riddled city with 10 million people and no trees? The next morning, Hadley brings me coffee to the apartment. We go over contract offers, numbers. I'm smart, so yeah, I can process them all, but I can't believe them. Together, we pick the best label, at least the one we think will be the best fit for me. It's not the highest offer, but Veronica, the PR person they are assigning me, seems great. She's already got a photo shoot set up and a line of shows in 2 months they're ready to schedule. Like I said, rocket speed. The following morning, Hadley and I signed the papers, contracting me to the huge label Elysium Tracks. I know every one of their artists, and my heart breaks into a sprint, 'cause on Monday, we'll meet about the track list and start figuring out my backup instrumentation. Not so bad, right? Hadley says as we walk to the elevator, Tony leading the way. No, I guess not, I say as we step into it and Tony pushes the button for the ground floor. I have to say I'm glad to have you in my corner. I might not look like much, Hadley says with a smile, but I've got plenty of fight in me. I chuckle. I'm pretty sure Tony does too, I say as I bump him with my shoulder. He smiles down at me, and I'm surprised at the warmth in his eyes. Thanks for upending your life and coming down with us, I say to him. Bet last week you never would have thought you'd be in LA.
Believe me, this is far better than walking the dark halls of digit securities every night,
he says in that crazy deep rumbly voice of his. The elevator lets us out into the lobby, and the second we open the doors to step outside, I'm blinded by flashing lights. Miss Ford! Everyone yells, begging for my attention. Microphones and recording devices are pushed into my face. Is it true you signed with Elysium? Are you and world-famous model Kale McCain an exclusive couple? What do you have to say about that picture he posted today? What? I say, trying to shield my eyes from the crazy flashes of the paparazzi and reporters. What picture? Don't say anything, Hadley hisses as Tony bulldozes his way through the crowd, and we dart to the car as the crowd presses in and keeps firing off questions. Do you expect the two of you to be the next big celebrity couple? Another question assaults my ears as someone hits me in the cheek with their recorder. Is Whale gonna be gracing the covers of all the magazines? Are you concerned about the distance and demands of your careers? My eyes are wide and I probably look like a spooked puppy as we finally duck into the car and Tony slams the door behind us. He climbs into the passenger seat and our hired driver takes off, swerving to avoid the crowd. The second I take a deep breath, my phone starts ringing. Kale? I breathe as I watch men and women with cameras chase after us.
Whit, I am so sorry.
Kale suddenly starts talking really fast on the other line.
I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I just missed you and I forget that people are crazy and don't want to respect the fact that we're actual human beings.
What are you talking about? And what were they saying about some picture? But just then Hadley hands me her phone. There on her screen is a picture the two of us took together that night at the cabin. Our faces are close, Kale's lips lightly on my temple. Below the picture is a caption. Miss this girl like you wouldn't believe. That's sweet, I say as a smile crosses my lips. And seeing his face, seeing us together, it makes a sharp ache form in my chest. But holy aftermath.
I know, he says. I'm sorry. I'm watching TMZ and there's already pictures of you popping up. And they're replaying that video I made of you that night over and over. The media is going nuts.
This isn't a bad thing, Hadley says as she starts scrolling through her phone. Everyone is talking about you. Hashtag Who is Whitney Ford is trending right now. So is Kale and Wit, and Whale. Really, Whale? Not the nicest sounding celeb mashup name.
Calvin is on the other line,
Kale says through my phone.
He's probably going nuts right now. I breathed without his permission.
I take a deep breath of my own and lean back in my seat. Is it always going to be like this for us, Kale? I ask quietly. He takes a second to respond, like he's trying to make sure he words this very carefully.
I hate to say it, but probably,
he finally says.
Do you regret it?
And that yank in my heart, the one when I hear how scared he is to ask that question, that serves as all the answer I need. No, not 1 second of it.
Good,
I can hear the smile in his voice.
'cause I miss your face like hell and I can't wait to see you in a few days.
Me too, I say as a grin spreads on my face.
Crap,
He hisses.
that's Calvin again. I've got to deal with him. I'll call you tonight?
You better. And then he's gone. Welcome to the world of being a celebrity couple, Hadley says. Way to break into Hollywood with a bang. I can't help it. I watch all the celebrity news channels that night. There's a whole slew of pictures of Kale. There's a handful of me. All the ones that they pulled from my infrequently used social media profiles. There's that picture they managed to snap at my apartment in Seattle. The one of him in his underwear, mad behind me. The picture he posted of the two of us today. And the video. They play it over and over. They talk about me, how I'm an unknown, how I was a wedding singer, even though that's not really true, it was a one-time thing. They've dug up my bachelor's degree and how I got it at 18, how I'm almost done with my master's, how I'm a scientist. Who is this girl? They're all saying. Then there's Kale. They talk about his insane career. They talk about him always being with women. How he dated Angelique Harris for 5 months. How he's the bomb diggity. And they talk about how we just met. How fast this happened. They speculate that we must have known each other from before. 'Cause how could this gain so much serious traction if we just met? My phone rings and I answer it absent-mindedly.
Are you watching all this?
Kale's voice comes through the other line. It's kind of hard not to, I say as I turn the volume on the TV down, but it's also kind of like watching a train wreck.
Ouch,
He says with a laugh. No, I say, shaking my head even though he can't see it. That's not what I meant,
I know.
he says, and I hear him shift, like he's standing. I hear a door open and there's the faint sound of a breeze. I imagine him standing out on his balcony, looking down over his city. I go out onto my own balcony. I'm on the 21st story, so I'm not too worried about getting recognized from this high up. But knowing we're both doing the same thing, looking down over our cities, I don't feel like he's quite as far away.
I saw the news about Elysium Tracks today. Congratulations.
Thanks, I smile.
So, what do you have going on the next few days?
He asks. There's sadness in his voice. This distance is killer. We have meetings tomorrow, I start. I don't really want to talk about work, crazy as it is that it's work now, but I don't want to talk about how bad my heart aches right now either. I'll talk with producers, meet with some backup musicians, all that stuff, I guess. Then we'll start playing with the instrumentation for the songs over the next few days. They're hoping that we can start recording the actual album a week from Monday.
Man, they're not wasting any time, are they?
He asks. It's crazy, I say with a chuckle. I watch people on the streets below, and it's bizarre to think that just a week and a half ago, I had a life as normal as them. How's your week gone?
Good.
He says, like everything he does is normal.
We just finished the new underwear shoot today.
Wish I had been there for that, I say, trying to sound confident, not awkward and out of place saying something so presumptuous.
I'll give you a private viewing when I get there in a few days.
I can almost imagine him. That confident smirk I just know he's wearing. The mischief in his eyes. The perfection. Are you really my boyfriend, Kale McCain? I say, even as I blush. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I'm still in one of my crazy fanfare dreams in my outdated apartment in Seattle.
This is a really cruel dream if it is one,
He says. And always, Kale surprises me with his moments of sincerity.
I don't want to wake up from this. Knowing I'm your boyfriend and you're waiting for me is what's getting me through the longest week in the history of mankind.
I sink into the chair on the balcony with a contented sigh. 3 more days.
3 more days, he echoes.
We're quiet for a while, each lost in longing in the distance between us.
Will you sing to me?
And his request closes that gap. Music is what brought us together, and singing to him makes me feel like he's here. What do you want to hear? I say quietly. I don't know why, but maybe I'm trying to pretend like we're still at that cabin, trying not to wake Calvin up. We're still in our own little world.
The angel one,
He says like he's breathing right into my ear. I finished writing Kale's song on the plane ride down here, and it may be my favorite song I've ever written. So I sing it for him, softly, and pretend like his arms are around me, and nothing bad will ever happen. Chapter 9. Elysium wants a 12-track record. I give them the terrible recordings I made with my phone in my bedroom of all the songs I've done, which is a lot. They start going over them immediately, picking them over, requesting lyrics, and they ask me to perform all my new stuff. I've got 7 new songs I haven't had time to record yet, brand spankin' new in the last few weeks, and that doesn't include the viral video song. I debate the entire time if I'll sing Kale's Angel song, but in the end, I sing Angel on Your Shoulder for them, and they go crazy. This will be my headline song. This is what's going to be played on every radio station. This will launch my career. Of course it will. My career started with Kale. Of course it will continue with Kale. Okay, I've been on the phone with Sherrock's representatives all day, Hadley says as we climb into the car at the end of the day. We're on our way to a dinner with some media mongrels. Everyone, and I mean everyone, is scrambling to do a photo shoot with you and Kale together. What? I ask, choking on my water from my water bottle that's now dribbled all down the front of my shirt. An actual shoot? Like for the press? Yeah, Hadley says as she scrounges through her purse for something to clean up my clumsy mess with. Everyone wants to see something official, and Elysium and Sherrock are going ballistic trying to maximize the press while it's all still hot. The shoot is scheduled a week from Wednesday. For some reason, the thought makes me sick. Like everything secret and hush-hush about me and Kale's private life is being ripped away and exposed naked for the entire world to see. I've only gotten a few days of him to myself. I'm not ready to share us with the entire world. Because us still doesn't quite feel real. Hadley must see it all on my face, because she grabs my hands and my eyes snap to her face. I know you were cannon shot into all this, and you're not ready for the entire celebrityhood to be dropped on you, but the world already loves you. They adore you and they barely know you. And they really love you and the world's most beautiful face together. So don't worry. I'll make sure everything goes smooth. Promise? I say as I try to calm the storm inside of me. Promise, she says with that smile of hers. Each day of my new life, I grow slightly more accustomed to it. Just slightly. The flashing cameras that follow me everywhere are still scary and overwhelming, but I don't feel like I'm going to have a panic attack. The questions that are flung at me eventually don't shock me so much with their brutal honesty and prying nature, and seeing my face on the news or online isn't such a surreal experience. One day at a time. I'll adjust. I'll survive. I wake in the morning on Wednesday with gleeful anticipation. I roll over and check my phone. There's a text from Kale.
Hope this doesn't wake you up, but I'm boarding the plane now. See you in T-minus 6.5 hours.
He sent this 3 hours ago. I knew he was catching the red-eye flight, and we're 3 time zones apart. 3.5 more hours. I spring from my bed and jump into the shower. I think of how he's going to look getting off the plane. The smile that'll curl on his lips. The glow that will reach his eyes when we finally see each other. how his shirt will stretch across his muscled chest, how his biceps will flex with a backpack slung over one shoulder, that chiseled jaw. I barely get all the conditioner washed out of my hair. I'm in such a hurry to get out of the shower. I dry my hair, roll it into curls. I pull on a gray t-shirt and some black shorts, my favorite pink Converse shoes. I throw my phone into my purse and head for the door when Hadley knocks on it. "Hey," I say, startled. I open the door wide for her, and she lets herself in without looking up from her phone. "You're not going to the airport," she says as she clicks away on it, never once glancing in my direction. "Why?" I ask, annoyed that people are starting to think that they can tell me what to do. Even more annoyed that technically they can. "Mob showed up at the airport this morning when Kale tried to leave," she says. "He couldn't even get into the airport. Calvin had him taken to a smaller airport and they chartered a private jet." "Holy crap," I say as my purse slides to the ground. He didn't mention that in his text. "There's a crazy crowd downstairs waiting for you," she says as she holds her phone up to her ear. "Somehow word got around that he was headed here. Everyone's in a Whitney, Kale, whale, whatever frenzy to get a real live look or pic of the new favorite couple." Tony lets himself into the apartment, glancing over his shoulder as he does. Hadley starts talking into her phone, and from everything I can figure, she's arranging a place for us to stay. There's a lot of uh-huhs, that's not good enoughs, and how's the security? Finally, she seems satisfied and she hangs up. "How do you feel about going home?" she asks. "Sort of." "What are you talking about?" I ask. Everything happens so fast and crazy in this new life of mine. I don't know how to keep up. "The press is getting too hot and crazy," Hadley says, already back on her phone. "Elysium wants you to be able to focus on the recording of this album for the next few weeks, and they're afraid you won't get that done around here. They have a few houses scattered around the country with recording studios in them. They're gonna send you back to some place called Bellevue. Know of it?" "Yeah," I say with a nod. "It's really close to Seattle. Kale's sister and brother-in-law live there." "Great," she says absent-mindedly. She starts talking non-stop about what the plan is. Bounce, bend, go with the flow, don't shake apart. That's what I am.
"Bet 2 weeks ago you never would have thought you'd be bouncing up and down the West Coast,"
Tony says as he raises an eyebrow at me. I just look at him and give a little disbelieving laugh. "Okay," Hadley says, finally putting her phone into her purse. "Pack a bag, the helicopter will be here in 5 minutes to pick up and take us to meet Kale's plane." "A helicopter?" I question. "Yes," she says with exasperation. She starts pushing me toward my room. "Go grab whatever, we need to get moving. They'll be on the roof any minute." I pack. A helicopter does indeed land on the roof. There's a landing pad there and everything. And then we take off to some airport I didn't even know existed. I guess it's a popular spot for celebs to get transported from. There's a limo waiting for us there, as if in replacement of a waiting room. So we wait in there for about a half hour. And then we see this shiny, beautiful jet descend and land. My heart breaks out into rocket speed, 'cause I know exactly who is on that plane. As soon as it has the stairs rolled up to the side, I open the door and dash out before Tony or Hadley can stop me. My Converse slap across the pavement as I dart for that plane, and then there is his beautiful face. He only makes it down 2 of the stairs before he hops the freaking rail and jumps to the ground. We collide when we meet, and we both go down, me on top of him. We're both laughing and smiling, and there might be tears that are stinging the back of my eyes. I can feel the heat of him underneath me, protecting me from the hard concrete. His eyes dance as one of his hands wraps around my back and his other comes up to my cheek. "Hell, I missed you," he laughs before he consumes my lips. It's hot, and crazy, and 1,000,000 degrees of passionate. I feel him harden underneath me. And instead of freaking me out like it probably would have a few weeks ago, it turns me on so frickin' hard. One hand splayed on the concrete next to his head to hold me up, another slipping up his shirt, 'cause I just can't get enough of him. My lips part and his tongue teaches me a million new moves. "You're here," I say as emotion and heat and all the stars in the universe are thrashing a typhoon inside of me. Kale squeezes me closer to him, like he wants to climb inside of me and be one single person. At least that's how I'm feeling.
Damn, I love you, Whitney Ford.
And I suddenly jerk back, my shocked, wide-open eyes staring down at him.
Shit.
He whispers as he looks back at me in horror.
Way too soon, huh?
But I'm not horrified, or scared, or ready to run or anything. I shake my head. "No," I say as I reach down and caress his cheek. There's a bit of stubble there, like he was in too much of a hurry this morning to shave. There are 7.22 billion people on this planet. You're my one in, Kale McCain. A relieved smile erupts on his face, and he sits up, rocking me into his lap, my legs wrapped around his waist.
You say the most amazing things.
"I may even sing for you later," I say as his lips meet mine again. I bite his lower lip.
"Time to get back in the air," Calvin yells from the plane. "Just give me like 20 minutes.
Kale yells back without looking away from me.
"I'm afraid we don't have 20 minutes.
And the tone of Calvin's voice makes both of us look. He's pointing towards something at the terminal building. There, standing in plain sight, is a photographer, and his flash is going crazy. "They're freaking everywhere," I say as I scramble off of Kale and pull him to his feet.
"Ignore them,"
he says as we all head for the jet.
"It's just you and me, Angel. Nothing else is real."
Chapter 10. There's that saying, floating on cloud 9, and I'm that. It's just me and Kale and a very embarrassed-looking flight crew. We stay lip-locked for what is probably 75% of the 2.5-hour-long flight. But I could care less. I'm making them all uncomfortable, but that's just gotta be the way it is. 'Cause I have my Kale back. My Kale. Just before we land, Kale pulls a box from under his seat.
"I got you something."
The box is wrapped in gold paper and a white and pink bow is wrapped around it. "Kale," I laugh as I take it from him. "You didn't have to."
"Open it,"
he says, a crazy smile breaking out on his face. I pull the bow and the ribbon falls into my lap. I tear the paper open and open the box. Inside is a pair of brilliant yellow 4-inch tall pumps. They're gorgeous, Kale. Seriously, I love the color. But I can't wear these.
"Yes, you can,"
he says, locking his eyes on mine, giving me this serious look.
"Just try them on, you'll like them."
I sigh, feeling my chest grow tight. Finally, I slip my flats off. The pumps fit perfectly, but my feet scream against being bent into such an unnatural shape.
"Damn, those look good,"
Kale says. He has a look of utter pride on his face.
"Try 'em out. Give us a little walk."
I give an awkward smile and shake my head as I stand up, and feel like a freaking giant. My head brushes the ceiling.
"Yes,"
he says, looking totally delighted. He stands and rests his hands on my hips. "Kale, I feel awkward," I groan. "Look how much taller than you I am right now."
"It's amazing,"
he says, standing on his toes and pressing a kiss to my lips.
"I want to see you wear those to your next meeting. They'll make you feel powerful."
"Really powerful?" I say with a laugh and my brows furrowed together.
"Look at Sage,"
he says, giving me a look.
"She wears heels every damn day, and she's the most powerful woman I know."
I let out a sigh, placing my hands on his shoulders. I feel so tall. "You really mean it? That you don't mind me being taller than you like this?" he says, the air blowing out between his pursed lips.
Are you kidding me? I'd make you wear a flashing hat that says Kale's girl if you'd let me. I want to show you off for all the world to see.
I shake my head and lean down to kiss him again.
You're crazy. If this is crazy, I don't ever want to be sane again.
His hands come behind my head and hold my lips to his. Our flight gets in, and a nondescript car drives us from the airport, across the floating bridge, and out onto one of the little peninsulas. When we pull up, there's already a full staff waiting to feed and pamper us. Look, Hadley says as she directs the staff on where to put our things. I know you're both from here, your family's here, you have friends here, but try to keep a low profile. I'm sure whatever shots that guy got'll be all over the place by tonight. It's gonna be obvious you left LA, but let's not leave any clues as to where you've gone.
Got it,
Kale says as he takes my hand and leads me into one of the bedrooms. I don't know how he picks which one to take. There are tons of them. This house is amazing and huge and really expensive looking. As soon as we step inside, Kale pushes the door closed and his arms are around me and mine are around him. He hoists me up, my legs wrapping around his waist as he carries the two of us into the gigantic white bed inside. But Kale must be remembering how I said I want to take it slow, because he doesn't grind his hips into mine like I'm trying to refrain from doing. His lips move to my neck, but they aren't demanding. They're just missed you longing. Kill me now, I sigh into his hair, 'cause things can't get better than this. Kale looks down at me with a smile, and I can tell he's thinking something like, you don't know the half of how much better I can make it, but he keeps that to himself.
I can't believe we're finally together. Feels like an eternity since we left.
We both roll onto our sides, and I just stare at Kale for a minute. This is fast and hot and super heavy and serious, and I love it, but it is kind of scary, because in way too many ways, I feel like I hardly know Kale. Tell me about your family, I say after a long stretch of quiet. What are they like? More supportive than mine, I hope. Kale reaches forward and takes a lock of my hair and twists it around his finger.
I'm really lucky, you know,
he says as he studies my hair.
Not many people get a family as great as mine.
You're right, I say, thinking of my own parents. Not too many people can say that.
My mom and dad, they're the best parents I could have asked for, he continues. That doesn't mean they were perfect, and we had our issues, but they were always there. Dad coached football at my high school for forever, and was a plumber on the side to help pay the bills. My mom was a midwife until she got pregnant with Drake.
Wow, really? I say with a chuckle. I try to remember her and her face. She seemed like a strong woman. She rubbed that off on all of her children. Kale nods, a smile on his face.
And you kinda met Drake. He's the oldest. He's 35 now, I think. He was always the smallest in the family, and kind of a nerd because he was obsessed with history and then became a teacher and now he's a vice principal. But he kind of just has this way about him of making you feel like you're important. Everyone is comfortable around Drake.
Kale releases my hair and props his head up on his hand.
His wife Kaylee used to teach high school too, before they had kids. She's kind of a wonder mom, and they love each other like it's still day one. They had it kinda rough in the beginning though.
What happened? I ask as my brows furrow. He says, like he's debating if he should tell me this or not.
Well, they pretty much knew they wanted to get married from the first day they met. But then they found out Drake's ex-girlfriend was pregnant with his kid. That ripped them apart.
Kale's eyes are distant, and I can imagine the horrible things he must have been right in the middle of. My heart breaks for Drake and Kaylee.
And then there was this terrible accident. It was Kaylee's mom and the mom of the baby. All three of them died.
That's terrible. I say as goosebumps flash across my skin.
Yeah, Kale says quietly. It was really rough. It took them a while, but eventually they both healed and they still loved each other. So they made a life together, just like they always knew they would. They have 4 kids together now.
It's all so sweet and tender and harsh and awful. I want to find them right now and give both of them hugs.
And then there's Sage, my sister, Kale continues.
He looks up at me and smiles.
We've always been really close. I mean, we could drive each other up the wall, but I don't know. For some reason, she's always felt like a cross between sister and the world's most awesome mom.
You normally stay with her and Julian when you come back here, right? I ask. He smiles and nods.
I actually moved in with Sage as soon as I graduated. Like I said, things weren't always perfectly smooth with my parents, so she gave me an option to move in with her. She's super by the book, straightforward education-wise, so it really meant a lot when she gave me her support when I decided to drop out of college and start modeling full-time.
What about Julian? I ask. Do you and him get along very well? Kale actually chuckles.
Julian is a legit nerd. Apparently he used to be a serious video game addict, like obsessive. But he's actually really, really cool. And he made Sage happy, and that's kind of an impressive feat.
Sage seems kind of terrifying, I admit. He grins once again.
She kinda is. Sage is the kind of person who worked her ass off to gain as much respect as she possibly could, and she got it. She's actually the CEO of her company. So just always respect her and you'll get along fine.
I don't know, I say as an unsure expression crosses my face. Girls like her kinda scare me. The hear me roar, I know exactly who I am type?
Yeah, Kale says, nodding his head. That'd be Sage. But seriously, you'll learn to love her once you get used to the tough exterior.
If you say so, I say as I twist my finger into the hem of his shirt. This blessedly exposes his beautiful navel.
And Lake, Kale continues as he sits up and just pulls the shirt right off.
His muscles flex, and I'm pretty sure he's not even aware that he does it.
Bless this wonderful life of mine. I don't know how to really describe Lake, Kale says as he lays back down, once again propping his head up on his hand. He used to be a cocky football player that fit every stereotype. And then at the end of high school, something happened that changed him. He enlisted in the Marines, and then I hardly saw him for almost 10 years.
He bites the inside of his cheek, and his eyes turn inward. And there's instantly worry and fear that just kind of rolls off of them. It's easy to tell. Kale feared for his brother for a really long time.
His last tour, his best friend was killed. Like literally blown to bits, saving Lake's life. He carried around a truckload of guilt for it. So he went to track the guy's fiancée down to apologize or something.
Riley? I say in awe.
Kale nods. How's that for a complicated start to a relationship? Lake started falling in love with Riley, but she wasn't over that first guy.
And who could blame her? I say, pity in my own voice.
Right?
Kale says, his eyes widening for a second.
But Lake, he just kept being there for her and somehow worked his magic. Riley loves my brother. There's no doubt about it. Just took her a while to get there.
People fall in love in mysterious ways, I say as he meets my eyes, and his own expression warms. We both lean forward, our lips meeting. One of his hands rests on my hip. His touch is fire and electricity.
I don't form too many theories, he whispers against my lips, but I can't help but feel like there's some kind of grand plan, and people just find the right person when they're supposed to find them. Nothing we can do to stop that.
Like how we both just happened to be at your brother's wedding? I say as I rest my forehead on his, under the light of 1,000 stars.
Some cosmic shit like that,
he says with a nod and a smile. He presses one more quick kiss to my lips before backing up again.
Your turn. Tell me about your family.
Ugh, I say as I flop back onto my back and stare up at the ceiling. My family is just boring.
What?
He says with a chuckle as he pokes a finger into my side, making me squirm.
You come from crazy scientist stock. How could your family be boring?
They are, I say through a laugh. My parents work at UW researching one thing after another. You saw what they were like. I mean, they're my family and I love them, but we're not exactly close. They have their lives, they raised me, and now they expect me to just be like them. When I broke away from that, I think it made them reevaluate everything they ever taught me. Makes my brother look like the perfect child. He works at MIT and also teaches physics part-time there.
See, tell me about him.
Kale encourages. Fine, I say with a sigh. His name is Carson. He was married once for about a year, but he's so devoted to his work that his ex couldn't handle sharing him. She left him last year. He's 31, so the age gap meant they weren't exactly close either. He has an IQ that would make Einstein hang his head in shame, and he's about 20 times more socially awkward than I am.
Oh man, how does the poor guy live?
Kale! I cry, smacking him on the shoulder.
I kid,
he says as he starts the world's best tickling war, which I love, 'cause it gives me every excuse in the world to put my hands all over his half-naked body. Chapter 11. There was a small part of me that had hoped that Elysium might give Kale and me one day together before they put me to work. But it doesn't happen that way. I'm lying in Kale's arms, wearing nothing but a pair of underwear and the shirt that he blessedly discarded last night, when one of the producer guys, Matt, that I met down in LA, Matt, walks right in and starts talking full speed about starting in on the single of Angel on Your Shoulder. I bolt up in bed, gathering the sheets in front of me, pulling them right off of Kale. He lies there in just his underwear, trying to rub the sleep from his eyes.
Seriously? You two together is the best publicity I've seen naturally happen in all my time in the industry,
Matt says. He shakes his head and smiles.
That stunt on the pavement you two pulled yesterday has everyone going nuts. They're gonna flip when we do the shoot next week.
How much footage did that jerk get at the airport? I ask in horror.
More than Sherrock wanted, but enough to be amazing coverage for the both of you,
Matt says as he pulls out his phone. He scrolls for a second and turns it around for us to see. Kale sits up and takes the phone from him. Yep, there we are in all our heated reunion glory. Kale lying on the pavement, me lying on top of him. My hand is up his shirt. His eyes are closed in ecstasy. Just looking at the pictures turns me on.
Damn,
Kale says as he tosses the phone back to Matt and tackles me to the bed.
You're bloody hot, horizontal wit.
Kale! I screech in horror and delight. There is someone in the room with us.
He's from Hollywood,
Kale says as his lips connect with my neck.
Trust me, he's seen far worse.
It's true, Matt says as he goes back to his phone.
But seriously, Whitney, we need to get rolling as fast as possible on recording that single. Elysium wants to hit this thing while the iron is still hot.
I've gotta go, I say, trying to disentangle myself from Kale. Given I don't try hard, but I do try.
No!
He cries dramatically when I finally break from the bed.
Don't leave me here!
I shake my head and chuckle as I try to pull the shirt down over my rear end. I don't mind Kale checking it out, which he is doing currently, but I do mind when Matt sees. You can come watch for a little bit. Why don't you call Julian or something? You're gonna get bored after a while.
Fine,
he says as he flops back onto his back and stares up at the ceiling. His arms curl up and his biceps flex. Yep, he has no idea he's doing it.
But she's mine after 6 tonight, you got that, Matt? Technically she belongs to Elysium, but we'll see what we can do,
he says as he walks out. I dress, scarf down a bowl of fruit the house chef has prepared. He actually prepared an entire awesome spread for everyone at the house, but Matt's in such a hurry I don't get time to fully enjoy it. And the second I'm done eating, we head down into the bottom floor of the house. I'm handed a guitar I've never used before, and I'm told to start from the beginning of Angel. We do an entire run-through, and then do it again. With the guitar, without it, with me harmonizing with myself. It's actually a lot of fun. Yes, I'm singing the same words over and over again, but I can tell they're building things up. I start to piece it together in my head, how it will be layered. I imagine how a drum beat will fit in with it all. The keyboards, sound effects. It's gonna be amazing. This is Kale's song, and I never could have recorded it like I did if he hadn't been on the other side of the glass, grinning at me like a fool almost the entire time. I hold his eyes strong and hard as I sing every word and feel every emotion that is meant just for him. People might look at Kale and see no deeper than his beautiful skin, but I see a million emotions play across his face as we stare at each other. Kale said he loves me. Every cell of his being reflects that right now. Freaking awesome, Matt says through the speakers after the 10th time we record the third verse. Shaping up just brilliantly. Let's take a break for lunch and we'll work on your guitar riff. I pull the headphones off and set them on the hook. I open the door to the sound booth, and a crazy grin forms on my face as Kale saunters up and wraps his arms around me. I didn't know it was my song you were going to be launching with, he says as he briefly presses his lips to mine. The kiss sends a current of electricity that shoots from my lips, down my spine, branching out into my limbs, and sending all my lady hormones crazy. Seems fitting, doesn't it? I say through a smile. This all started with you, why not launch with you? Kale shakes his head. I just gave the shove. This all started with you, Wit. You've got that crazy amazing voice, the superstar personality, and looks we'd all trade our souls for. This is just you, Angel. You say the nicest things, I say to him, echoing his words from yesterday. He chuckles and takes my hand, leading me back upstairs. The chef is crazily trying to finish the preparation of lunch. Hadley is on the phone as usual. Calvin is on the couch, furiously clicking away on his tablet. Matt chats with the production assistant. It's chaotic, but surprisingly, the sight warms me. I don't know these people all that well, but they're my people. We've all got each other's backs. We're here in Washington, hiding away together, like a weird family vacation. And we all have this common goal, to make some amazing music. There's a soft knock on the door, and everyone's eyes dart to it, and collectively we all hold our breath. Tony starts for it. Relax, Kale says as he walks toward it as well. It's just Julian. Who's Julian? Hadley asks, holding her hand over the speaker of her phone. Chill out, Kale sighs as Tony opens the door, revealing the man himself. Just my brother-in-law. Whoa, Julian says, a look of surprise and humor saturating his eyes. Hi, everyone. Sorry, Kale says, waving Julian in. Everyone's a little on edge right now with all the press going nuts. Nuts does seem to be an appropriate description, Julian says as he smiles and nods at the small crowd. You two are all over the news and blowing my phone up constantly. Hang on before the conversation goes too much further, Hadley says, rushing over with her tablet. I need you to sign this saying you won't disclose the fact that we're here and anything you hear in this house won't leave this house. Elysium Trax is insisting. Sorry. Julian just chuckles and shakes his head as he signs on her tablet with his finger. My lips are legally sealed shut. I watch him as he banters with Hadley and Kale for a minute about secrecy. Julian is a beautiful specimen. He's not built big, but he's lean. His arms under his short-sleeved t-shirt are fully covered in tattoos. His hair is parted and slicked back in a look that seems very signature to him. Intense dark eyes. It's easy to see how a woman would be instantly attracted to him. He looks like a true blue bad boy. In a serious way. But Kale keeps insisting he's a total nerd. It's a strangely endearing combination. So, Julian says, turning to me, I've seen you and my brother's face all over the TV and internet. I sure remember that amazing performance you gave at my brother's wedding. But we have yet to actually meet. I'm Julian Doran. I take the hand he's extended out to me and shake it. Whitney, but I guess you know that now, I say with an awkward chuckle. He smiles and laughs too. It's nice to meet you. So is it true? Julian asks as he lets my hand go and slides his hand into his pockets. You two are like a real deal thing. The next big celebrity couple, a whale, as they've been saying. She didn't immediately dump my ass when I used the L word yesterday, so I guess you could say it's the real deal thing. Kale says as he slips his hand into mine and looks at me with hunger and love in his eyes. No shit, Julian says, actually looking taken aback. You use the L word? Well, I guess people take you by surprise. Shut up, Kale laughs, his nostrils flaring slightly as he fakes a punch at Julian. You who was too scared to tell my sister you loved her until she basically forced you to propose. Seriously? I ask with a chuckle as my eyebrows raise. That sounds like quite a story. Best night in the history of mankind, Julian beams. The night I conquered the unconquerable Sage McCain. I still can't believe you got Sage to go under the needle, Kale says as he shakes his head. She's been terrified of shots her entire life. Sage, your scary, uber put-together sister, has a tattoo? I ask in disbelief. Just one, Julian says, and I can see how proud he is of that fact. What was it you said she is again? Kale says as the chef announces that lunch is ready and we all head for the kitchen. Kale grabs a gallon of orange juice off of the counter and starts downing it right out of the jug. This must be a normal thing, 'cause it doesn't even faze Julian. She's in Japan. Or rather, she's in the air on her way home from Japan. She gets back tonight, about the same time Riley and Lake get back from their honeymoon. We should have everyone over, Kale says, excitement in his voice. He looks at me, his eyes bright. Everyone can officially meet Whitney, and who knows where we'll be after a few days. And everything in me glows that there was a we in the sentence that implies wherever I'll be, Kale will be there too. Sounds good, I say, unsure because of the thought of actually meeting all of his family is intimidating. But Ming is coming over tonight. I invited my parents, but Mom gave some reason they couldn't come that sounded a lot like an excuse. So Ming it is. I'm down to one person I can count on. Kale is lucky he has a whole clan. How could I ever say no to that? Can we? Kale asked to the rest of the house. 'Cause in reality, the new crazy reality, it's really up to the powers that be. If you think you can trust everyone to keep their mouths shut and they all sign the same form this bad boy did, that's fine, I guess. Hadley says as she pops a grape into her mouth. She eyes Julian up and down, no shame. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Julian looks at Kale, oblivious to Hadley's eye-stripping of him. I think we're on, Kale says, clapping his hands excitedly. Yay? Chapter 12. We finalize the single on my end. At least we think it's done for now. Alicia will add in all the instrumentation, tweak it to perfection, and then we'll see if there are any parts we need to go back over. But for now, I'm done. Matt sends all the files back to LA. The day it wraps up is Friday, and I am a nervous freaking wreck. 'Cause today I meet all of Kale's family. I shower, let my hair dry on its own in inconsistent waves, put on leggings, a long white t-shirt, and my favorite denim vest. I stare at myself in the mirror in the bathroom as the party start time of 6 grows closer and closer. What if they don't like me? What if they judge me and Kale like everyone else has been? About how fast and sudden this has been? About the fact that we're both only 22? We're young and in love. How cute, how nice. But that's not how I feel. Every day I feel more and more like being with Kale was exactly where I was supposed to end up. He's my polar opposite in pretty much every way, but he fills all the holes I had and all my weirdness and made them into something I'm learning to be okay with. The door to the bathroom opens and there stands the very man. He gives me this look, and I just know he knows. "I can practically feel your overthinking thoughts screaming through the door," he says as he walks over to me. He stands behind me, placing his hands on my shoulders and rubbing them. He looks at me in the mirror and I stare back, biting my lower lip. "What advice did I give you that first night we met?" "Make everyone okay with who I really am," I say as my eyes drop from his. My hands shake, so I cross my arms and pin them to my body. "Exactly," he says. I look back up and he's got a supportive smile on his face. "Just be yourself and be okay with that, and they'll love you. My family is not going to eat you alive. They're just not like that, so shake it off. Have fun tonight." I turn around so we're face to face. My chest brushes his and I loop my arms behind his neck. I'm scared they're gonna judge us just like everyone else. That this has happened so fast, I confess, meeting his eyes hesitantly. Kale doesn't say anything at first, just studies me, and I see the wheels turning in his head.
"Look, to be honest, they might. And, well, it has only been 15 days. But what does matter? I know how I feel, Wit. I know I crave being around you like I have the need to breathe. I know I feel like I'm alive again when you're around. I love you, and to me, none of that other stuff matters."
The breath catches in my chest, and I swear I float as I look up at him. "Do you really love me?" I say quietly. Kale brings a hand up, caressing my cheek.
"I've never been someone to be unsure about how I'm feeling. I'm either happy or I'm upset. I'm confident or, well, I guess I'm always confident," he says with a smile as I laugh with him. "So, yes, I know, Whitney. I know I love you."
Everything in me soars at his confession, and everything in me believes him. Kale McCain loves me. He said it. It's there, and I can feel it in me. But a realization hits me. Ever since Kale became tangled in my life, I've been terrified that I'd wake up and realize that he was just a fantasy, that he wasn't real, that he was just toying with me and I was just another one of his temporary dates. He'd find someone more interesting, prettier, more confident than me and move on. So this entire time I've been holding back. I've been protecting my scared little heart, and I can't say those words back. "Kale," I whisper, "don't think there isn't anything there for me, 'cause it would kill me if this ended. But I think I'm still just getting up to speed that this is real and, hey," he says as his hand tips my chin up so I have to look at him again.
"It's okay if you don't love me back. Yet. Don't get me wrong, it's a bit of a blow and a stab in the back of the knee. But yeah, this happened at warp speed. It's okay if it takes you a bit longer to catch up."
"Really?" I say, feeling a tight coil release just slightly from my chest. "You're not upset? You don't want to dump my awkward rear end right now?" He gives a little lopsided smile and shakes his head.
"Not even close. Right now I want to introduce you to my family and make them love you as much as I do."
A smile grows on my lips, and I close the distance between us. "You're incredible," I breathe into his lips. And just as we're about to sink into a life-changing kiss, screams and laughter rip through the house. Kale chuckles against my lips.
"The hellions have arrived."
I lean back, holding on to the front of his shirt. "Let's do this." I'm a coward. I let Kale walk out of holy freaking cow, our bedroom first. I wrap my hands around one of his beautiful arms and walk a step behind him, totally hiding. All the production people left to give us some space. They were talking about heading into downtown Seattle for some partying and drinking. I hope they've at least picked a designated driver. Seattle's roads are wicked to those unfamiliar with them, deadly to the intoxicated. We walk into the living room and there's a small herd of kids stampeding around, getting into things, laughing, screaming. A little boy who looks like he's about 5 is chasing 2 little girls, twins that look to be 2-ish. Another girl, maybe 7, watches them with a smile on her face. "There's my jet-setting brother," Drake says as he walks up to Kale with a smile. I finally have to let go of him so he can hug his brother. They both got big smiles, genuinely happy to see each other. "Kids, this isn't our house!" The adorably tiny blonde woman scolds the kids. "Please remember your manners." The little boy stalls for a moment, as do the twins. The mother smiles for a second, and then they're back at it. "I'm sorry," she says, her voice sounding tired, but she says it with a smile. "I try to keep them under control, but kids are kids." "Drake, Kaylee," Kale says, turning to me and wrapping an arm around my wrist. "I want you to meet my girlfriend, Whitney. Whitney, this is Drake and Kaylee." Kaylee immediately steps forward and gives me a hug that's awkwardly low since there's a good 9-inch height difference between us. "It's so nice to finally meet you," she says as she releases me and has to look up and up at me. "I've been seeing the 2 of you everywhere lately. It's nice to see you in person. I guess technically again." "You too," I say, giving a breathy smile. I twist my hands together, telling myself not to do or say anything awkward. "Your kids are adorable." "All her work, trust me," Drake pipes up. To my surprise, he walks up and hugs me too. "You must be a brave woman to host the entire McCain clan. We're a ruckus bunch." I chuckle as he lets me go and my eyes turn to the kids. The twins are jumping on the couch, giggling like a pack of hyenas. "It's our pleasure." "Our, huh?" Kaylee says with a brilliant smile as she bumps Kale's shoulder with hers. "You guys already sound all married couple-like." I feel my face blush hard. Kale, cool as ever, just wraps his arm around me again, leans down, and presses a kiss to my lips. "Hey, hey," Drake says, playfully pushing us apart. There are children in the room." We all laugh, me feeling embarrassed. I cover my smile with a hand. The doorbell rings. "I got it," Tony says. He is the one person who didn't go into the city with the rest of the crew. Tony opens the door to reveal an entire clan. "Got your own security detail and everything, huh?" Drake says as he leans in close and raises an eyebrow. "I didn't get much choice in that matter," I say, looking back at Tony, who surveys the scene outside as everyone comes in. But I appreciate him and his help. Things can get kinda scary. "I bet," Drake says with a supportive smile. And right away I know I'm going to get along with Drake just fine. He just has this calm way about him, like he knows exactly how to put a person at ease. "There are the honeymooners," Kale calls as Lake and Riley walk through the door. And almost as if on cue, the rest of the family starts clapping. Riley blushes. Lake does a dramatic bow. Maybe Lake isn't what I thought. I didn't expect that from what Kale told me about him. "Do I need to make both of you take a shower before we let you in the house?" Kale asks, making a face. "I'm pretty sure a suffocating cloud of sex smell wafted in here when the 2 of you walked in." "Shut up," Riley says, her face beet red as she shoves Kale. She's got a little smile on her face, though. "Shut up's a bad word," the older girl and the boy shout at the same time. "Sorry, guys," Riley calls. We all break out into a smile. "Look, I know it's a Friday, but those papers have to be into the client or we will lose this deal." The very sophisticated and very annoyed-sounding voice floats into the house as Sage Doring walks through the front door like a well-dressed force of nature. "I know, but this isn't an option. It has to get done." Her voice rises in pitch and severity. So does my level of terror. Call me when it's done. Bye.
Give me your phone,
Julian says. He holds a hand out. He's wearing a suit and everything, and holy cow, does he look amazing. I can't, Sage says, sounding a bit annoyed. This deal has to close today or we'll never recover this client.
Sage,
Julian says, raising an eyebrow at her.
You know Gretchen is gonna take care of things. She always does. So give me your phone and stop terrifying your brother's girlfriend.
To my horror, everyone's eyes dart to me. My eyes are wide, my mouth's hanging open just slightly. And what else can I do? I give an awkward laugh, my eyes darting around like I'm sketched out. But thankfully everyone else laughs too. I'm sorry, Sage says, handing her phone over to Julian. I get into work mode and everything turns into do or die. I'm Sage. She crosses the room in her very expensive high heels and holds out a hand. I shake it, hoping my fear of her doesn't show. Nice to meet you, I say, my voice way smaller than I would have liked it to be. The last of the crew finally walks in. Kale's parents. A woman with gray hair and a solid build walks in, and the second her eyes meet mine, a huge smile forms on her face. There she is! She exclaims. She rushes forward, catching me off guard, and wraps me in a suffocating hug. Oh, she huffs. I always knew my baby boy would find someone perfect for him. I laugh, hugging her back. You just met me, I chuckle. How could you know I'm perfect? I realize it's an awkward thing to say to the mother of my boyfriend as soon as it leaves my lips, but it's too late to take it back now.
Trust me, Drake says. She has this sixth sense. Once you've got Mom's approval, you're as good as married.
My eyes grow wide and scared once again. This family, the entire situation is so much to process. It's true, she says with a shrug of her shoulders and a smile. I just knew. She takes one of my hands in one of Kale's and gives another happy sigh. I've got a feeling about you two.
Slow down, Mom,
Kale says, actually looking slightly uncomfortable.
You'll scare the poor thing away. I kinda like to keep her around.
See? Mom says, giving me a wink. I'm Robin, by the way.
Robert,
the quiet father of the clan says as he extends a hand. I shake it, giving an overwhelmed smile. Thank you all for coming, I say, slinking back to Kale's side. I slip my hand into his and press my side against him. I might be overwhelmed right now. There's so many of them. They're so loud and confident and together. And warm. The very opposite of my academic, stoic family. But this is also kind of amazing. Kind of incredible. And kind of feels like I'm right where I'm supposed to be. Dad, are you feeling okay? Sage asks.
Me?
Robert says, lifting his head off the back of the recliner.
I'm fine. Just tired.
You sure? She asks, her brows furrowing. You look kind of pale tonight.
Stop worrying about your old man,
he says with a chuckle.
I'm just getting old.
If you say so. She keeps eyeing him with uncertainty, but doesn't pester him further.
So, how long will you two be back in Washington for?
Robert says, changing the subject. We're all sitting in the living room, spread on couches, the floor, the rug. The kids are back in my and Kale's bedroom, watching a movie on the TV. Except Quinn, who is sleeping peacefully in Sage's lap. It's kind of an odd sight. Sage doesn't seem the mother type, but her nieces and nephew adore her. It's easy to see, and she adores them. I take the lead when Kale looks down at me. We've finished recording my single, and then we have a photo shoot together on Wednesday. I think they want to do that here. I'm guessing they'll expect us back down in LA soon after that's done. How's it feel bouncing from place to place like that? Robin asks. She sits in a dining chair next to Robert, her hand in his. That's gotta be hard. I don't know, I say, searching internally for how I feel about it. It's all been happening so fast, it's kind of hard to process it all. But yeah, I do feel kind of homeless in a way. I don't know how you've done it for the past 3 years, Kale, Robin says, smiling at him and shaking her head. Kale shrugs. He's sitting in the other recliner. I'm sitting on the floor just to the side of him, my left arm resting on his leg. His fingers play with my hair, twisting in the strands. He seems relaxed, comfortable. Kale thrives with his family around. He loves them. It's easy to see everyone adores the baby of the family. Quinn gives a gasping sigh, though her eyes don't open. She rubs her eyes and rolls over in Sage's lap, pushing herself forward and half onto Julian's lap. He runs his finger through the child's white curls. So how much longer are you two gonna wait to start a family? Robin prods in Lake and Riley's direction. They're seated on the love seat. Lake's arm is along the back of the couch, totally dominating it with his huge size. Riley is snuggled up into his side, looking sleepy and content. But the second Robin asks her question, Riley's eyes widen just slightly, and her face turns a shade of darker pink. She looks up at Lake, at the exact moment he looks down at her. They both have a little smile that grows on their faces. Blake says, tearing his eyes away from his bride's. I guess this is a good time as any to make the announcement. Riley is 6 weeks pregnant. What? Robin and Kaylee both screech at the same time in excitement. Kaylee bounces up and down on the couch in excitement. Robin rushes from her seat and envelops Riley in a huge hug. Riley just laughs and smiles. Congratulations, everyone starts saying. Happiness and excitement floods the room. You dog, Kale calls over the racket. I look up to him and see a crooked smile on his face. You've only been married 2 weeks. Lake gets that same lopsided smile that makes them look so alike and shrugs his shoulders. What can I say? Couldn't keep my hands off of her. Sinner, Drake says, trying to sound serious and failing miserably. Let's see, Robin says, sitting down at Riley's feet. You're 6 weeks. It's the beginning of September, so that would put you due in April? Yep, Riley says, looking incredibly proud and happy. I haven't been into the doctor's yet, but the online calculator says somewhere around the 22nd. Hey, maybe the bun'll stay in the oven a little long and come out on my birthday, Kale says with a lopsided smile, a raised eyebrow and a nod. And with horror, I realize I have no clue what day Kale's birthday is. He must catch the look on my face, because he quietly says to me, April 30th. But he doesn't say it quietly enough, because we get these little looks of doubt from half the people in the room. This is so early, so fresh. We still have so much to learn about each other. I love you, and that's enough for me, Kale had said. I remind myself of that, swallow down the thing that feels like shame in my throat, and scoot a little closer to Kale. Who wants to hear a song? Kaylee says, breaking the terrible moment. 'Cause I know I do. Hear, hear, most everyone calls. I smile, not quite able to meet all their eyes, but I'm immensely appreciative to Kaylee for breaking the awkward moment. Kay, just let me go grab my guitar, I say. Chapter 13. The night after the family has all left, Kale and I wrap up in blankets in the hammock out on our private deck. The lights reflect and twinkle on the lake outside. I sit between his legs, leaning back into his chest, listening to him breathe. Did you like 'em? He says quietly in my ear. A soft summer breeze sways us back and forth gently. I did, I say as I snuggle my cheek into his chest. He relieved himself of his shirt the second they all left. I stripped down in the bathroom to just my underwear and put it on. I've decided this needs to be our normal. Me in his shirt, him without it. Just seems natural. They liked you, he says as he tightens his arms around me. I could tell. Your mom was a little intense. I chuckle.
Yeah, he laughs. She's always been like that.
We're quiet for a moment. My head keeps going back to that awkward moment with his birthday and me not knowing it. There's still so much we don't know about each other. Time to fix it. Okay, we're gonna play a little game, I say as I shift. I spin around, my legs draped over his, facing him. 20 personal questions.
I'm down,
He says, sitting up and rubbing his hands together. It's amazing how his face can instantly lighten up, like this is the best idea he's ever heard. It's also amazing how his stomach muscles are flexing in his half sitting up position, causing his abs to go rock hard.
Hit me.
All right, I say, unable to not smile when he's smiling. Okay, got one. How old were you when you got your first kiss? He actually rolls his eyes.
You had to start with one of those kinds of questions?
Come on, Kale, I say, taking one of his hands in mine. I want to know everything. And this goes both ways. I have to answer all your questions.
Fine,
He says with a chuckle.
Okay, I was 14. It was with Chrissy Baker during lunch break, behind the school. It was stiff and weird.
14, I say. Oh man, you were a heartbreaker so early on. Kale shrugs and raises one eyebrow.
When it comes natural.
I just shake my head. Your turn. Ask me a question.
When's your birthday?
He asks sheepishly. June 3rd.
Ah, so you're only a bit younger than me,
He says as he traces his fingers up and down my arm, sending a million goosebumps flashing across my skin. My turn, I say, trying not to let my eyes slide closed in bliss. What were you into in high school? Did you play football? You said your dad was the coach.
Ugh, high school, he groans. Let's just say academics were never my strong suit. I got detention too many times for not paying attention in class or being late. I didn't play football because that took more dedication than I had in me. I think Dad was always a little bugged that I couldn't commit. I also didn't have the best of friends back then either. My best friend Colin got into drugs really heavy and tried to drag me down into them with him. Drake and Sage campaigned pretty hard to keep me out of all that.
Once again, I find myself questioning the fact that we are somehow together. I can imagine Kale in high school. He was that beautiful kid in school that every girl threw themselves at. He was the one who had his pick of the herd, who always got exactly what he wanted in school. And I was the girl who didn't even go to an actual school, who was going to college when she should have been going to prom, who was learning about molecular biology instead of getting her first kiss under the bleachers after the game. We're so opposite in every way.
My turn,
Kale says, moving on, oblivious to my scared and fragile thoughts.
You've mentioned having a boyfriend before, but never talked about him.
I lace my finger through his, holding our hands up between us. I study his hands. Strong, lean. There's a small scar on his right knuckle. His name was Thomas Moyer. I start. We met 2 years ago at UW in a nerd class. He was one of the few guys that was taller than me, and he was fairly cute and persistent. So he asked me out. We ended up dating for about 2 months, but in the end, I look up at Kale's eyes. There wasn't any passion there. We were just keeping each other company, really, with a few awkward kisses in between. It wasn't that bad when we broke up.
That's the damn saddest love story I've ever heard,
Kale said, leaning forward and pressing a brief kiss to my lips.
But I'm glad it wasn't true love and all that happily ever after shit.
I laugh, Kale sounding completely like himself, even when he's trying to be romantic. What about you? How many girls have you seriously dated? He lets his breath out in a little huff, leaning back in the hammock.
Well, there was Pam Letter in high school. We dated most of senior year until I caught her texting some pretty sketchy stuff to one of my friends. I broke that off, but she didn't really get we were done. That went on for almost another year.
That's terrible, I say, feeling anger and heat rise in my blood at this girl's actions.
Yeah, that got old, he says, scratching his jaw. And then there really wasn't anyone serious until Angelique 2 years ago. She was nice and pretty and liked to party as much as I did, so I guess it just seemed natural. But to be honest, she was boring.
He traces his fingers up and down my shin.
All we did together was go to the gym or stand in front of the camera. She'd talk about what movie she had coming up next, and it was just work.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't true love and all that happily ever after shit. I echo him with a laugh and smile.
Me too, Angel,
He says as he leans forward and kisses me again. I'll never get tired of them. He can kiss me however, whenever he wants.
My turn,
He says when he backs up.
How old were you when you lost your virginity?
And everything in me turns all the stiffer. I don't want to look up and meet his eyes. I want to crawl into the nerd hole I used to live in and be invisible again. I don't want to be seen by beautiful eyes and have the attention on me that I never knew how to handle. I take too long to answer, and that in itself is his answer. I feel Kale's hand come to my cheek, and it's soft and gentle.
You're still a virgin, huh?
He says quietly. I still can't look up. I just nod my head.
Hey, don't ever be ashamed of that,
He says, and the concern in his voice pulls my eyes up to his.
That's an incredible thing. You still have that one thing you can never take back. That's an accomplishment, not something to be ashamed of, Whit.
I study him, trying to be sure that he's being sincere. 'Cause oh, how I want him to be. How I need him to be. You really think that?
Do I ever say anything I don't mean?
He says with a chuckle.
I mean that 100%. You shouldn't just give that something precious you have to give to just anyone. It's not something that should be wasted.
The evidence that he did just the opposite of what he said is all there in his voice. It's not hard to put the pieces of that puzzle together. And I don't want to ask. And as soon as I can accept that he really isn't going to judge me for being a virgin, the hard knot in my chest loosens. Woo! I literally breathe out. That's kind of a huge deal to share. Thank you. Kale actually chuckles as he leans forward and presses a brief kiss to my lips.
I swear, you're freaking hilarious sometimes. I'm not a jerk, Angel. Just a confident guy who's in love with the quirkiest, most fun girl I've ever met. Just be honest with me, and that's always going to be enough.
I'm sorry you keep reminding me of that over and over, I say. The honest truth is just that, well, I'm always afraid of how different we are. I mean, we're pretty much polar opposites in every way possible. And I just worry that someday that's gonna pull us apart.
Not us.
Kale shakes his head.
I'm on you like crap in a diaper.
Kale! I screech. Gross! We just laugh, and he places a hand on either side of my face. I lean forward, rocking myself until I'm straddling him. I don't want to be a virgin forever, I say quietly. I've just always been waiting for the right person and the right time. That time might not be tonight, or any time too soon, but my eyes drop away from him for a second. Opening yourself up to something so personal and deep is scary. I want you to be the person I lose it with, Kale. There are so many mixed emotions playing across his face. Lust, heat, sincerity, love. It's all there in a crazy war.
Every word that comes out of your mouth just makes me love you more,
he says. As my position shifts, the opening of my legs settles right on top of him. And he's hard.
And damn, you kill me, woman.
He laughs as I scoot back, and he actually blushes. I bite my lower lip and lower myself onto him, so I'm lying directly on top of him. He wraps his arms around me and I can feel the want, the need rolling off of him. You have no idea what it does to me. knowing I can do this to you? I whisper into his neck, just before I tease the skin there with my lips and teeth. This is about the most scandalous thing I've ever done with anyone, and I'm so glad it's with Kale.
I'm not sure if you're the angel or the devil on my shoulder right now.
He growls into my neck as he bites me there, and oh my heavens, what that does to my hormones. I may have said that I want to take this slow, but I really don't think that's going to last much longer. 'Cause I want Kale. I want all of him. Chapter 14.
It's rumored that you two met at a wedding, the reporter says. Is that true?
Kale and I sit side by side, my hand in his on the love seat in the studio. We finished the photo shoot this morning. We were, of course, decked out in your fantasy clothes. They did it down at one of the marinas. Giant boats, trees, the mountains in the background. The photographer said he was trying to capture our similar pasts. Both kids from Washington who went on to gain fame. I felt awkward most of the time, trying to look pretty and serious and in love, while Kale is the world expert at looking amazing in front of the camera. Instead, we went for more candid shots. Kale kept me laughing half the time. The other half, he'd grab me close, put his forehead to mine, and stare at me like he could see into my soul. It wasn't hard to look like I thought the moon and stars of him then. This was Kale, and me, and he is everything I want. We were both surprised that morning, though, by being told that one of the entertainment news channels was sending a film crew to do an interview with us. They were putting together a huge 20-minute special on us, and we were to give them everything they needed.
Yeah,
Kale says, looking over at me.
it is true. It was actually my brother's wedding.
He pauses, and half a beat too late to flow naturally, I realize he's encouraging me to talk as well. Yeah, my friend asked me to fill in for their lead singer who was sick. With a bribe, she got me to do it. Why were you so hesitant to agree? The female reporter asks. I look at Kale, not exactly wanting to admit the truth. But there his words are again in my head.
Just give 'em the real you.
He squeezes my hand as if he can read my mind. He's really good at that. I have really bad stage fright, I admit, looking the reporter right in the eye and giving a laugh. Like, seriously, I was terrified to go up on stage. You must have gotten over it. She laughs along with us. Everyone who was at the wedding said you did amazing, and that video of you that went viral, I have to say, it's impressive. Thanks, I say, unsure how to handle compliments that keep coming my way lately. Now, Kale, she says, turning her attention back to him, you've been known to date celebrities and other models. The world watched you and Angelique Harris for 5 months. Whitney here was a complete unknown when you met her. She gained her fame because of you. Was it the fact that she was so different from you that drew her to you? I hate this. These questions, people making assumptions, every bit of it. I catch a flash of anger on Kale's face, and he squeezes my hand harder.
I was attracted to Whitney because she was the most real and honest person I've met in ages. People make assumptions and try to tell you how things are because they think they know you. But truth of it is, I just fell in love with Whitney because she was and is exactly everything I need in my life.
The reporters sit there for an uncomfortable beat. Okay, well, thank you for being with us today. Whitney, we look forward to the release of your new album. And Kale, we wish you continued success with your astonishing career. She turns to the camera. Until next time.
And cut, a producer says. That should do us.
Everyone whips into a flurry. Calvin is all up in Kale's face, analyzing the shoot and how he looked on camera. Calvin's eyes keep darting to me, and there's dissatisfaction on his face. But Hadley's there, and she is all smiles. You did great. I didn't look like an uncomfortable idiot, I ask, still watching Kale. But he's all business. He's in his zone. You did look uncomfortable, but it was in no way a bad thing, she says as we walk back to the costume department. People are already ripping my clothes off, changing me. It's weird. Everyone knows you were just thrust into all this, and seeming like you didn't quite know what you were doing just makes it seem all the more genuine. It makes you relatable. Normal, everyday girls are gonna love it. That's what you are, Whitney. Lovable. If you say so, I say as someone hands me a shirt to pull back on over my bra. There are so many people around. Men, women, assistants, camera people, producers, Tony. And they're all acting like it's nothing for me to be standing here half naked. Big deal to me. Could you please bring the divider over here? Hadley asks with an annoyed tone to an assistant. Can't you see the poor girl isn't loving everyone being around her when she's just in her underwear? And I'm instantly reminded of why I picked her in the first place. The assistant gets wide, scared eyes at Hadley's harsh, demanding tone, but he scuttles off and brings it over. Thank you, I say as I pull on the skinny jeans that are given to me. No problem, love. Hadley smiles. Something dings on her phone and she checks it. Okay, our flight is ready, so we better get moving. Just then, as I'm pulling my pants up over my rear end, Kale rounds the corner. His eyes immediately flash to my unbuttoned pants. Instead of seeing just heat there, he looks around as if to make sure no one else is getting the same show he is. He looks possessive. What the hell? He yells out at no one in particular. You can't just make her change out in front of the whole damn world. Give her some privacy. My face warms and my heart flutters. Kale can be so sweet in his own cocky, overly confident, Kale-ish way. Eyes from the crowd around us dart away, and one girl gives a little laugh. I kinda want to smack her. Sorry about all that, Kale says, pulling me close once I'm fully dressed. Journalists are the worst. They use cheap tactics to try and get you to say the wrong thing, just looking for a headline. And next time I'll make 'em get you a dressing room, Kay. Kay, I say, resting my forehead against his. I close my eyes and try to calm the nervous fire ants that are marching through my veins right now. Thank you. This is sweet and all, but we've got a plane to catch, Hadley says as she actually pulls us apart and tosses me my sandals. Let's move, people. And off we go, back to LA and to the wolves. Chapter 15. Wait, I say as I pull my headphones off. That's supposed to go AGAA. It sounds more radio playable this way, Matt says. But that's not how I wrote it, I say timidly. I don't know my boundaries or place yet. How much I can demand and how much I have to bend to their will. How about we record it both ways and then we'll see what everyone says? Matt offers mercifully. But I have a feeling he's just humoring me. Fine, I say. I'm tired. It's been a long day. I haven't gotten any lunch or dinner. And I haven't seen Kale for more than a few minutes at a time the past 8 days. It's been constant work. We finished recording Just a Girl Named Whitney, Distance, and Glow. Today we're working on Pay Me and Rainbows in Love. I put my headphones back on and I sing like a good girl. When we're done that day, I'm whisked into meetings with Hadley and the managers at Elysium. They've booked me an exclusive, invitation-only show for 2 weeks from today. There will be 800 people invited, plus the press. They'll make video promos that will be used in music videos, it'll be on the news, reviews will be going up. The same night, my very first full-length album will be up for pre-sale, and Angel on Your Shoulder will release. 1 week after the album goes for sale at the beginning of November, I'll leave on tour. An initial 6 weeks. And if things go well, if the shows sell out and the album does well, we'll immediately start recording a second album. The studio is already asking for another set of 12 songs and at least 2 bonus tracks for that. I can barely wrap my head around this first, much less think about the second. But they want a second. Every day I just marvel at how lucky I am. So many people try so hard for so long to break into this industry, and it just happened for me. I can only be overwhelmed, but grateful. On Monday, Hadley wakes me up with a phone call. "The single is done," she says excitedly. "Elysium wants you to come in and have a listen to it." "It's done? I ask as I sit up and rub at one eye. I don't get far up. Kale's arm is flopped over my stomach. "Yep, they said it should be up for pre-order any second now. Get your skinny little ass down here." She gives an excited little squeal and hangs up. "What's going on?" Kale asks groggily. He's lying on his stomach, so his face is half buried in his pillow. I'm not sure how he can breathe. "Angel is done," I say, lying back down and snuggling myself into his side. "I'm supposed to head into the studio and listen to it. Wanna come with me?" Kale opens his eyes fully and reaches out to brush his fingertips over my cheek. "Of course." I say as I place my hand over his and trap his fingers there. "It is your song, so it should have your approval." He smiles. "If it came out of your mouth, it's perfect." He then rolls away from me and pulls something out of the nightstand. When he rolls back toward me, he's holding a long black box. He's got this slightly nervous look on his face, like he wasn't sure if he should do this or not. "Happy 1-month anniversary." "What?" I say breathily. "It's been a month, and you remembered?" "Of course," he chuckles. "August 19th will always be the day my life forever changed." He says it dramatically, but also with sincerity. I open the box and find something that makes the back of my eyes sting. It's a necklace, beautiful white gold. There's a locket in the middle of the box, but the traditional heart is formed by 2 angel wings folding into each other. I carefully pull it open. On one side is a selfie I took of the 2 of us. It's not great, and there's too much sun behind us, so it's terribly bright. But we're kissing, looking so happy. It actually turned out accidentally beautiful. The other picture is one from our photo shoot. It's our hands together, fingers locked tight. Somehow the photographer managed to capture the nervousness I was feeling in my hands. But Kale's, so strong and confident, hold mine, just like he holds me every night, telling me that everything will be okay and that I can do this. "Kale," I breathe. This is amazing." The emotion becomes thicker in my voice, making it difficult to talk. "It's perfect." There's instant relief on his face, knowing he made a perfect move. He pulls it from the box and sits up. I climb into his lap and he secures it behind my neck. "This way, if you start feeling nervous about a performance, you can feel that I'm always right there with you." "And you're the only opinion that matters, so I can always just be myself," I say as my fingers close around the locket. I lean forward and breathe my lips against his. Every cell in my body is magnetized to his. My soul wants to climb out of me and permanently attach itself to him. "I love you, Whitney," he says quietly as his fingers climb under my nightgown to settle on my bare sides. "More and more every day." And I think maybe, just maybe, I'm ready to say it back, when there's a knock on my door, and then Tony lets himself in. "Oh, he says uncomfortably as he looks away. The wall behind him is suddenly very interesting. "Sorry, Miss Ford, but we need to get going." "Don't mind us, Tony," Kale says with an annoyed chuckle as I climb off of him. 10 minutes later, the both of us are dressed and headed to the studio. There was a huge crowd outside the doors, but Tony is very good at making a hole and looking very scary get out of my way. We pull into the underground parking garage and head into the building. I'm a pro at navigating my way around now and head right up to the 9th floor, and I wear Kale's bright yellow heels. The producers are all happy to see Kale, 'cause every time they see us together, it means that we're still together. And that still means rolling publicity for me and my upcoming album. They could care less if Kale and I actually liked each other. much less maybe love each other.
And cue the magic,
Matt says. Someone presses play, and the guitar solo I recorded blares over the speakers overhead. It's not quite what I anticipating. It's a faster tempo than I expected all the background instrumentation to be. It's more upbeat. When I wrote it, it was soulful and heartfelt, and so make you want to fly first love feel. And all that is still there, sort of. And it's more. This makes you want to get up and dance. It makes you want to find someone and kiss them. It makes you want to confess your true feelings and not wait another second longer. When the song is over, everyone looks at me expectantly. I love it, I confess with a gush. It's amazing. Yes, they all cheer. Some of them even clap. Hadley squeals and bounces in her seat. I knew you'd love it. Knew? I ask. Okay, cat's out of the bag, we all heard it yesterday, she says sheepishly, but I just knew you were going to be thrilled with it. Okay, people, the head honcho Veronica says over the happy din going on. We are good to go. I want this shipped out to every radio station and that pre-order being advertised like it's on fire. I want this playing everywhere by the end of this week. And that means it's time to get back in the studio, Missy, Hadley says happily as everyone leaves their seats and starts shuffling out of the conference room. I'll be in the booth in just a few minutes, I say to her and Matt, who are waiting on me expectantly. And I have this weird moment of fear and pride. All of these people are here for me. For me. Not just because of Kale, but because of me. Because of my voice. They've invested money into me. They've invested their time. They want me to succeed. And the pressure is so scary. 'Cause I'm constantly afraid that I'll trip and fall flat on my face in the figurative way that I usually literally do. But they're looking at me like I can really do this. Like I can really rise up and be the star they're hoping for. 5 minutes, Matt says, holding up the same number of fingers. And they all leave Kale and I alone, standing just outside the conference room. So, what do you think? I ask as I take his hands in mine. I still hate how much taller than him I am with the heels, but I could practically float away with how pumped up I feel. If you're happy with it, I'm happy, he says. But I see something there in his eyes that isn't quite so convincing. What? No, you hated it, I say, and I instantly get shot out of my hot air balloon. No, I didn't hate it, he says with a sigh, trying to recover. It's just... What? It just sounds different when you sing it, he confesses. He pulls me slightly closer. When you're singing it to me, I feel everything. And the recording just makes me feel like I'm back at high school prom. I laugh, 'cause that's exactly the way it makes me feel. Oh my gosh, you're right, I say. And I think that's exactly what they were going for. Kale shrugs and shakes his head. Doesn't matter anyway. Let the rest of the world get that version. I'll take my private shows every night. I'll take my version and feel like the luckiest damn man alive, knowing I'm the one you wrote it for. The one I wrote it about, I add with a smile as I pull him closer and press a kiss to his lips. Luckiest damn man in the universe, he mumbles into my lips. Whitney, 5 minutes is up, Matt says demandingly. I don't even look away from Kale as our kiss deepens. I simply raise my middle finger in Matt's direction. Chapter 16. Nothing about life in LA ever slows down. Studio time, more photo shoots, more interviews with the local TV stations, more studio time. And no more time for Kale and me than an hour here, 2 hours there on the weekend. It sucks. I'd really be freaking out about it, but Kale is being so relaxed about it. He's being so understanding and chill. I remind myself that he knows what it's like to have a hectic schedule that keeps him occupied for the vast majority of his days. So I treasure our nights together, wrapped up, just the two of us like there's nothing else in the world. and before I know it, I'm done recording the album. All 12 are original songs that I wrote. The studio works even longer hours than me to get the instrumentation done and all the back-end stuff. 2 days before the private event, they give me the preliminary album. It's not totally finished, but it's awesome. They're my songs, with some changes to rhythm or some notes, but they're still my songs. I've already written 3 new songs during this crazy process. Somehow, when I wake up in the mornings, see Kale sleeping next to me, feel his warm body tucked next to mine, I feel inspired. It isn't hard to pull words out of that magical air around us. This life of mine, it's complicated and hectic, but also amazing. And then it's the night of the concert. Ming flew down to be here. We spent the afternoon together, and she had to keep talking me down all day. But then we're at the venue. We run through a sound check. They fiddle with lights. And then I'm backstage. Ming is out in the crowd, and people are once again dressing me. They put me in this sparkly silver dress that looks amazing, but is a bit tighter than I'm comfortable with. I don't have much choice in the matter. They do my hair, curling it, just like it was in that viral video. Put on about 3 times the amount of makeup I normally wear. My signature bright red lipstick goes on. I hear people filling into the huge space. It's standing room only. And I start panicking. This is it. My real launch. What if I screw it up? What if I forget my lyrics? What if I let everyone down, and what if I embarrass myself? But then my fingers close around Kale's locket. I remember how much his eyes shine in admiration when he hears me sing. I remember the words he whispers in my ear when it's just the 2 of us together. And then I look to the side and see him coming up the stairs onto backstage. I break away from the girl that's still messing with my hair and launch myself into his arms. "You'll be here the whole show, right?" I ask as I search his eyes. "Promise you won't leave?" "I promise," he says with the most prideful grin I've ever seen. "I'm gonna be right here the entire time. 'Cause otherwise all the females out there will maul you to death." I'm trying to joke, but it just comes out sounding weird. He humors me though and laughs. "'Cause I like the view from behind." There he is, cocky, confident Kale McCain. 2 minutes, a stagehand tells me. 2 minutes, I squeak. 120 seconds. "It's okay," Kale says, pressing a quick kiss to my lips. I'm enjoying it too much to worry about him messing up my bright red lipstick. "It's time to go knock 'em dead." I nod, rubbing my lips together quick and hard, a nervous tick, like I'm whacked. "Stop," Kale says, actually reaching up and pinching my lips closed. "Just take a deep breath and go do your thing." The intro music to Glow starts, and my heart goes from rocket to warp speed. "I got this," I say, hoping to fake it till I make it. "You got this." I let him go. I take a deep breath, and when I hear my cue, I walk out onto the stage. Chapter 17. Number 12. That's where Angel on Your Shoulder lands after being on sale for only 1 week. After being played on the radio, after getting endless requests. Number 12 on the top charts. The album is sitting at number 26 and creeping up every day. How? What? Just how is this all falling into place? The tour is all lined up and tickets are selling fast and crazy. New York, Florida, Texas, Washington, Utah, Illinois, and then over to London, and then Sydney. 6 weeks I'll be traveling. Elysium has already basically told me that I need to plan on starting the 2nd album as soon as I get back from tour. The contract hasn't been drawn up, but from how they talk, it's as good as done. Every other day I'm doing radio interviews. Hadley is always on the phone scheduling one thing or another for me. I may be done in the studio for now, but I still don't get more than 2 seconds to breathe every day, except for one Monday in the middle of October. I'm not supposed to have anything going on, so I very much look forward to getting to sleep in and spend a blissful morning in bed with Kale. Maybe go out for lunch somewhere private. Go out to the beach even? But no, our lives won't permit that. The ring of Kale's phone cuts through the quiet morning. I grunt, prodding him in the side to wake him up. He sleeps like the dead. Kale, that's yours, I say groggily. He still doesn't rouse, so I climb over the top of him and grab his phone from the nightstand. The ID says Calvin. Hello? I say with a yawn as I answer it for Kale. I need him up and looking fresh in exactly 2.5 minutes. Calvin starts spouting off in that annoyed business voice of his. Sherrock has this last-minute shoot they want done and I need him now. Kale, I say as I rock back and forth on top of him. Calvin, camera, shower, now. No, he groans. It's still Monday. Monday is we day. He said no, I say to Calvin. My eyes keep wanting to slide closed. I actually lie down again, back to back on top of Kale. He's a total stomach sleeper. He doesn't get to say no, Calvin scoffs. Tell him a car will be there to pick him up in 10 minutes. Calvin hangs up on me. I roll off of Kale and shove him toward the edge of the bed. Get up. Calvin said so. Supposed to be Simon said so. He groans as he grasps for the pillow and sheets so he won't fall off. Not today, I say with a chuckle as I give him one more shove and he falls right off the bed. I hear him start laughing and peek over the edge of the bed at him. You really just pushed me off the bed. I can't believe you did that. It worked, I giggle. You're awake. And my eyes drift south because, oh, is he ever awake. Good morning, Kale says dramatically. I meet his eyes again, and he waggles his eyebrows at me. My face goes beet red. Oh my gosh, I say as I pull a blanket over my head. Go shower before you kill me. It would be an even better morning if you joined me, he says as he stands, raising an eyebrow at me. Before I can say anything, he starts walking toward the bathroom. And when he steps over the threshold, he hooks his thumbs in the elastic band of his boxer briefs and slips them down. Oh my heavens! If that isn't the most beautiful man-ass there ever was. Kale closes the door behind him, as if he's completely oblivious to what he just did, and I know that something has changed. I want Kale. It's time, and I have a plan. The car pulls into a warehouse district that looks abandoned. Sheet metal is peeling off of walls. The car has to dart between barrels and piles of junk. It looks like the perfect scene for a horror movie. But it's the latest location for the newest Your Fantasy shoot. When we get there, there's already a trailer set up. You've been watching me do my thing for the past month. I can't wait to see you in action, I say as we pull to a stop. This is exciting. Just promise you won't get jealous when they bring Janessa into the shoot, okay? He says as he meets my eyes. 'Cause it's just modeling. It isn't real. Okay? I push down the deadly viper that rises in my stomach at the other model's name. I've seen her before. She's beautiful and severe looking. She and Kale have done shoots together before, and they're magic in front of the camera. Promise, I say as I force a smile on and follow him out of the car. I get to sit in a chair and watch in the trailer while they prep the two models. Kale changes into a pair of black jeans and a blue and white striped button-up shirt. They put the makeup apron around his shoulders, and a woman with the biggest hair I've ever seen starts in on his makeup. I've been talking to Calvin. he says as the woman dabs foundation all over his face. And November is gonna get kinda crazy for me. I'm supposed to be in Dubai for 2 weeks and then off to London for a while. But we'll be in London at the same time for about 36 hours, so I figure we'll at least get a few hours together then. Close your mouth for a sec, the makeup artist says as she pops her bubble gum. Kale does as she says for a few seconds. But I figure I can go with you for the first week of the tour. I can hit the Seattle show and the Salt Lake City one, he continues as he looks over at me. And I glow. 'Cause Kale has my entire schedule memorized, and I can barely remember where I am when. That sound okay? He asks, like that was ever a concern. That sounds perfect. I smile. 'Kay, he says, his voice ecstatic. And then it falls. There's still 4 weeks where we won't see each other. I'm gonna miss you like hell. I know, I say, my expression falling too. I kinda just want to cancel the whole stupid thing. And ta-da! She's done with him. He stands from his chair and crosses to me, taking my hands in his. No kissing! The girl yells. Yeah. He barely acknowledges her. And no, you don't. This tour is gonna be one of the most amazing experiences of your life. I know, I say, lacing my fingers through his, bringing our hands up and together. I'm just gonna miss you. I'll be right here when you get back, he says quietly. That's a promise. Let's get rolling, the director says as he opens the door to the trailer. Kale bends in to give me a kiss when the makeup lady shouts, "No kissing!" So instead he gives an air kiss, lets go of my hands, and walks out of the trailer. I watch from a distance. There's an entire crew here. Working lights, moving junk, the literal junk, to different places, posing it. 2 camera people. Kale goes to one location, Janessa to another. I feel awkward and out of place, just hanging back here by myself. But it doesn't last long. 'Cause once Kale gets doing his thing, I am transfixed. He knows exactly how to look and how not to look at the camera. His intense eyes, his downturned mouth, his entire body works the camera. It's there in his shoulders, his hips, the way his toes are positioned. This is Kale's element. And slowly but surely, the buttons of his shirt come undone. His sleeves get rolled up. The cameras click away as more and more of Kale's skin is exposed. And finally, the shirt just comes off. Cue the heavenly choir. I'm a little afraid that grin's gonna split your beautiful face, Wade, Kale says when he catches my eyes between clicks of the camera. I can't help it. I mock defend, holding my arms around my middle as I laugh at myself. I mean, hello. This is the man of my fantasies in action, half naked. And he's gonna be in my bed tonight. You bet your ass I will be, he says with a wink as he moves into his next pose, which is him flexing. Bless me and all the glory that is my life. Okay, think that's good for the single shoot, the director guy says. Let's do the couple set now, Janessa. She saunters over, lanky, crazy skinny, and utterly beautiful. But her sharply angled face also makes her look kind of terrifying. As she walks up to Kale's side, him pulling on a different shirt now, he gives me this nervous look. And I just try to smile back. I don't think I pull it off very well. At first they don't even touch each other. They're just in proximity of one another, looking stern and sexy, showing off their expensive clothes. They work the camera, looking at it, not looking at it. But then they're together, touching each other, her hand on the back of his neck, his hands low on her hips, looking crazily intense into each other's eyes, looking like they want to rip each other's clothes off. And then Kale's shirt is unbuttoned, and she's posing like she's pulling it off. His lips go to her neck, and he pulls at her shirt, dropping the neckline and exposing her bra. My breathing picks up. An angry scorpion start a war in my chest. Then the shirts come all the way off, his and hers. I feel only a small comfort that my boobs are bigger than hers. I'm a comfortable C and she's barely a B with all that padding. But still, those are my boyfriend's lips hovering over her chest. Those are my boyfriend's hands on her ass. Those are my boyfriend's jeans she's unbuttoning. Those are my boyfriend's lips she's half a breath from kissing. This sucks. And it can't get over soon enough. This isn't uncommon for Kale. He works for a company that makes clothing for men and women, and they certainly go for sex appeal. Many of their shoots get pretty scandalous, and I've seen sets where the woman has been topless with Kale. The only reason you don't see the female model's breasts is because they are covered with Kale's hands. The realization hits me, as long as the rest of the world drools over Kale McCain, I'm always going to have to share him. And sharing sucks. Chapter 18. There was no way I was going to try and seduce my boyfriend after seeing his hands all over another woman that day. Yes, I got that it didn't mean anything to him, that it was just work, but still, my ego needed a day to recover. By Wednesday, though, I've had enough. I get to come home for a few minutes after an interview before having to head out for another. When I walk through the door, Kale isn't home, and for 20 seconds I get to be disappointed. Then he walks through the door. He wears a workout shirt that exposes his currently muscle-ripped arms. He's sweaty and shiny. But his eyes meet mine, and every hormone in me explodes. He doesn't even get to say a word. I rush across the living room, launching myself at him. My legs wrap around his hips, my fingers knot in his hair, pulling his head back so I could take his mouth however I want. My heartbeat roars in my ears, and I have no doubt Kale could feel it pulse through every part of my body. Kale pushes the door closed behind him and turns to pin my body against the wall, which is amazing because it's all the harder he can press his hard body into mine. His hips grind into my center, and all the nerve endings in me go into nuclear countdown. My hands go for the hem of his shirt, and I literally rip it in my haste to get it off of him. Kale breathes a curse into my neck. "I want you, Whitney," he says as his muscles flex and twitch with desire. And just as I'm about to tell him to take me, the front door opens and there's Tony. Always interrupting Tony. He swears and turns away from us. "Sorry, Miss Ford, but we have to leave now. We're already running late." "Shit, Tony!" Kale yells as he lets me off the wall. "Don't you know how to knock?" "I will work on that, Mr. McCain." He sounds chastised, but he's also trying to suppress a laugh. "We're not finished," I say to Kale, pointing at him as I follow Tony out the door. As it closes behind us, I hear Kale yell behind it, "Hell yes!" I probably sound like more of an idiot than I normally do. All I can think about is Kale and me and that amazing wall. I'm on the edge of a sexual cliff, and I will blissfully let Kale push me off of it tonight. This interview is taking forever. This dinner meeting is excruciating. This traffic driving home will kill me. But then there's our building. Here's the elevator. Tony and I walk down our hall. Finally, my hand closes on my doorknob. Tony always watches me until I go inside. I give him one look, stern and serious. "You are not to under any circumstances disturb us until at least 10 tomorrow morning. Got it? Unless someone is dead or dying, don't you dare come in, or let anyone else in." Tony's smile is a small thing on his narrow lips, but he's got mischief in his eyes and a bit of an eye roll. Dumb horny kids. That's probably what he's thinking. But what freaking ever. "You got it," he says in that low, rumbly voice. And he turns back for his own apartment. And finally, I open the door to our apartment. Kale is sitting at the dining table. a jug of orange juice and some takeout in front of him that's unopened. He was scrolling through his phone, but the second I shut the door, he looks over at me, his eyes uncertain but wide. "You and me," I say as I strip my jacket off and kick my shoes in a corner. "That bed, right now." "You and me, Angel," he says as he leaps up from the chair, knocking it right over. We meet somewhere in the middle of the living room, and I don't even remember my feet leaving the floor. My legs are suddenly just around his hips, my lips devouring his. As he walks us to the bedroom, he finds the hem of my skirt and yanks it up and over my head. Our bedroom door slams open, pounding the wall and bouncing back at us to smack me on the rear end. Kale stumbles forward and tips the both of us right onto the bed. I kneel on it and start working with his belt. My fingers are shaking with excitement, and it takes me far longer than I'd like. "Oh my hell," I say, still struggling with it. "Get this damn thing off!" Kale chuckles and gets it undone in 1 second flat, and his pants hit the floor. He pushes my shoulder, sending me flat on my back. Hooking his fingers into my vintage skirt, he slides it down over my thighs, over my ankles, and flings it into a corner. "Damn, you drive me crazy, Angel," he whispers as he bends down and kisses my thigh. My fingers knot in his hair as he kisses his way up my leg. My back arches as he kisses across the front of my pink lace underwear and starts his way up my stomach. His tongue flicks into my belly button, and a firework explodes in my lower belly. Somewhere off in the distance, one of our phones starts ringing. My fingers move from his hair and to his shirt. Why he's still wearing one is the world's biggest mystery. But half a second later, it's gone. "I want you to take it tonight, Kale," I breathe as his lips finally make their way up to my neck. Here I am, wearing only a bra and panties, quivering and ready to rip apart into explosions. "This means everything, that you're giving this to me," Kale says. And the way he says it, there's almost reverence in his voice. "I swear you're gonna be my last first anything ever." "Kale," I breathe into his mouth. With only 2 thin layers of fabric between us, Kale grinds his hips into mine, and I swear I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind with the things that he does to me. Kale kneels on the bed between my legs and pulls me up so we're chest to chest, and with hands that are gentle, but shake in a way that surprises me, he unclasps my bra. Nearly 2 months now. That's how long we've been together. That's how long I've needed to take things slow. Kale doesn't rush it. My bra falls between us, landing somewhere on the bed, but he holds me close, his kisses deep and searching. These kisses of his crush my soul into a million pieces and rearrange them into something that could never, ever exist without him. One of his hands slides down from the back of my neck, over my bare back, and slips into my underwear. A soft moan escapes my throat as one of our phones starts ringing again off in the distance. "I love you, Whitney," he says softly, "for the rest of forever. I'm going to love you." And as every hormone in me pushes me toward something fiery and grand, I feel the words build up inside of me. I do love this man. I want to be with him forever. I want to run away together and make love and never breathe without him. Me and Kale. For the rest of now, today, tomorrow. But as the words leave my mouth, there's our door once again bursting open. And there's Calvin. "What the hell are you doing?" Kale bellows as he throws himself in front of me, and I scramble for a pillow to cover myself up with. "Calvin, get the hell out!" "I'm sorry," he says, not even affected by the sight of both of us basically naked about to get it on. "But shut up and listen." He's holding his cell phone in one slightly shaking hand. "Sage on the phone. It's about your dad." "What?" Kale asks, all the fight in him seeping out. "It's not good," Calvin breathes. "Give me that," Kale says, scrambling from the bed and yanking the phone from Calvin's hands. "Sage? Yeah, what's going on?" Calvin looks over at me,
And that expression in his eyes. I know this can't be good. Calvin doesn't display too many emotions ever, but that haunted look, it makes emotion prick at the back of my eyes, and I don't even know what's going on. Kale presses a hand into his eyes and his entire body tenses up. How long have they known? He asks. There's a truckload of emotion swelling up in his voice. How long does he have left? I can barely hear anything over the sound of my heart beating in my ears, and all I can think over and over is please no. Please no. Yeah, Kale says as his voice cracks. I'm on my way. The phone drops from Kale's hand and clatters onto the floor. Before it even hits the ground, a sob breaks from Kale's chest. His arm comes up to wrap around his head, and his shoulders start shaking. I'm so sorry, Calvin says as he grabs his phone. He pats Kale's shoulder just once, and looking unsure of what to do, he turns and leaves. I climb from the bed. My footsteps fall silent next to Kale's uncontrolled cries as I walk to him. I wrap my arms around him, my bare breasts pressing into him. The second he feels me, he wraps his arms around me, burying his face in my neck, and continues to sob. Not 10 seconds later, Kale's legs won't hold him any longer. We sink to the ground, me holding Kale, and him crying in agony. Robert McCain was diagnosed a week ago with stage 4 aggressive prostate cancer. It's spread everywhere. He has less than a week to live.
Chapter 19. Kale flies out 2 hours later. It's late, and he won't get into Seattle until 1 in the morning, but he'll get there as fast as he possibly can. I spend an hour on the phone fighting with Hadley and Elysium. Kale needs me. I need to be with him. But they have me solidly booked and lined up for the next 5 days. The soonest I can leave is Tuesday. I will be there the second I can, I say through tears as Tony and I drop Kale off at the airport. Kale gives me a distracted kiss and a yeah before he barrels out of the car and into the airport. And as I watch him go, I feel as if there's a little piece of my soul that is splitting in two. Damn interviews, damn publicity shoots, damn entertainment news, damn crowds outside my apartment at all times. The next 5 days are agony, and every day I pray that it won't be too late before I get there. Kale doesn't call, and I doubt he'd be able to say much if he got on the phone, but I get a text or two from him every day. Robert is in the hospital, but he's fading fast. They're making arrangements for him to be taken home on Monday, which means they're preparing for him to die, so he can pass away at home, surrounded by his family. Drake or Kaylee call me occasionally. I ask how everyone is doing. It's not good. No one is handling this well. It's all so sudden. No one was prepared for it. And Kale? They say he won't leave Robert's side. He's not eating much of anything, won't hardly talk. He's not doing well. Those 5 days kill me. None of this music industry stuff matters. It's all crap and it has nothing to do with the real world and those you love. I need to be there with him. Finally, Tuesday morning, a private jet flies me to Seattle. Tony drives me to Kale's hometown, Woodinville. We pull up to the curb, and then I just sit there. There's Sage's BMW outside, Drake and Kaylee's SUV. The garage is open and inside is a dated minivan, and just behind it is Kale's Range Rover. I pull out my phone and text Kaylee. Are you sure it's okay that I come? I know I'm not part of the family. I don't want to impose. Kale needs you, Kaylee texts me back a few seconds later. And just because you're not blood or married doesn't mean that you aren't family. I take a deep breath, letting it out slow and hard.
He needs someone he loves right now, Tony says from behind the wheel.
That's you, Whitney.
Emotion pricks at the back of my eyes. I give a little nod as they well. Yeah, I whisper. So I open the door. I walk up the sidewalk. I knock on the door, and I wait. It's Sage who opens the door. I've never seen her looking so unput together. Her hair is in a crazy mess on top of her head. She wears loose black silky pants and a flowy white shirt that looks like she's been wearing for a few days. No more makeup remains on her face, and her eyes are swollen and red. Hey, she says and surprises me by enveloping me in a hug. Thank you for coming. Of course, I say as my eyes well again. I'm so sorry I couldn't come sooner. You're here now and that's what matters, Sage says as her voice breaks just a bit. Come on in. Everyone is here. Sage lets me go and steps aside so I can walk in. I've never been in the McCain home before. As I look around, see the pictures on the walls, see height measurements in the doorway to the kitchen, see the worn-out carpet and the sagging couch, I can imagine all the happy memories that must have taken place within these walls. But right now, everything is drowning in sadness. Julian stands in the living room, his hands in his pockets. Hey, he says, crossing over to pull me into a hug. Glad you could make it. With every hug, with every amazing member of the family that I reunited with, my eyes grow more and more red. I can't even say anything. There's too much emotion in my throat. I just nod and try to offer him a tiny smile. I see Lake through the kitchen off to the side in the dining area. I walk in and see Riley with her forehead on the table, her arms crossed over her head like a crown. Hi, I finally manage. What do you say in this situation? Thanks for coming, Lake says without getting up. He has a hand on Riley's back and rubs it gentle and slow. We've been hoping you'd get here in time. I'm really sorry it took me so long, I say awkwardly, standing in the doorway. How are you feeling, Riley? It's a dumb question, but it's something to say. She just sniffs and shakes her head without lifting it. The morning sickness has been really bad lately, Lake offers instead. Plus all the emotion of what's been going on. It's been a rough week. I'm sure. And then someone else is hugging me. I turn around to find Kaylee. I'm so glad you're here, she says, looking up at me with red eyes. Thank you so much for coming. I hug her back, not saying much. Drake follows next and hugs the both of us, kissing my temple like I'm his little sister, even though I'm an inch taller than him. You should go see Kale, Drake says as his eyes well, but he's trying really hard to hold it all in. Do him some good to see you. Okay, I say as one tear leaks onto my cheek. I brush it away as we all let go of each other. I'm not familiar with this house, but I can follow the wake of grief toward the back of the house, to the master bedroom, where I find Robert, sleeping on the bed, hooked up to all kinds of medical devices. Where there's Robin, sleeping in a chair in the corner, her head slumped over onto her shoulder. She looks like she's aged 15 years since I last saw her. And then I find Kale. He sits in a chair next to Robert. He holds his father's hand in his, rubbing a thumb back and forth over his wrinkled skin. I watch them for a moment, standing here silently. They look so much alike, with those lips and those deep eyes. The strong jawline. Father and youngest son. It's enough to break my heart. I cross to Kale's side and crouch next to him. His eyes slowly shift over to me. He blinks once, and then his composure is lost. Whitney, he breathes as his face crumples. His eyes well, and the sobs come. He lets go of his dad's hand and falls into my arms. He sobs, big breathy pulls for air. My dad, he's not allowed to die. He's supposed to be the strong one who always has the answers to everything. He's not supposed to die. I know, I say, running a hand through Kale's hair. It's not fair. It'll never be fair. And I hold Kale as he breaks all over again. About 3.5 years ago, Robert McCain went in for a checkup. Once men get to a certain age, they start checking for certain things. And things were found. 6 non-cancerous polyps were removed. They knew to watch things closely, so he was checked every year, and there was nothing until this last checkup. According to Robin, Robert hadn't been feeling well since before Lake and Riley's wedding, but he never said a word. He thought he could wait until his next appointment, but by then, it was too late. The cancer has been growing for months, and it's spread everywhere. Life slips away so fast. Even a grown man is allowed to cry himself to sleep when his father is dying. Kale and I go to his room, and we won't say anything, and I just let him hold me so hard I know I'll be bruised all over. But it doesn't matter, 'cause he needs me, and I can help hold his pain even if that's what he needs. Eventually, somewhere around 2 in the afternoon, he falls asleep, and I just lie there with him until Sage opens the door and waves me out into the hall. If she was a mess before, it's nothing compared to what she is right now. "Dad's awake," she says as she hugs herself tight. "He's been having everyone come in. He's been saying goodbye to everyone. I think he knows it's going to be tonight. But," she sniffs hard. She pulls a tissue from her pocket and wipes at her nose. "But he's asking to talk to you." I want to say me. What could he have to say to me? I'm not family and he barely knows me. But I don't, because that's not okay. And I'm honored that he has anything to say to me. Okay. She follows me down the hall to the bedroom, and she surprises me once again when she pulls me into a hug. She offers a small smile when she lets go, and I walk into the bedroom to close the door.
"Hey there, little star,"
Robert says with a weak smile.
"Why don't you have a seat right here?"
He pats the bed next to him. "Okay," I say quietly. My heart is racing. What am I gonna say? What will he say?
"You don't have to look so scared,"
he chuckles.
"I promise I'm not gonna bite you. I might have plenty of bark out on the football field, but I'm really just a pushover."
I laugh quietly with him. "Sorry, I just
thought you'd have more of a casual go of eventually getting to know Kale's father."
He fills in when I don't know how to. "Something like that," I say as there's that bite once again at the back of my eyes.
"Your life has been going by at an accelerated rate lately,"
he says with a bit of a wheeze.
"Why should this part be any different?"
"Because it's not fair," I say with a shake of my head. "Not to your family."
"Life isn't meant to be fair,"
he says.
"It's meant to be lived to the fullest, and I've done just that."
I give a small smile. I like that. He reaches over with a shaky hand and takes mine in his. Lake got his hands. They're huge and well-weathered, meant for hard work and comfort.
"My son has been on a huge roller coaster up and down for the past 5 years of his life. He's had friends who tried to drag him down into their pit of bad mistakes. He's had parents who just wanted the best for him, but didn't understand how to support him in his dreams. Then he rocketed to the top and everyone wanted a piece of him."
He coughs, and I'm ready to have to call for help. But it's just twice, and he settles back down.
"Kale has always looked happy on the outside. He's got the confidence like nothing can ever touch him. He loves life and he makes the most of it. But a father knows when there's something hollow inside your child, when there's a void where true happiness should be.
He squeezes my hand and I'm surprised at the strength there.
You came and filled that void in him, Whitney. He's hurting right now, and if I had to guess, he's going to be hurting for a while after I go. But you filled something in him that was missing, and I wasn't sure he'd ever find something real like that. So even if he doesn't seem like himself for a while, don't let him go, because he's going to come out of it all sometime, and he needs you there waiting for him.
My eyes have welled hard, and a few tears leak out onto my cheeks. Thank you, Robert. Another tear falls to my face, and I absent-mindedly brush it away. I love your son. I haven't been able to tell him yet, but I know that now. I love him with more than I thought I was capable of, and I'm going to be there as long as he needs me. Robert smiles and squeezes my hand once more.
And that's all a father could ask for his baby son. Take care of him. He just needs love. That's all he's ever wanted his whole life.
I can do that, I promise him.
Thank you.
He coughs once more, and I know this is as much time as I'm going to get, and I am ever so grateful for it. I stand from the bed, lean over, and press a kiss to his forehead.
I hear he finally got some sleep. Would you mind going and getting him for me?
Robert asks with no regrets in his eyes. Of course, I say as I open the door.
Remember,
He calls.
he just needs love.
I will. Kale goes in to talk with his father for a long time, longer than anyone else got. Robin goes in last. She's in there for 20 minutes is all. Everyone waits in the living or dining room, like we're collectively holding our breath before one final giant sob at the end. The mother of this amazing family comes out at 10 in the evening. She informs everyone that Robert is still somewhat coherent, but he's fading fast. She wants everyone to come in for a big family prayer. The look she gives me when she says everyone tells me I'm expected there too, and I'm so grateful for that. We all stand around his bed, and Robert gives us a weak smile. Sage holds one of his hands, Robin the other, and we all hold each other's hands. Kale to one side of me, Paisley on the other. There's Julian and Lake, Riley and Drake, Lucian, Quinn and Afton, and Kaylee offers a prayer. It's beautiful. It's simple. It's full of gratitude and love. At 12:41, Robert McCain passes into the next life. Chapter 20.
Do you think he's watching us up there?
Kale asks. I look up at those stars above us and pull myself tighter into Kale's side. It's freezing cold out here. We lie on an extremely outdated trampoline in the backyard. We've got a nest of pillows and blankets wrapped around us. But it's still the latter half of October, and this is Washington after all. I don't know if he's up there, I say quietly as I gaze at the stars. But I think our loved ones stay with us. Somehow.
Yeah,
He says. He rubs a hand up and down my back absent-mindedly.
I think so. I didn't think about it much before now, but I think that somehow he still knows what we're doing.
I think so too. The funeral was yesterday evening, Friday. The attendance was huge, largely staff from Woodinville High School. He's been there so long. He made a lot of connections and friends, and there were so many of his past football team members, and of course all the family. Everyone spoke of Robert McCain's quiet strength, of his wise words, of his firm and helping hand. There were so many tears, but there was also laughter and smiles. It's hard to only cry at the goodbye of a well-loved, wonderful man. And now here we are, Saturday night. Everyone has gone home. Drake and Kaylee took the kids back to their beds. Sage and Julian back to Bellevue. Riley and Lake to the ranch. So now it's just Kale and I here with Robin. She went to bed an hour ago. We checked on her before we came outside. She was fast asleep. I wish I could have gotten to know him better. I sigh, still staring at the stars.
Yeah.
Kale breathes out. He runs his hand over my back again. Kale is right here with me, holding me and keeping the chill away. But it feels as if he's a million miles away. And that's okay. I'll just be waiting here for when he comes back. If I get a chance, I'll be back, I say as Kale drives Tony and I back to the airport the next morning. I don't know if Elysium will let me, but I'll try.
Okay,
Kale says as he stares out the front window at the light traffic ahead. I wait for him to say something else, to say that he's still planning on going on that first week of the tour with me, to say that he'll meet me back down in LA, maybe a few days after the album releases. But he doesn't say anything, and I feel selfish that it scares me that he doesn't. I have to go back to LA. With the release of the album only 9 days away, Elysium is freaking out about my being out of touch. There aren't even serious repercussions if I don't come back now. It's only a feasible option to not come back. It's down to do or die. This is my life now, and they own me. I don't want to go. I want to be here, helping Kale, helping the McCains in any way that I possibly can. But it's becoming clear that there isn't much good I'm doing. Kale is just quiet and stoic. He doesn't talk much, and I don't have the right abilities to pry anything out of him. So maybe what he needs right now is just some space. At least I'm going to hope that will help. That and time. I'll call you when I land? I ask. And I hate that I form it as a question. Like I'm unsure if he wants me to call him or not. 'Cause I'm not.
Yeah,
He says as we pull up to the curb at the drop-off area.
do that.
Okay, I say, trying to feel relieved. I lean over the center console, and he does give me a quick kiss. Not the kind I want, but it's his lips on mine. There's a million more words I feel I should offer. I write songs at the drop of the hat. The words just come out like turning on a valve. But right now, how do I express my grief and my fears and every uncertainty I'm feeling right now? There just aren't the right words. So when Tony calls for me, because he's unloaded our bags, I just climb out of the car. I wave goodbye, and just like that, Kale drives away. Do you think he's gonna come back to me from this? I don't mean to say the words out loud, but there they are, put out for all the world to hear how scared I am. And it's like a knife to the heart when Tony doesn't say anything, not a single word of reassurance. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I shut off everything that normally makes me Whitney. The silly nature, the search for something beautiful and different, the awkward charm. I turn it all off, and I'm just get it all done, Whitney. I am a model of an employee. My bosses tell me what to do. Hadley, Matt, Veronica, the executives, Elysium, the whole freaking world. I do what they want. I smile, I talk, I greet people. I stand in front of a camera. I go to an award show to show my face. 'Cause I don't want to think about anything. Anything. Because the second I start being me again, I start feeling sick. So this is just easier. Are you okay? Hadley asks as Tony drives us home Wednesday night. You don't seem like yourself. I'm fine, I say without looking at her. I put on that fake smile I've been practicing, but I don't turn to face her. "Are you sure?" she asks. The concern rolls off her in thick, suffocating waves. "I mean, it's okay if you're not okay. That was a pretty hard blow. How's Kale, by the way?" My heart skips a beat or two before giving a painful twist. "He's good." But it's a total lie. Because he picked up the phone when I landed and called him. It was about like talking to a wall. A really flat one. But that's the only time he's answered this entire time. I try to tell myself that he just needs that space everyone talks about. He just needs some time to deal. That in a few more days he'll call me out of the blue and he'll say he just couldn't cope, but now he's ready to come back to LA and be with me. But it's been a long stretch of silence. And just, I'm fine. I say to the car's window. We're fine.
Chapter 21. The gray morning follows the orange haze night. Shadows creep across the ceiling. Every once in a while there's the sound of a car whizzing by. The sound of footsteps down the hall as someone heads to a destination this morning. I'm not sure how long I've been lying here for. After tossing and turning for so long, I finally grabbed my phone and plugged in the earbuds. So here I lie, staring at the ceiling, listening to the soundtrack from Moulin Rouge, and thinking of molecular biology, of how cells split, and I wonder if that's a painful process. And then think how stupid that is. Cells can't feel pain. I jump hard when my phone, which is lying on my chest, starts vibrating. Once my heart calms down that it's just a call, I look down to see Drake's name on the screen. "Drake?" I answer. My voice reflects all the shock I feel inside.
"Thank Zeus Almighty he answered,"
he spills out all in a rush. There's emergency and emotion in his voice.
"I'm sorry, I know it's early, but I thought you would want to know."
"Drake, what's going on?" I stand up and go to the window, looking down over the waking city. I hear Drake give a hard sniff, and it takes him a second to reply.
"Kale hasn't been himself the last few days. He seemed angry, upset, which is understandable right now. But last night he told Mom that he was going to see his friend from high school."
And something twists in my stomach. The only friend I've heard him talk about from high school is Colin, and he's not a good one.
"They're still trying to puzzle out everything that happened last night,"
Drake says, his voice getting rough.
"But they're pretty sure drugs were involved and—"
He takes another hard sniff, and it takes him a minute to reply. I just want to grab him around the throat and shake the rest of the story out of him.
"There was a fire,"
he finally continues.
"It was pretty bad. It looks like Kale's friend accidentally started it. But he was burned really, really bad. Right now they're not sure if he's gonna survive or not."
"Damn it, Drake!" I hiss as my free hand raises to my forehead and I slowly pace in front of the window. Is Kale okay or not? And finally, after keeping it together for so long, my voice cracks. I hear him take a deep breath on the other line.
"No,"
he says.
"He's not."
I sink to the floor right there. My limbs go numb.
"He tried pulling his friend out of the house,"
he continues.
"The guy would have died in the house if not for Kale. But Kale caught fire himself. They think he rolled as soon as they got outside and got out most of the flames, but not before he got pretty badly burned himself."
Tears start rolling down my cheeks. I imagine Kale, trying to be the hero to someone who maybe shouldn't have been saved. I imagine the flames and how he must have screamed. A sob works its way out of my chest, and I press a hand to my mouth.
"He was in surgery last night,"
Drake says, emotion heavy in his own voice.
"They're keeping him asleep for most of the day today while they keep cleaning him up."
How severe were the burns? I managed to get out. My parents worked with burns once in their research.
Not much bothers them, but even they had a hard time dealing with the pain the patients were experiencing. 80% of them are second-degree non-thickness, but it looks like the fire kept burning by his hip, stretching up toward his stomach. They're second-degree full thickness, and one small spot that's third-degree. Slowly, my brain, my body, goes back into action and function. I start gathering things, throwing them into a bag. Which hospital is he in? And I hear him give a relieved sigh. Harborview. I'm on my way, I say. Thank you so much for calling me. Of course, he says. Should I send Sage or Julian to pick you up from the airport? That'd be great, thank you, I say as I finish packing and head out into the hall. I'll let you know when I'm getting in. We say our goodbyes and I pound on Tony's door, so grateful that he lives next door. Tony! I shout. We've got to go! We hopped on the first flight that was leaving with seats available, which was 20 minutes after Tony and I arrived at the airport. I wore sunglasses and a fedora, a plain gray long-sleeve t-shirt and black jeans, as nondescript as I could manage. Tony looked like a twitchy, nervous tweaker, watching for recognition in crowds, 'cause we were flying a general, everyday coach flight on Southwest. But we boarded, and no eyes turned toward us. It was still early, only 7 a.m. Everyone is bleary-eyed and already asking for pillows so they can go back to sleep. But I'm wide awake. I stare out my window as we fly over the West Coast. I tear my napkin to shreds. I'm not thinking about the repercussions of taking off without telling a single soul. I'm not thinking about the interview I'm going to miss at 11:30, or the meeting I'm supposed to have about the tour at 2, how I'm supposed to meet my road crew today. Any of that. All I can imagine is Kale, lying in a hospital bed, and how much pain he must be in. A few stray tears roll down my face. Tony reaches over and laces his fingers through mine. I look over at him, into his strong, always tough face, and there's support in his warm eyes. You're going to get through this. But his words aren't reassuring, 'cause he doesn't say Kale and I will get through this. He doesn't say everything is going to be okay, just that I will get through this. And that finally breaks me. After keeping it together, I crumble into his strong arms and lose it. 2 hours and 50 minutes later, we land. The sky is gray and covered in clouds. It's raining lightly. I text Sage that we're in, and she replies back that she'll be to the pickup area in just a few minutes. My shades go back on, despite how dim the day is. I always walk close to Tony, hanging just slightly behind him. But miracle of all miracles, we make it through the airport without being recognized. Neither of us checked a bag. We each only carry a backpack, and we head straight for the pickup area. And there Sage is, waiting at the curb. She jumps out when she sees us and pops the trunk. I'm glad you came, Sage says, embracing me in a hug. Before it would have felt weird, coming from her. Sage isn't the hugging type. But now, after everything that's happened to her family in the past week and a half, she's a little softer. Thank you for bouncing back and forth so much for us. Of course, I say as I slip into the passenger seat and Tony is relegated to the back. It feels weird. How's he doing? Is he still asleep? My phone starts buzzing. I look down at it. It's Hadley. Again. I've already got 7 voicemails and 10 missed calls. 28 text messages. I hand it back to Tony, who slides it into his pocket. They thought it best if they kept him unconscious for a few more hours. They're saying most of the burns aren't as bad as they originally thought they'd be. So that's a positive side, I guess. She shakes her head as she pulls back onto the road and we head out of the airport. How has he been since I left? I ask, even as my internal organs do a transformation from pink and squishy to steel and hard. Sage glances over at me and there's hesitance in her eyes. He's not been good. For the first day or so he was just quiet like before. But then he was just annoyed and angry. About everything. I didn't want Mom to have to deal with him acting like that, so I made him come stay with us. Even Julian couldn't get him out of his funk. I was worried about him, but I never thought he'd do something so idiotic. Her words are harsh, but these times are dire. He hasn't answered any of my calls this whole week. Sage nods again. I kinda figured. Anytime I'd bring you up, he'd try to change the subject. And that is like 1,000 needles to my heart. The burns to his upper neck, chest, and face should start to heal pretty fast, the doctor explains to me. There will be scarring, but nothing disfiguring. The burns to his hip and lower abdomen, though, are going to take some time. The skin graft may or may not take, so it will be a bit before we know if we'll have to redo it. It's both worse and better than I was expecting. Kale lies there, medically asleep in the hospital bed. He's got a cannula in his nose, feeding him extra oxygen. He wears a gown, but only barely. Most of his body is exposed, showing the angry burns. They stretch from his right hip up to his lower stomach, mostly off to the side. This is where the burn is the worst, and apparently where the fire kept burning after he collapsed. There's a 5 by 4 inch skin graft there, and that's where there are white, leathered edges of the 3rd-degree burns. From there, the burn stretches up, licking up over his right breast. It claws its way up the side of his neck, and it creeps up just over the edge of his jaw, barely onto his lower cheek. The burns aren't as extensive as I expected them to be. I had imagined his whole body covered in angry, wet, red skin, hair burned, melted skin oozing everywhere. But it's just that one strip. That one painful-looking strip. I just need a relationship status to put on his visitor records, the doctor says as he flips a chart open and starts writing my name down. You're his girlfriend, correct? Yes, I reply with every confidence in my voice. Because he hasn't told me otherwise, and damn him if I'm just going to let him ignore me into a breakup. Okay, thank you, he says with a nod as he dismisses himself. I want to cry. I want to be angry with him. I want to yell at him and to hold him and to just make it all better. But only 2 tears make their way out. I sink into the chair at his side. I pull his hand into mine, careful not to disturb the thermometer on his finger or the IV going into his arm. I rest my head on my arm and just look at him. He's burned and swollen, but still beautiful. He's still the man I love, the one I love so much that it's making my heart break. It was a bittersweet reunion with Kale's family when I got to the hospital. Everyone was there except for Drake's kids, who are with Kaylee's friend named Armando. I hugged them all, and they all tearfully hugged me back. They were all glad to see me. I wasn't sure if they would be or not. I keep butting into their family personal lives. But none of them seem to mind. I appreciate them giving us this time alone. Just me and him. I don't think or feel much. I'm a numb ball of pain and worry. So I just hold his hands for a few hours. At 1:56, Calvin walks into the hospital room. Shit, he breathes the second he sees Kale. He crosses over to the bed without looking at me. He sits on the chair on the other side of the bed and stares hard at Kale. I told him to stay away from that punk, Calvin says, anger and fear in his eyes. I told him that lowlife was going to cause Kale nothing but trouble and drag him down. And now look at him. And to my greatest shock, Calvin's voice cracks. He takes Kale's other hand and presses it hard against his mouth. He just stares at Kale, and I stare at Calvin. Kale's agent has always been business and acted the hard, uncaring manager. He's bossed Kale around and controlled his life for the past 3.5 years, But that's 3.5 years that they've been a major part of each other's life. Calvin has been there since the beginning, when Kale was just doing catalog shoots and romance book covers for $50 at a time. Calvin has been there as Kale grew. He guided Kale, gave him direction, and showed him what paths to take. In a way, Calvin has been like a father to Kale, and Kale his son. Of course it would break Calvin when Kale was broken. And without saying anything, the two of us just sit there, holding his hands and praying that Kale will be okay. The family may have said they all wanted me here, but in the end, it is me out in the hall and them in there when it's time to wake him up. The three of us sit in the chairs down the hall from his room. Me, Calvin, and Tony. I gather my knees up to my chest, resting my arms across them, and stare at a blank spot on the wall across from me. "Hey, you're Whitney Ford," a young voice says. My eyes shift over to find an 18-year-old looking girl on crutches making her way down the hall. Tony stands, instantly putting himself between me and her. He mutters something quiet and low that I can't hear. The girl glances once back at me as she hobbles away, concern and a hint of offense in her eyes. I feel bad. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be mean. But I just don't have it in me right now to be anything but scared and worried. How long is this going to take? How long is it going to be before I can see him? Before I can talk to him? Before I can touch him and tell him that I love him and that I'm still here? But I know. I'll let him take as long as he needs me to take. His family is his family and he is their baby brother. They had him long before I did. What feels like an eternity later, Sage opens the door. Everyone starts filing out, and then Sage waves me forward. I feel my heart beating faster and faster as I walk down the hall toward the door. And just before I'm about to go in, Sage grabs my arm, stopping me. "He's not good right now," she warns. "Just be patient." I press my lips into a tight line and nod. When I walk in, Kale is staring up at the ceiling. I walk quietly, on eggshells. My heartbeat is rocketing, threatening to launch right out of my chest, hitting someone with blood and squish. I try to pretend my eyes aren't welling. I don't want to cry in front of him. I need to be strong and supportive right now, not a blubbering mess. But I just can't right now. My eyes burn despite my telling them not to. Kale doesn't look at me as I sit very carefully on the edge of his bed. He only takes a slightly deeper breath when I take his hand in mine and press it to my cheek. We sit there in silence for far too long, and every second that passes kills me. "It's good to see you," I finally say, because it is, and my heart is breaking in a million complicated ways. Still, the silence stretches on. 10, 20, 40, 60 seconds too long. "Please say something," I whisper, my voice shaking. Kale takes a shaky breath, and his eyes stay glued to the ceiling tiles. "I can't." The sound of his voice chips off a big piece of my heart. Why not? He presses his lips together tightly. His eyes grow red and they well. He shakes his head. What the shake is for, I'm not exactly sure, but the motion causes a tear to leak out onto his cheek. "I'm here, Kale," I say. I turn my head and press a kiss into his palm, and his face crumples. More tears roll out onto his face. That's all it takes for my own to emerge. I hold him as carefully as I can while he sobs. Chapter 22. I thought that Kale finally letting me hold him finally crying with me would be a turning point, that once he got it all out he'd open back up and let me in. It was the opposite. Kale wouldn't talk to me more than 1 or 2 words. It was similar with everyone else, but it felt especially harsh to me, 'cause it was just as cold as he'd been the last week. Saturday is a very long day. On Sunday, the phone calls won't stop. The phone is constantly ringing. Tony's is constantly ringing. People even start calling Julian and Sage and Lake and Drake. How they get all their numbers, I have no idea. But I refuse all the calls. I'm already facing Kale's rejection. I can't face the label's wrath right now, too. I am, after all, only human, and there's only so much I can process at a time. But the longer I sit in this chair, the longer it is that Kale is in that room, the more terrified I get. Bad thoughts are rolling around in my head, thoughts that are insensitive and angry, considering what Kale is going through. But I'm only human. I have emotions. I have feelings. My phone rings again and I look down at it. Hadley. I shove it back in my pocket. I stand from my chair, and before I can give them permission to do so, my legs are moving me down the sterile halls to his room. I walk into the room just as a nurse is leaving. She gives me a small smile as we slip around each other. There's no one else inside Kale's room. I close the door behind me. It's just me. It's just him. His eyes dart to me and then back to the ceiling.
I'm tired, he says flatly. They said I should probably get some sleep. They just gave me a lot of drugs for the pain.
Okay, I say as I stand to the side of his bed. But first I need to know something.
What?
He says without looking over in my direction. I hate this. I hate crying and the fact that my eyes keep welling up every hour on the hour lately. But I can't help it. When your heart is breaking, you break. Do you still love me? I ask with a tremor in my voice. And this does bring his eyes to mine. Except that I can't read his emotions. Usually they're quite clear. As he once said, he's either sad or happy. He's up or down. And right now I have no idea what is going on behind those eyes.
What kind of question is that?
He asks, a hard edge to his voice. My lower lip threatens to tremble, so I bite it and take a moment to compose myself. The kind I need answered, 'cause I don't know the answer to it. Now his eyes do grow hard. His fingers roll into fists.
I just lost everything, Whitney. Everything. And you come in here demanding answers about love? This isn't about you, dollface.
No, this isn't about me, I say, my voice rising an octave. This is about us, Kale. And no, you haven't lost everything. I'm here, your family's here, even Calvin and Tony are here.
Calvin has just told me that Sherlock has fired me, Whit,
Kale yells. He winces, holding his hands over the worst of the burn.
I'm done. I'm done modeling, just look at me. Hell, you think anyone will ever want me in front of their camera again? It's over for me.
That knocks me back a step. I hadn't thought about that. But, of course, Kale has a career because he has flawless skin, because he's beautiful. And to me, he still is. But those burns, they're going to leave scars for the rest of his life.
So don't come in here demanding affection while I'm lying here looking and feeling like a monster,
he says. His eyes burn, and it kills me that they're pointed in my direction.
This isn't about you, and right now, how could I ever think about an us?
Kale, I whisper.
You know what?
He cuts me off before I can say another word.
I've been doing a lot of thinking this past week. I'm 22. I don't know anything. I don't know what to do now that my dad's dead. I sure as hell don't know what to do now that I'm a crispy fried chicken. So how the hell do I think I know what I'm doing with this? How the hell do I think I actually know what love is? I'm 22, Whit. You're 22. What the hell do we know?
Kale, I say as I shake my head. You don't mean that. What this is between us, it's real. It's everything, and you know it.
I don't know anything,
he yells.
We're living in this fantasy of being big and famous. It's all inflated with hot air. How could any of it have real substance to it?
Don't say that, I actually yell. Tears are streaming down my face. Don't say that, 'cause I love you, damn it. I love you, Kale McCain. And for a minute, his expression falters. His eyes soften for just a moment. We are not broken just because you got hurt and your dad is gone, I say, my level coming down. We are still us. We're still Kale and Whitney. None of that hot air matters 'cause it's here. I place my hand over my heart. I know it and you know it. But his eyes harden again.
No, you don't. We don't know anything. We're not playing house anymore, and I'm not going to be jet-setting around the country on a whim. Take away the man who always told me what the right thing was my entire life. Take away the one thing I was good at. And hell, it was just standing in front of a camera. And I have no idea who the hell I am anymore. How can you love someone who doesn't know who he is? How can I love someone else when I have no clue who I am?
Tears stream down my face now, free and hard. My phone rings in my back pocket, but I don't even hear it.
You should go on that tour, Whitney,
he says as he lies back down on his pillow and looks back up at the ceiling.
Go and get world famous. And go live the life you were supposed to live. Enjoy it while you got it.
But I don't have it without you, I say, feeling desperate and pathetic. You can still come with me. Meet me in London. Come with me to Sydney.
Just go, Whitney,
he yells, his eyes once again hard on me.
Just bloody go and move on. You still have everything you want, so go and enjoy it and just go.
It's a knife to the chest, and I can't catch my breath. I try to draw one in, but I can't. My phone rings again. I take a step back, still holding Kale's angry and hard eyes. I feel the door behind me. My hand pulls it open, and finally, my eyes locked on his for one last time, I turn and I go, just like he told me to. Chapter 23. And just, wow, thank you so much, I breathe again. There's a huge smile on my face, threatening to blind everyone in this giant room. The lights beat down on me so intensely that I can't really even see the faces in the crowd. But I know they're all out there, smiling back at me. I hold the award that I was handed up in the air, its crystal gleaming brightly under the lights. Everyone breaks out in claps and cheers. Best New Artist of the Year. And not 10 minutes ago, I won the Best Single of the Year for Angel on Your Shoulder. An escort helps me down off the stage, and I make my way back to my seat. I'm still freaking out over the fact that I'm sitting between Jessica Dawn and Anthony Hawkins. Holy frickin' amazing. They both congratulate me as I sit back down, the awards on the table in front of me. I start to zone out the announcer as he continues rattling off nominees for various music awards. I look at my own and marvel how we got here, how I got here. The album went platinum in the first week of being on sale. The single of Angel on Your Shoulder was played on every radio station around the country within a week of its release, sending the album skyrocketing up the pre-order charts. Within a day of the album's release, the first 5 shows of the tour sold out. And then there was the actual tour. Show after show, bus rides, airplanes, blinding lights, and screaming crowds. Every night I'd get scared that I'd screw something up. And I wasn't perfect. There was a time I totally tripped while walking on stage. There was another that I ran right into one of the backup dancers during the middle of Glow. Another that my voice randomly cracked when I was talking to the crowd. But for some reason, the crowds loved it when I did that stuff. They'd laugh and then cheer, and the next day the internet was exploding with that adorably relatable thing I'd done. For some reason, the world loved my quirkiness. and the tour went better than any of us could have hoped for. We finished the US leg with all sold-out shows. While in the air headed to London, we got word that the show in Sydney was sold out as well. Before we even landed, Elysium was asking for the titles of the rest of the second album. I already had 5 songs. They wanted another 9. Now, 12 weeks after the tour, my second full-length album is finished. It's set to release in 2 months. Pre-orders are rocking the charts once again. And here I am, at the music award show, winning things, having people look at me like I belong here, being happy for me and cheering. They're talking about collaboration for movie soundtracks, and other artists are begging me to write songs for them, or sing with them, or do music videos with them. I'm constantly surrounded by people, and yet, I'm alone. The lead singer of Suit goes up on the stage for the award of Best Rock Song of the Year, and I'm trying to pay attention to his acceptance speech, but his hair looks so much like Kale's, and I just can't help it. It's been nearly 5 months since I left Kale's hospital room. 5 months since he said he didn't love me. 5 months since his life exploded. And 5 months since my heart felt anything. For the first week I tried calling him, texting him. I talked to Kaylee and Sage and even Riley once. But they all said the same thing. He just needed time to heal. So I decided to give him that. It was going to be 4 weeks before he got out of the hospital. So I decided to wait 5 until I tried again, to see if maybe he'd changed his mind, that he figured out what we had was real, that even though we were young, we still knew exactly what love was. 4 weeks. That put us to the end of the tour. I tried calling him, and in one heart-stabbing, all-soul-crushing moment, I got his voicemail.
Hey, you've reached Kale. Do your thing after the beep. And if this is wit, you don't need to call again. Just let it be.
And that was that. We were done. I'd made Robert McCain a promise. He'd said that Kale needed me to be there when he came back. But Kale had made it crystal clear that he wasn't coming back. So where did that leave me? Hadley, Elysium, even Calvin ran Publicity. During the tour, they all tried to cover up what was happening. Word was kept under hard wraps about Kale's accident and Sherrock letting him go. And the record label kept it quiet that we were less than perfectly together and in love. But now I've been home from tour for months, and not once have he and I been spotted together. The tabloids are talking. There are entire blogs and Tumblrs dedicated to our relationship. They've all been speculating. And 5 weeks ago, word finally got out about what happened to Kale. Things were said, harsh things that paint me to look like a horrible person who stopped loving the man I loved, I don't know, because he was no longer perfect and world famous. My PR team came back with a vengeance. If the stories were something to read before, they were nothing compared to what would come. Me painted as the saint. The story of me taking off, unreachable because I was rushing to his side. Then they exposed the truth. How Kale disconnected, cold and harsh. I wouldn't talk to anyone at the label for a week because of that. The truth is a harsh mistress. Maybe that should be the title of a new song for album 3, because Elysium is already planning on it. They're going nuts over this new second album. They say it's 10 times more heartfelt and grown up than Angel was. They're expecting it to go at least double platinum. All the songs, except for the 5 I wrote before my fantasy world exploded, are darker. They're full of angst. They're full of hurt. They're raw and honest in the most dishonest way. They're the most real songs I've written since Angel. My soul is on that record. Which is fitting, since the album is self-titled, Whitney Ford. Realizing how fleeting happiness is, how all of this could fall apart at any second, I finished up my last semester online. I now have my master's degree in microbiology. Just in case. 'Cause I never expected what Kale and I had to fall apart. Who knows if this music thing will last either. "Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll see you next year," the announcer says, and the room breaks out in a round of clapping. Sitting here in this room, living this life, I feel like a complete liar, living a fake life. Later that night, when I'm in my house, a fantastic and beautiful and far too big thing the label bought for me when I was on tour, I put the awards on the shelf that houses many others. I stare at them, wishing there was someone to share the excitement with, because who is there now? My parents have kept their distance. I haven't talked to my brother in I don't even know how long. Ming and I got in a fight a few months ago over the fact that I'd checked out on her and we never talked anymore. And she was right. So here I am.
Congratulations,
Tony says from behind me. I turn to him, my crazy, beautiful, crazy expensive dress rustling as I move. "Thank you," I say with a hollow smile, and Tony just has sadness behind his own. But he is here, and that counts for everything. 3.5 weeks later, I'm in front of a camera, a laughing crowd in front of me, and the funniest talk show woman at my side. "Come on, be honest," Nell says. "Do you do all that clumsy stuff on purpose?" "No," I laugh with everyone else, shaking my head. "It's awful. I swear I'm going to die up on stage one day because I'm just going to trip and impale myself on a guitar." "Please try to be more careful," she says with a dramatic cringe through a smile. "America and the world will die without their relatable girl." "I swear I do try to be more graceful," I say with a smile for the crowd. "Well, you won over the world's hearts in a hurry," Nell continues, the mood instantly growing more serious. "Did you folks know that this woman holds a master's degree?" Half the audience nods. The other half looks blown away. People make assumptions about you when you're in front of them all the time. They think that the only thing you can do is act or sing or look pretty. But I've made my peace with that. "Yeah," Nell says, looking at me in awe. "In microbiology. You used to work at some science-y facility, right?" "I did," I say with a nod. "You could say that I was a true nerd. I still am, really." "Who doesn't love a nerd, am I right?" she calls loudly and with excitement. The crowd goes crazy with clapping and hollers. On a different note, I hate to ask it, but we all want to know about the man who started it all. How did Kale McCain come into your life? And what happened? This is a beginning and end question, because how he came into my life and what happened are two very different things. It takes me too long to answer. The crowd waits on bated breath. They all want to know the answer, because up until now, I haven't been able to talk about any of this. Everything that's gotten out has either been from my PR team, or it's all been speculation. Kale erupted into my life at exactly the time I needed him. I start. The room is so silent I hear it when a cameraman scratches his elbow. And I'm not talking about needing him to make the video or launch my career. He came into my life when I needed someone to believe in me. When I needed someone to give me confidence that I was more than just a weird, socially awkward nerd. "We've all heard you used to have terrible stage fright," Nell says, her eyes caring and warm. "That ended when Kale came into the picture, didn't it?" My head goes back to the night of the wedding, when everything was scary but magic. I still have terrible stage fright. It's still terrifying going up in front of people who will judge you. But yeah, Kale helped with that. I pause and take a breath, feeling the sharp ache trying to scissor its way back into my chest. I've locked it away for a long time now, pretending like it wasn't there and that it couldn't hurt me, but sometimes it makes pain easier to deal with when you share it. I have a lot of people to share it with, and I love them. I don't know all these people out in the audience, and I don't know all the people who will be watching this later, but I still love them. And right now I could use a little more love in my life. Kale overheard me singing one day, I say, for just a moment letting myself go back to the night and feeling the excitement and uncertainty of it all over again. He scared me and I fell, and it was super awkward. But he told me how great he thought I was. And then he told me to not worry about anyone else that might listen, 'cause he was the person I was most scared of there, and he already thought I was something special. So I could just go out there and do my thing. Do you still use that thought process now? Nell asks. Such a loaded question. I look at her for a long moment. Too long, but I'm on a roll with that, so why stop now? People need to change and evolve constantly to survive this thing called life, I somehow say without messing everything up and falling to pieces. The scissors are wreaking havoc on my insides. You know, Kale was always so confident and happy and content with himself. He didn't need anyone else's approval, 'cause he had his own. I try to do that now. Just be okay with being Whitney. Why aren't you two together anymore? Someone shouts from the audience. My eyes dart to the dozens and dozens of people out in front of us, to the gleaming cameras and the bright stage lights. I swallow hard, blink twice, because people do what they have to in order to survive, I say, my voice probably too quiet. And sometimes that means letting go and moving on. Nell looks at me with kindness in her eyes. She takes my hand in hers. Well, the country loves you, and so does the rest of the world. Everyone loves that girl who is just Whitney. And now, she says, excitement picking up in her voice in that energetic way of hers, who wants to hear Whitney Ford sing? The crowd goes wild, even as a crack might show in my facade. I just hope that the cameras are facing the excited crowd as I walk over to the performance stage, 'cause my eyes are red. Chapter 24. The new album releases next week. 7 days. In 7 days, I'll leave on tour again. I'll be gone for 18 weeks, touring all over the US, making stops in Canada, heading over to Europe, 1 stop in Japan, 2 stops in Australia, then coming back to the US for 1 last, huge show in New York. So, in this small lull where I demanded some time before the storm, I came home, to my old apartment, in Seattle, looking over Lake Union, and my old job and my old safe life. My little old white truck is gone. I'm sure it got towed away at some point. In the chaos that my life became, I kind of forgot about it. I have no idea where it is now, and I kind of miss the sad old thing. Tony wanders around, always checking our surroundings. The crowds don't know I'm here. Yet. Somehow they always eventually find out. But for now, I'm sitting alone on the deck. The traffic noises rumble through the air. The scent of salt water is heavy, and I sit, wrapped in a blanket, a mug of tea in my right hand. It's nice to just be me for a few moments. I rolled out of bed, knotted my hair on top of my head. I'm wearing this long shirt as pajamas. I don't always get to wear what I want these days. Yes, the stylists still try to generally stick with my quirky vintage and used sense of style, but they pick it all. So here is beautiful. Just me, just real. A knock on the door surprises me, and I hear Tony shuffle to get it. My anxiety levels skyrocket, expecting Tony to have to talk down some reporter or photographer. It's a common occurrence, and I just want to relax today. But a minute later, I hear heels clicking across the hardwood floor. I turn to see Sage walking over to me. "Hi," I say, totally taken aback. "I wasn't expecting to see you anytime soon." "What, too busy for us common folk now?" she asks in that confident, sarcastic way of hers. "No, I know what you meant," she says with a one-sided smile. She sinks into the chair next to me and looks out at the view. This is a beautiful spot. I look back out toward all the boats and nod. It used to be my grandmother's. When she died, my parents rented it out to me. I bought it from them a few months back. "It's different having a place be yours, isn't it?" Sage says without looking at me. "It really is," I say. I take a sip of my tea, feeling it warm my insides. It's May now, but the morning is still cool. "Congratulations on all your success, by the way," she says, and it means everything that there's admiration in her voice. "We're really proud of you." I don't know exactly who she means by we, but I'm grateful for it anyway. "Thank you," I say. It's all been totally insane, but it's also amazing. I feel Sage's eyes on me, studying me hard. "Then why do you sound so sad?" My eyes meet hers, and I don't have to answer. We look at each other and I can see it there too. Sage is feeling the pain as well. She isn't an emotional person, but she is observant, and she's smart. "How is he?" I ask before I give myself permission to, because the last thing I want to talk about is Kale. I've been trying so hard the last few months to not think about him, or at least to pretend like I don't think about him. She shrugs. "I can't say I really know." She sits back in her chair, and her entire body language screams sadness. "He moved back to his apartment in New York about 5 months ago." 5 months. That seems so long ago. But then I have to remind myself that it's been 7 months since he removed me from his life. "I think he's trying to figure out his life without the world constantly drooling over him," she continues. "But he's lost. Trying to rediscover who you are when you're nothing but angry isn't an easy thing." Moisture stings the back of my eyes, but it isn't sad. It's pity and anger, because life just isn't fair. "He made a huge mistake, you know," Sage says when I don't have anything, "by ending things with you." I shrug and shake my head without looking at her. We were young, and what did we know, right? Sage places a hand on my arm and draws my eyes to hers. "Don't you do that to yourself," she says, her voice stern. "Don't cut yourself down when you were once sure about something. I know you love my brother. I'm pretty sure you still do. And I know he loved you. No one knows Kale better than me, and I know he did. My chest is having difficulties letting oxygen into my lungs. It's hard to breathe. Then why did he let me go?" Man, those words were hard to get out. She gathers her words for a second. "Because he let himself go, and you were so solidly attached to him by that point that he couldn't let go of himself without letting you go too." These words kill me. They make me want to have that world-ending emotional break that I've been fighting back these past 7 months. But I can't. I just can't. 'Cause once it starts, I'd never, ever be able to stop it. "We're all having dinner at our house tonight," Sage finally says. She may be intimidating and scary, but she knows when someone's pushed to their limit. She knows when to change the subject. "We would all really love if you came. You should come meet Riley and Lake's new baby." The love that Sage is extending, the love of the McCain family, it makes my heart feel just a tiny less heavy. It makes me feel a part of something again. I'd love that. It's the best day I've had in months and months. Sage waited while I showered and got ready. Then we went shopping, and oh, how the woman could shop and drop money like it was hot. But it was wonderful. I even managed to drag her into 2 second-hand stores. She may have acted like she was going to die of Ebola or something, but she humored me. We went to lunch, talked endlessly. I only got mobbed once, signed about 30 random things, Tony getting us safely from one screaming fan to the next. And then around 4 we headed back to her house on the water in Bellevue. "Good to see you again, Whitney." Julian greets me warmly when we walk inside. He engulfs me in a huge hug, his tattooed arms embracing me tightly. "We've missed you. Not that we don't see you every single day on TV. "It's good to see you too." I smile back at him when he lets me go. There's someone back in the kitchen whirlwinding around. It's my turn to host the family dinner for this month, and neither of us knows how to make anything more than cereal, Sage says, looking slightly sheepish. That's Marta, the cook. "Hi, Marta," I call, giving her a wave. She's a girl that doesn't look much older than me, but the second she gets a look at my face, she freezes. "Oh my gosh, Whitney Ford?" We all laugh at that, and Marta starts gushing about how much she loves my music. "Well, thank you," I say. I've gotten reactions like this hundreds, thousands of times, and I still don't know how to take it. That really means a lot to me. "Lucian!" a shrill voice suddenly cries out. "That was my hair you pulled!" We all turn to see Paisley chase Lucian through the door and up the stairs. "It was an accident!" Lucian cries back. "Pay, let it go!" Drake yells, only 3 steps behind them. He's got Afton on his hip, and I can't believe how much she's grown. "Hey, Whitney, what a nice surprise!" He crosses the hall and hugs me with his free arm. He lets Afton down and she goes running off after the other kids. "How are you, Miss Famous Quirky Girl?" "I'm good," I say. And for the first time in a long time, I don't feel like I'm lying through my teeth. "Whitney?" I turn to see Kaylee walking through the door, right after Quinn. She's got a brilliant smile on her face. She literally darts forward and wraps me in a huge hug, the top of her head not even close to coming to the bottom of my chin. "It's so good to see you." "You too," I say, squeezing her back. "I can't believe how much the kids have grown." "I know, right?" she says as she releases me. "I don't know what Drake has been sneaking into their food." "Won't be long and Pay'll be taller than you, my love," Drake says with a grin as he presses a kiss to the top of her head. The door swings open, and in walks Lake. He's got the handle of a car seat over his huge forearm. And behind him walks Riley. She looks tired, but amazing. "Hey," they both say when they see me. Riley gently gives me a hug, and I can't help but think she looks so good with a touch more baby padding on her. "It's good to see you." "Oh my goodness," I coo when Lake flips back the sun visor of the car seat and reveals a tiny baby girl. "Who is this?" Lake beams, and I mean beams. The man looks so proud he could blind the sun with his new father smile. He sets the car seat on the floor and unbuckles the tiny little newborn. Ever so careful, his giant hands swallowing her little body, he pulls her from the seat. "This is Callie," he says as he cradles her in his muscled arms. "She's 1 month old yesterday," Riley says with a blissful smile. She adjusts Callie's shirt, which was poking up over her nose. And her nose looks exactly like Riley's. Soft red hair covers her head. She's got Lake's ears and, I swear, Sage's exact jawline. She looks so much like Riley, but she's a McCain through and through. Callie McCain. "Can I hold her?" I ask hopefully. "Yeah," Lake says with a smile. It's always so startling to see a smile on his face. He seems so serious and reserved most of the time, but then these moments happen and this brilliant smile comes bursting forth. Carefully, supporting her delicate head with his rough hands, he settles her into my arms. I notice he smells faintly like horses. She's so tiny, I coo as I look down at her precious face. She blinks at me, her eyes not quite blue anymore, not quite the same grin as Riley's. Is that Whitney? I look up and see Robin McCain coming through the door with a diaper bag slung over one shoulder. She's got a smile on her face and excitement in her step. She closes the space between us and folds me into a big mom hug, careful not to squish Callie. It's really great to see you, Robin, I say, feeling my heart squeeze. She looks so happy, so different from the last few times I've seen her, when she was mourning her husband and son. Don't you just look like the superstar you are? She says, and she actually pinches my cheek. I just feel so proud whenever I see you on TV. You're doing amazing. Thank you, that really means a lot, I say, and my heart melts all the more. I don't let Callie go as we settle down for dinner. I just hold her and fall in love, and strangely start to want one of my own, because this is what really matters. I look up at this incredible family. This is what really matters. Not money or fame or the approval of the outside world. What matters is those who love you most, who hold you close to their hearts, even if you're not actually family. Family bonds of heart run deeper than blood and water, and for the first time in a long time, I'm just happy. I'm just Whitney being happy, and that is the most amazing feeling in the world. Chapter 25. Thank you, Toronto, you've been amazing, I say into the microphone. The crowd goes insane, and I laugh and smile and wave at them. I take one last bow, but put too much momentum into it, 'cause I trip forward, nearly falling over. I look up embarrassed, but the crowd just goes even more crazy. Thank you, I love you. And then someone is talking in my ear, telling me to head off stage. I blow the huge crowd one last kiss, and then jog off to the side. Great job, nice show, Hadley says as she starts helping the costume people change me out of my stage clothes. Oh my God, that was crazy. I breathe hard, just like I always do after a show. I promise security will be tighter in Paris, Hadley says, irritation in her voice. About halfway into the concert, some girl broke out onto the stage, ran over, and gave me this crazy hard hug. I couldn't even breathe. I played it off like it was cute and we were friends, but it was actually kind of scary. She was acting kind of insane. Security swarmed the stage, dragging her off. She started screaming, "I love you, Whitney," as they manhandled her off into handcuffs. The crowd was stunned and quiet for a minute. "I love you too," I finally called, just to break the awkward silence. And then everyone went crazy. What happened to her? I asked as I finished changing. I had to get over my fear of other people seeing me when I changed. It just wasn't an option to have modesty when on the move like this. People are going to see things, and I'm okay with that now, as long as they're not seeing it all. "We handed her over to Toronto police," Tony says, coming up from behind. "It's up to them now." I feel bad, I say as we start for the car that will take us to yet another hotel. She was just excited. Can we send her something? Hadley sighs as if this is a huge inconvenience. "Yeah," she relents. "We'll see what we can do. I'll put May on it." It takes me a moment to remember who May is, one of Hadley's 3 assistants. It now takes a whole army to keep me and everything involved going. When we're at the crazy-priced hotel, I shower, pull on pajamas, and flop down in front of the TV. I flip through the channels, and freeze when I hear Kale's name. Former world-famous model Kale McCain sold his Manhattan apartment for a whopping $7.8 million today. Not present at the sale, we tracked him down and managed to talk to him on the phone for a few minutes. When questioned about his big move, Kale responded that he would be moving home to Washington State in the near future. He would not, however, disclose where he has been the last few months. One anonymous source has stated that America's most handsome face has been getting a degree online in fire science. Is Kale headed into a new line of work? Will we be seeing him gracing fireman calendars soon? What do you think, Annette? The male reporter turns to the female one. I think this would be amazing to see someone so well known and so famous turn his life around and enter some kind of service. What happened to this man is tragic. Kale McCain's life has been ripped apart, first with losing his father, then the fire, and breaking things off with Whitney Ford, all within the space of a few days. The man has some issues to heal, and I think it's honorable serving others. If he really is going to be a fireman, I say that's amazing. There you have it, the guy whose name I can never remember says. We'll keep you updated if we hear more on this story. They move on to some story about Anthony Hawkins, and I click the TV off. I roll onto my back and stare up at the ceiling. Kale a fireman? I never ever would have considered it. But how much sense does that make? It was a fire that ended his career, that nearly killed him and his friend. Kale is having to face his demons. And what better way to do it than literally facing what ended his life as he knew it? And he's moving back to Washington. That says something too. That he's ready to be part of his family again. That he's ready to face them. A hard thing in my chest gives a squeeze, and I try to tell myself just to be happy for him. Because one of us should get that. Chapter 26. Paris, Zurich, Sydney, Perth, and a bunch of other places in between. All the shows are sold out. They're all crazy. They're all amazing. My album sits at #1. Safe Life sits at the #1 song. Some days it all still feels like a dream, a fantasy. This can't be real and can't be my life, because it's too big. I don't fit into this life. I'm not enough to fit it all. This has to be someone else who's on every music magazine. That's someone else on the TV, laughing and smiling like she knows what the heck she's doing. But it's not. That's me. And I'm not sure how I got there or who I am these days, but I'm pretty sure I'm some alternate version of myself. The self that was scared to death to sing in front of 100 people at a wedding. She's still scared to sing in front of those 10,000 people. But she does it. Somehow. I turned 23 and I don't even remember that it's my birthday. It's Tony who reminds me in the morning. He gives me a cupcake with a single candle on top, and a pack of rainbow-colored guitar picks, and a vintage necklace from the 50s. It's so thoughtful and perfect, and I just get teary-eyed and hug him. June is gone in the blink of an eye, so is July, and then August. And before I know it, most of September is gone. If I thought my life was going at warp speed before, it's nothing like the acceleration I live at now. But finally, there are only 2 shows left, London and New York. I have big plans when the tour is done. Big plans to sit and relax, and to drop off the face of the planet for at least a few months. I plan to not do a single interview. I plan to get a dog, or a cat, or maybe a couple of both. I plan to sleep in and sleep in my own bed for weeks on end. I plan to know where I am each and every morning I wake up. I plan to reconnect with my parents and Ming. Slowly, I've been trying to heal those relationships. Ming will text me every once in a while now. Dad calls on most Sundays, and Mom seems interested in talking to me for a few minutes here and there. I plan to be a person for a while, instead of this thing that is almost alien to myself. And it will be amazing. But first, there are these 2 shows. I've become a pro at falling asleep on planes. I bring my own special pillow and blanket. I curl up in one of the plush seats, pull the blanket up over my head, put some earbuds in, and zonk out. Tony wakes me when we land in London. A car transports us to a hotel. I get an hour to shower and dress in something comfortable. I put my headphones back in as we drive to the venue. The tail end of a Miranda Lambert song plays out, The music shuffles, and then a Three Doors Down song comes on. How fitting. It's landing in London. The song is about the life of being on tour, but only thinking about the one you love. Or that's what I'm pretty sure it's about. But it's heartbreaking. 'Cause it talks about how this life gets crazy, but what keeps you sane is knowing you'll be going back home to the one who matters. I turn my face to the glass window as my eyes turn red, and all these days I spend away, I'll make up for this, I swear. The breath catches in my chest. I can't pull in a deep one, because I wanted this heartbreak, the one that Brad Arnold is singing about, the longing to be with the one who loves you, the hard weeks away, the desire to go home to the one who is waiting for you. Kale and I should have had this. I should have been painfully missing him, knowing that I would be going home to him eventually, that he was going to be waiting for me. I should have been able to call him before the show, to hear his voice, to have him tell me that he'd be flying out soon to see me. And it's then, listening to that song, that I finally break. A floodgate of tears comes out in a torrent. A pained gasp rips from my throat. "Brittany," Tony asks from beside me, concern ripping through his gravelly voice. "What's wrong? You hurt?" Another gasp rips through me, my eyes completely glazed over with tears. I shake my head. No, I'm not hurt, but everything in me has finally broken. I feel Tony's hands on me, and he pulls me into his arms. A sob catches in my throat. My chest feels so tight I can't get any oxygen up or down. I grip Tony's suit in my fingers, grasping onto it for dear life. This is the edge, and I'm going to fall off it and never see the light of day again.
"Hey, it's gonna be okay,"
Tony says in a low tone as he runs a hand over my hair, holding me close. "No, it's not," I breathe out harshly. "It hasn't been okay in months. It's been shit and wrong, and I've been trying, but I just can't anymore. I can't." Tony's grip tightens on me. Somehow I can feel anger in his grasp.
"That boy was an idiot. You don't push people away when you need to be loved the most. He's gonna regret it for the rest of his life."
I cry harder. Tony's words were meant to be comforting, but they just rub salt in the wound. I wipe the tears from my face, still clinging to Tony. "I thought you were supposed to stop loving the people who broke up with you after time. It's almost been a year, Tony. In 4 weeks it'll have been a year since he let me go. When is it gonna stop hurting?" He rubs a hand up and down my back.
"I don't know,"
he says after a long moment.
"but when it hurts this long, this hard, I think that just means it was real and big. That doesn't go away fast."
"No," I say as a fresh round of tears rolls down my face. "It doesn't." "Aw, hell," the powers that be say when I walk into my prep room. I'm a mess. A wet, swollen, barely under control mess. One glance in the mirror reveals tangled hair from my savage hands, swollen eyes, red splotchy face, lips that threaten to quiver. I look anything but like the person who's supposed to go up on stage in 2 hours. "What happened?" Hadley says, taking my hands in hers and looking me square in the eye. "Did the crazies get to you?" I shake my head. I must be out of tears, otherwise they'd be rolling down my face again. Get me emotional. Show me someone who's showing concern for me, and it's a dead guarantee I'll cry. But I'm out of them now. The well is dry. I don't know if I can do it tonight," I say to her as I shake my head and my lip quivers. "I don't know if I can pretend tonight." "Oh, shit," Hadley says as she guides me to a couch. We sit, and she doesn't let my hands go. "Kale, I always wondered when the break would happen. Didn't figure it would take 11 months to surface." My chin sinks to my chest and I shake my head. My shoulders shake. "I'm sorry," Hadley says as she wraps her arms around me. "That was super jackass insensitive of me to say. Of course it's going to happen sometime. I just thought you were being crazy Wonder Woman strong. I just can't tonight." I sob into her shoulder. But even as I say it, I know I'll have to. 'Cause there is that thing inside of me. The thing that whispers in a melody of 3 different octaves that says everything's going to be all right. That I can go up on that stage and put on a smile. I can open my mouth, close off the world, close off the gate in me that lets loose the emotions and the hurt, and just be one with the music. And there are 20,000 people out there tonight that are counting on it. I sang, but that's about all I did. The reviews will say that London was the least stellar performance of my career, that the crowds never connected with me. They'll speculate if I have lost my magic touch, and that I don't really have what everyone thought I had. But as I went up on that stage, my fingers closed around the locket that has never left my neck. Just before I walked out in front of everyone, I opened it. I saw our faces there, so happy and in love. I saw our hands clasped together, a promise to never let go. And I just couldn't do anything but sing. My voice came out strong and clear, but I didn't banter with the crowd. I didn't talk to them. I didn't make an awkward joke when I tripped over a chord and nearly went down to my knees. When the set was over, I walked off the stage, right past everyone, and went to my dressing room. I didn't cry. I braced my hands on the table and stared at myself in the mirror. Just let him go, I try to tell myself. He let you go, so you let him go. You don't have to keep that promise anymore. Move on. Let it go and be a person again. But my eyes drifted down to the locket swinging from my neck again. And that was it. I ripped it from my neck, breaking the clasp. With a scream and a sob, I flung it across the room and into a corner. I grabbed the corner of the table and upended it. I swung the curling iron at the mirror and shattered it. Tony erupted into the room then, grabbing me before I hurt myself or something. I was just in a red rage. Hadley was in my face, trying to talk me down. The PR people were strategizing how to keep this quiet so my mess didn't end up on the news tonight. And finally, I put back on the numb facade. They started leading me out of the room. Just before we stepped out, I darted back to the corner, picked up the locket, and slipped it into my pocket. We leave that night. Our show in New York is in 2 days, and we don't have time to spend the night here in London. So a car drives us to the airport, where our private jet is waiting. Tony dozes, his head leaned back against the seat. Hadley and everyone else are in the car behind us. The divider between me and the driver is up, so I have a few quiet minutes to myself. My phone dings. A message from Ming. Can we talk when you're done with the tour? We've slowly been working our way up to this. There was the fight, and then life was so busy, and everyone and everything from my old life just kind of got forgotten about. Of course, I text back. Tony shifts, bumping my shoulder, and I accidentally send our text string shooting back. And there's that picture she sent me of Kale and I, back when this all began. I look so shocked, holding the stupid plate of pancakes. Kale looks ticked, and mostly naked. And I remember how much he wanted to protect and help me in those first days, how we ran away together to a little island, and how we went to the beach and everything that followed after that. I go to my photo album and start scrolling through other pictures of us that I couldn't bring myself to delete. Emotion bites at the back of my eyes. I bite my thumb as I scroll through them. We look happy. We look in love. We were happy and we were in love. I'm still in love. The phone is pressed to my ear, and I'm hearing a dial tone before I can think about this logically. 4 times it rings, and then a voice recording comes on. Hey, you've reached Kale. If you're calling for an interview, I have nothing to say. If you're calling about my application, please leave a message. And if this is Wit, I screwed it up, but I'm keeping those 2 promises I made. I stare down at my phone, forgetting to end the call. Was that real? Did I really just hear Kale say my name? I'm keeping those 2 promises I made. My mind reels. What promises did Kale make me? But they hit me, clear as day. Just before my first real show, the private launch one, I promise I'm going to be right here the entire time. And one more, in a makeup trailer, as we talked about me going on tour and how hard it was going to be a part. I'll be right here when you get back. That's a promise. What does this mean? I'll be here the entire time? I'll be here when you get back? When did he record this? I've been on tour for 18 weeks and played 36 shows so far. Was he at one of the shows? When? Where? My heart breaks out into a sprint, hard and wild. Kale, I whisper. Chapter 27. I don't know, I just need to find him! I yell at Hadley as we walk down the hall of the hotel. I'm on my phone scrolling through contacts. Sage didn't answer, neither did Kaylee. Be very, very careful, Whitney, Hadley says as she jogs to keep up with me. I have long legs. Yeah, you called him last night and heard what he said, but there's this thing called caller ID. He will have seen that you called and he hasn't called you back. My step falters for just a moment. I hadn't thought about that. It doesn't matter, I say as I continue down the hall. I just need some answers. Finally, I find Lake's number. I press call. Hello? He answers. Lake! I say, surprised when someone finally answers. Hi, how are you? I'm good, he says, confusion in his voice. I'm sorry, who is this? Oh, sorry, this is Whitney. Oh, hi, he says, and it's pretty obvious that I'm the last person he expected. Are you back in the States yet? Yeah, I say, my voice is picking up in excitement. Hadley looks at me with worry in her eyes. I just got in a few hours ago. Tonight's the last show of the tour. Congratulations, he says. I hear Callie start crying in the background. Then there's Riley's voice, soft and gentle. It's awesome to see you doing so great. Thanks, I say, meaning it. Lake saying this really counts for something. Hey, the reason I'm calling is going to seem kind of random and out of the blue, but... What is it? He encourages when I stall. I feel weird asking since it's been all this time, I stutter, but has Kale been around lately? It takes Lake half a beat to answer. This wasn't what he was expecting. No, not for a while. Can you please clarify? I ask, feeling super awkward, but my heart is beating faster and faster. Well, he was in New York for a long time, he says, and I hear a little grunting and a sigh, like Callie was just laid in his arms. But then he sold his apartment there and never came back, despite what the media's been saying. I haven't seen him in probably 5 months. Holy crap. Do I dare speculate? I've been on tour for nearly 5 months. Could he... possibly... You still there, Whitney? Lake asks. Yeah, sorry. I snap back to the conversation. Thank you, yeah. How is Callie doing? Change of conversation. 'Cause I don't know what else to say. She's great. The pride is instantly in his voice. Riley just got back from a ride with her. They go out almost every day. I think Riley already has her in love with horses. That's adorable, I say, feeling a fuzzy feeling in my heart. I wish I could see her. I bet she's grown so much since I saw her last. Stop by any time you make it back this way. And his tone, I can tell he really means it. I'd love that, I say. Plan on it. Looking forward to it, he says with a chuckle. I've got to go now, but it was great talking to you. You too, I say, surprised how much I mean it. Tell the rest of the family hi for me, okay? Will do. Bye, Whitney. Bye. I hang up and slide my phone into my back pocket. Hadley looks at me, complete uncertainty on her face. I'll see you at the show tonight, I say to her as I step past her and head into my room. Feeling scared as all can be, because right now, I'm remembering that promise I made to Robert, that Kale would eventually come out of the dark, and that I would be here waiting for him. But I'm also super pissed, because Kale dropped me like a brick of ice into the frigid ocean. And I have no idea how I'm going to react if I see him again. My hands shake, and I pace back and forth as everything gets finished with the setup. I can hear the hum of thousands of people out there just waiting for me. My hands sweat and slip on the microphone I'm gripping tightly. I catch it just before it hits the ground. 5 minutes until I go on. There are 25,000 people out there, just waiting for me to come sing for them. But there's only one person that I'm thinking about. Is Kale out there? My heart races faster and faster. I swear I'm not actually even seeing anything. I'm all up in my head thinking things way overboard. I rub my free hand on my skirt. Sniff, tempted to rub my nose because it itches, but knowing the makeup crew will kill me if I do. My intro music kicks up. My heart sprints now. 60 seconds? One of the stagehands says. They literally count down. So, before I can go into hyperventilation, I close my eyes. I take 2 deep breaths. My hand involuntarily rises up to my locket and closes around it. I don't know if Kale is out in that crowd tonight, but maybe he is. Once upon a time, he said that I could just go up on stage because I already knew the person I was most scared of knew I was amazing. I don't know that anymore. I don't know what Kale thinks of me. So tonight, I will go out on that stage, and regardless of what Kale might think of me now, I'm going to prove to me that I love myself. I will be me. I'll enjoy this amazing life I've been given. I'm going to be happy. 3, 2, 1, hello, New York! I yell as I run onto the stage and wave. The spotlight feels like an old friend, and the crowd that goes completely crazy is a mother welcoming me home after a long day at school. The music to Just a Girl Named Whitney starts up, the trumpets blaring from the live band. I sing the opening verse, and when it gets to the chorus, the part with the clapping, the crowd claps along and goes crazy. They sing back at me at the top of their lungs. And I feel good. I feel like I'm doing what I should. I dance awkwardly around the stage, weaving in between my backup dancers and doing my thing. Glow, red eyes, distance. This is the edge. I sing them all their favorites. Cameras float in and out of my view, capturing every angle. The band blares from behind me during the live songs. The speakers beat through each of our bodies. Sweat builds up on my body. This is a moment. This is me and the crowd and the infinite moment where we are one and the same with music. 18 songs for 18 weeks. That's how many songs we buzz through. When we're supposed to do a short intermission, I hold up my microphone to my lips. Come on, everybody, let's keep this rolling. Play on! The crowd went insane, and everyone kept going with twice the energy. Kisses on the Concrete is gaining popularity, and it's the second to last song. The girls in the crowd go crazy, and by the end of the last verse, I'm hearing wail shouted out above all the noise. And then we're at the last song. Angel on Your Shoulder is supposed to be what's next. I step up to the microphone, my guitar hanging off my shoulder. The crowd settles down, holding their breath, waiting for me to let mine out. I look out over them. It's impossible to make out individual faces. The lights are too bright for that. A soft beat picks up with the drums, slow and steady. This may sound different tonight, I say to the crowd. We recorded Angel to make you get up and dance and fall in love under the lights at prom. But that's not the way I originally wrote it. I pluck at the strings, going into the introduction slow and gentle. I wrote this song on the spot for someone who asked me to sing for them. You see, Music is a hard thing for me to explain, because the words that come out of my mouth when I'm just talking, and the words that come out when I'm singing, they're like two completely different languages, and I feel like I'm better understood when I'm singing. So that tonight, I couldn't really explain how I was feeling with just plain, simple words. So I sang. I opened my mouth and this is what just came out. It's a love song, you all know that, I say. My heart starts beating faster. I'm so nervous to say what I want to say, and I kind of want to just rewind it and just sing the damn song. But this is the most honest I've been in nearly a year, and I really don't want to stop now. You all know that my heart has kind of taken a pounding the last while, and you'd think that I'd either be really bitter now or that I'd just have moved on. I swallow hard, my finger still plucking out the long, looping version of the intro, because holy shit, this is the honest damn truth, even if I don't want it to be. But it is, and that's just the way it is. But it's still a love song, and it's still meant for the same person. The audience is dead silent, holding on to my every word, and I start to sing, slow and gentle, intimate, from the soul. This is the way I sang Angel to Kale that first night, late at night, at a small cabin on a small, remote island, when I tried to express how I felt for him, how I was falling for him, how I knew I was going to love him forever. It had only been a few days then, when I wrote the first shaky words, but they're as true today as they were then. It's after only the first verse that I see someone out in the crowd walking toward the stage. They're coming from the middle seats, dead center in the closer section. I squint through the bright lights, my voice never faltering on the verse. The figure makes it halfway up the aisle when security rushes them. I make out Tony's shaven head jogging toward them all. And my heart goes insane as I start the chorus. My eyes don't leave the small crowd that is gaining a lot of attention. The security people flake off, watching closely, but that solitary figure starts back toward the stage, and my eyes sting as I start the last verse. There's the broad, strong shoulders, the muscled arms, the chiseled jawline, the perfect hair, the scar rising from the collar of his shirt up to his cheek. Kale. The words to the song come out shaky and unstable as he keeps walking toward the stage. His eyes are intense. They're unsure and scared, but they burn with intensity. He stops in front of the stage, and I can sense the thousands of eyes that are locked on him. My eyes water and well as I near the end of the chorus. My fingers slip on a string, sounding out incorrect and loud. But no one boos. Everyone is dead silent, watching the two of us. But have nothing to fear, 'cause you're the angel on my own shoulder. I sing out the last line, and everything is perfectly silent. Kale stands there, only 20 feet away, staring at me. His chest rises and falls fast and hard. I take one shallow and shaky breath, and swing my guitar around onto my back. One small, scared and terrified step at a time, I walk over to the stairs. One by one I go down them. I keep waiting for Kale to run, to turn and walk away, to do anything but stand there. But he doesn't move a muscle. My heart can't still be beating when I stop in front of him, our bodies only 2 feet away, 'cause I am completely still inside. I can smell him, that scent that used to make me crazy, and still does. His eyes bore into mine in the crazy, intense way of his. His lips are parted just slightly, like he has something on the tip of his tongue, but it's too scared to come out. The cameras are pointed right at us. Every eye is on us. But I don't notice any of it. It's just me and him. A smile starts to grow on my face. The right side of his own lips start to pull up. and that's all I can take. I rush forward and take his lips like I own them. Kale's hands crush me into him, and the crowd goes insane. Chapter 28.
"Let's move it!" Tony shouts at the two of us. The crowd is going nuts, and not just in the pumped up, crazy, excited way. They're trying to push through the security line. They're jumping over people trying to get to us. They're screaming Kale's name, screaming my name, screaming that weird mashup of our names, Whale. Tony grabs my hand, I grab Kale's, and we are dragged back up on stage, and then off stage. "Get us out of here," I say to Tony. He simply nods and keeps on barreling his way for the back doors. Hadley and the rest of the crew give Kale and I startled looks as we rush past. A driver is waiting outside, and we all plow into the car before the crazy crowds can mob us. Tony slams the door behind us and the driver takes off. "You're here," I say as we speed to the hotel. "Yeah," Kale breathes. His eyes are wide, shocked even. His lips are red from my lipstick. "How many of them?" I ask. "All of them." I swallow hard, and I don't have any more words right now. All of them. Kale has been at all of my shows, all 18 weeks of them. And this starts the war of Whitney's emotions. Elation, fear, anger, longing. It's all surging up inside of me, waiting to crash down in a tidal wave. The car rolls up to the back entrance to the hotel, and Tony follows Kale and I inside and up the elevator. It lets us out and I unlock the door. "You want me in there?" Tony asks, holding my eyes with depth and seriousness. He's protective, and I love him for it. "Not tonight," I say, shaking my head. I grab his hand for just a second, squeezing it tight. "But please don't leave. Just in case." "I promise," he says as he squeezes my hand in return. And I just know he's going to camp out right in front of my door, ready to save me at any minute, just like he always does. I give him a nervous smile as I let the door close between us. It takes me somewhere around 53 seconds to turn around and face Kale. In the moment back at the concert, everything seemed grand and perfect and exactly like a fairy tale. We have this beautiful reunion and everyone gets to witness our happily ever after. But this is reality. Right here, right now. This is the real world. And now we have to talk. And I have no idea how the hell I'm feeling. I turn and meet Kale's eyes. He looks so scared. His eyes are still wide. Neither of us can really believe we're here, together. But it's real and here we are. And there's him and here's me. My eyes search him over. I might have expected him to lose some weight, some muscle mass since he no longer has to stand in front of the camera, but he's noticeably more built. His biceps strain against his jacket. His forearms, which are exposed, the sleeves pushed up, are defined and ripped. His facial features are sharper. His legs look all the stronger, even under jeans. He's inching toward lake territory. And there's that scar, stretching up from under the collar of his shirt, up his neck, and just onto his cheek. He's scared, but still beautiful. And I'm angry at myself. I don't want to think of him as beautiful. I want to see him for the person who dropped me and shattered my fragile heart into a billion glittery pieces. We just look at each other for a solid minute that seems like an eternity and the blink of an eye at the same time. "I'm sorry," he says, and his voice startles me back into the moment. But I still don't have anything to say. So I just stand there, looking at him. "I am so sorry, Whitney, and I can never make up my mistakes to you." He starts, his eyes haunted. He takes one step toward me, a hand slightly extended. On instinct, a survival one, I take the same step back. And Kale sees that.
and his expression shows what it does to him on the inside.
I made the world's biggest mistake in history, he continues, his voice strained, and I spend every second wishing I could take it back.
The back of my eyes sting, but I won't let myself cry. I won't.
I was screwed up when everything happened,
he says. He's still wide-eyed, and I realize he's waiting for me to yell at him, or maybe cry, or do something explosive, but I'm just frozen.
I said some things that were complete lies and the most untrue things I could have ever said,
he continues. His eyes soften and there's sadness and regret in them.
I was lying to myself. I was feeling miserable, and I just wanted to sink myself to the very bottom of depression. So I threw away everything that ever kept me afloat. And that included you, Whit.
Him saying my name, that finally snaps me and this frozen state I've been in. Tears well in my eyes, but I hold them like they are too precious to share. What you did was cowardly, I say. My voice quivers, filled with anger and hurt, and a million other painful things. We were all there for you, your family, Calvin, but especially me. We all loved you, and you kicked us to the curb.
I know,
he says. His face is sheet white. His eyes look tired. His entire body is tight and wound like a spring. I suck in a shaky breath, holding back the angry tears. You broke me, Kale. I tried being myself after you let me go. I tried being who I was, to keep doing it all. But every time I was myself, it just made my heart hurt because I have to take another breath. The tears well hard in my eyes. I look up at the ceiling and sniff. I won't cry. Because everything about being myself made me think of you, and I just couldn't move on. Finally, my eyes fall back to Kale, and he looks ready to die. I made your dad a promise before he died. He told me that it was going to take some time for you to get over everything, but he said that you'd be back. He told me that you were going to need me to be there when you came back. And I tried doing that, Kale, I did, and everything seeps out of me. And I'm not angry anymore. I'm not sad or broken. I'm just empty. So I sink onto the bed. The room is dead silent, except for the whisper. I'm sorry. I look up at him. Kale's eyes are red, and there is moisture clinging to his own eyelashes.
I loved you before, Whitney, he whispers. I did. I really did. But I've learned some lessons the hardest freaking way ever the last 11 months and 12 days.
He takes a step forward and sinks down onto his knees in front of me. I feel his breath on my chest, smell his shampoo, feel the heat coming off of him.
Love is letting someone in all the time,
he says, holding my eyes like it's his lifeline to reality.
I never thought I had a problem letting people in. But that was just because my life was too damn perfect to be real. As soon as any of that was shaken, stripped away, I couldn't keep that door open. I shut down.
A tear leaks out onto his cheek, and his face falls down toward the floor. He takes a strangled breath. He presses 2 fingers into his eyes and shakes his head. He sniffs, takes a deep breath, and finally looks back up at me.
Love is letting someone see you, all of you, even when you're not perfect,
he says as he reaches forward and takes my hand in his. His touch, it's air, it's water after being left out in the desert to die. I thought I'd yank my hand away, to gain back that distance between us. But Kale's touch? I am alive.
It's taking the risk that they'll still love you, still want you when you're broken and human. It's not having to be the perfect giant that is always up and above everything.
I place my hand on his cheek, feeling as if I'm taking another deep, gasping breath. Kale's eyes slide close, and he presses his face harder into my hand. He turns his face for a second, pressing a gentle, light kiss to my palm, That brick exterior I've been holding myself together with for the last 11 months and 12 days starts to crack. Pieces crumple off. Look out below. Love is putting yourself in someone else's hands when you're falling apart and hoping they're willing to carry you every once in a while, he says as his eyes lock with mine again. And I didn't have a clue, Whitney. I loved you before, I swear I did, with everything in me. But I had no damn clue what love actually was. Another tear rolls onto his face, and he rests his forehead on my legs. My hands shaking, I place one on the back of his head and gently stroke my fingers through his hair. It took me 4 months to realize what an idiot I'd been, Kale says into my lap. I just realized that no one has a perfect relationship and that everyone goes through trial by fire. And I had just failed miserably. I wanted you back, Whitney, but I didn't deserve you anymore. That's such bullshit, Kale. I finally speak. I think he might actually laugh once, but it's hard to tell since his face is pressed into my legs. It's not, he says with a heavy sigh. And finally he looks up at me. His face is weighed, his skin tired and gray. I've been there for every show on this tour, Angel. I haven't missed a single one. But I couldn't say anything, because I wasn't in any form of the universe worthy of you anymore. I didn't want to cause you any more pain. I place a hand on either side of his face, maybe so he won't ever be able to get away. Maybe just so I can feel that he is real, and we're here. Not having you with me, thinking that you were finished with me, that was the real pain. And the ache in my heart, it's proof of the truth. I could have forgiven you. You needed time, but I needed you with me. All you had to do was come back. Kale's face breaks, and his head falls into my lap again as he cries. I'm so messed up, Whitney, he sobs. Being alone isn't good for me, but I've barely talked to anyone since the shit hit the fan. I don't know much, but I know I was a fool to think that I could ever figure out who I was again without you. Kale told me once how he was terrified of being alone. He hated it. He needed to be around people. And here is the effect of that, right here in front of me. I push Kale back so that he has to look at me. I hold his chin in my hand so he can't look away. Love is all those things, I say, studying his eyes. Everything in me still hurts. 11 months of being crushed isn't just going to disappear in an instant. But it's still there. All those emotions of before, all those memories and desires. Kale and Whitney were always magnetized. All of it. We were and are young, and we have a charmed, unreal life. But I love you, Kale McCain, and that's real. I love you, Whitney, and I swear I'm going to spend the rest of my life making everything up to you. And it's me who can't hold back a second longer. My lips rush his. His hands crush me to him, our bodies molding together. And everything that has been dead in me for so long comes roaring back to life. Chapter 29. I've decided kisses on the floor and a pile of blankets and pillows and a guitar are the best. Kale runs his fingers down my back. My shirt is all scrunched up around my chest, so he has plenty of access. I lie on my stomach, a pillow all wadded up in my arms and under my chin. My eyes slide closed, and goosebumps flash across my skin. He leans forward, gently tracing his lips across my shoulder. And it's like heaven. Here in New York in a hotel room on the 30-something floor. I roll over and Kale poises over me, locking my eyes. My fingers trace from the elastic of his underwear up and over the worst of his scar. The skin there is twisted and rough. My fingers slide up over his pectoral, an angry ridge that gets narrower as it rises. My fingers gently tickle up his neck, and my whole hand comes to rest on his jawline. I still can't believe you're here, I whisper as I stare into those dark hazel eyes.
I swear I'm never leaving again.
He dips down, his body lying flush against mine, and presses his lips gently to my own. I will never take advantage of this. I learned to live without breathing for 11 months and 12 days. I'm never, ever going to hold my breath again. Kale's left hand slides up my thigh and wraps around my waist, lifting me clean off the ground. I was right earlier. Kale was incredibly fit before, but now he's ripped, and my fingers are greatly appreciating the wonderland that is his body. I sigh into Kale's mouth, letting myself go to a place that is fuzzy and glittery. Heaven. Kale releases me and traces his fingers along my cheek. I open my eyes and am ever in awe.
I love you,
he says in a low voice. I love you too. A smile pulls at my lips. We lie side by side, each propped up on an arm and a hand. Is it true, what the media said about you doing the fire academy? I ask.
Surprisingly, it actually is,
he replies with a smile.
I've been doing online school, and I worked on all the in-person stuff here in New York before I sold my apartment. I've submitted applications to the Seattle Fire Department and am waiting for their hiring window to open up in a week.
It's really amazing that you can face something like that, I say. You could have died. For some people, that would have made them too scared for life. But you're embracing it.
Colin died,
Kale says, his gaze pulling inward.
I don't know if you knew that, but he did, about a week after the fire happened. And that kind of wrecked me too. I had all this guilt that I should have been able to get him out of there faster. So maybe it's a penance, but I also just want to do something that has nothing to do with me. Modeling was always about me, and my face and what the world thought about it. I need to do something that has nothing to do with me and everything to do with paying back the world.
That's beautiful, I say, rocking forward and pressing a kiss to his lips just briefly. And I think it's incredible.
What about you?
He asks as he places a hand on my hip.
What does the future hold for Whitney Ford?
It takes me a second to answer that because I'm not really sure. I told the studio I need some time off. I'm burned out. It's been so intense for the last year plus. 2 tours, 2 albums. I need some me time. And they were happy to give it to me. So the possibilities feel kind of endless.
Look at you,
Kale smiles.
A year ago you were scared for anything to happen. And now you've seen the world and all the world knows your name. And you're up for anything now. You've changed, Whitney. You were always amazing, but I don't even have a word for you now.
I blush at his compliments. I still don't know what to do with them. So I change the subject. So what are we doing for the next few days? Next few weeks?
I think it's time to go home,
he answers after a moment of thought.
I've messed things up with my family, and I need to fix it.
Me too. I've been trying to fix things with my parents and Ming, but I need to see them. Let's go home, I say as he closes the distance between us, his chest against mine, my legs wrapping around his. We talk of home, but really, I'm already there. Chapter 30. The plane lands in Seattle, and the day is drizzly and gray. There are so many people milling about Boeing Field. I pull on my sunglasses. I look across and see Kale do the same thing.
Let's go,
Tony says, adjusting his suit and going to the door. He walks down first, followed by Kale, and then by me. The rain comes down in misty waves, and my skin instantly feels hydrated. Welcome home. Eyes glance over at us as we descend, but they don't linger. Here, we are not the most exciting people coming and going. The Seahawks plane is parked not too far away from my jet. Tony and a whole crew of security people lead us to the car that is waiting, and the 3 of us climb in.
I just realized I have no idea where you live these days,
Kale says as the car starts out.
I'm guessing you're not still in your grandma's apartment.
I smile and look back out the window. I still own it, and I'll always keep it, I say. But I bought a place in Madison Park while on tour. I wanted somewhere to go home to, but honestly, I've never even seen it in person. I had Sage's friend, Avia, decorate it and get it all ready for me while I've been gone. The drive doesn't take long. Madison Park is in the northeast corner of Seattle. We pass the heart of the city, with its towering skyscrapers and locks. My heart gives a little squeeze when we drive past my old apartment and my old work. It feels like a lifetime ago when I was a research assistant. My life was science and biology. Now it's music and dodging crazy crowds. We pull off the freeway and make our way toward the waters of Lake Washington. Down we drop, and then we pull up to a set of ornate gates. I really wanted to buy a place in downtown Seattle. It's where I grew up, where I lived all my life, right in the heart of the city. But the city also means a lot of people, and a lot of people who will recognize me. I need some peace and quiet, so I opted for the edge of the city. The gates open, and we pull forward onto a well-manicured entryway. Perfectly trimmed hedges line the doorway. Flowering bushes trying to hang on to the last of the warm fall weather are splashed everywhere. A spacious lawn stretches out on each side of us. And there's the house. It's a remodeled, sprawling thing that was built in the 20s. And it's beautiful.
Nice place,
Kale breathes as we both take it in. It'll do, I say with a breathy laugh. The car stops in front of the house, and Tony opens the door for us. We climb out, and I immediately reach for Kale's hand. It's there without hesitance. He reaches for the door and pushes it open. The smell of food is what seems off at first, and then Kale flips the light on. Surprise! My heart jumps to my throat, and I duck behind Kale with a scream. There, in the entryway of my new home, is everyone. My parents, Ming, Henry, Robin, Sage, Julian, Lake, Riley, Drake, Kaylee, the kids, even Carson. All the family, and all the most important friends. They're here. Holy poo, you scared me! I say in shock as I hold my free hand over my heart. It's still trying to jackhammer out of my chest. Everyone laughs. Welcome home, my mom and Robin say at the same time.
How'd you all know we were coming back?
Kale asks as he pulls me close to his side and wraps an arm around my waist.
Tony called,
Julian pipes up.
He thought maybe you could all use a reunion.
I turn back to look at Tony. He just gives me a little smile and a shrug.
I knew something was up when you called me.
Lake laughs as he sits back on the couch.
That was just too out of the blue after too long.
To be fair, I tried calling Sage and Kaylee first, I say with a blush. But I needed to know what was going on.
I'm glad you called,
Lake says with a wink. I think we all are, Robin says. Half the family is here in the living room, lounging around on the couches. The other half is in the kitchen or dining room, laughing, talking, eating. It's exactly how it should be. So, how long is it going to be before the media gets word that you two are back together? Ming asks as she tries to slyly check Julian out for the 50th time tonight. She should be careful. I don't think Sage will react well if she notices. I sigh, lace my fingers through Kale's and look over at him. If we never leave the house, maybe a while, but it won't be long. So, are you two officially moving in together? Riley asks with a sly smile. I mean, you don't have anywhere else, right, Kale? Unless you move in with one of us.
I'm not completely broke, you guys,
he says with a slightly offended smirk. I was famous once and managed to do pretty well for myself. But he looks at me to answer her question. I lived without him for 11 months. I say, looking at him seriously. I'm not letting him go anywhere. A smile breaks onto Kale's face, and he leans forward, pressing an intimate kiss to my lips. Take it to your room, Lake yells through a smile. It's her house, Kale says as I pull his ears to keep him captive. She can have her way with me wherever she wants. You love each other. You're going to be living with each other, Robin says as I let Kale go with an embarrassed blush. Why don't you two just get married? It's going to happen eventually anyway. My shocked expression snaps from Robin to Kale, and he looks a little taken aback. But it goes from surprised to a smirk. I see something shift in his eyes. I'm all in, Whitney, he says, taking both of my hands in his. I'm done not being with you all the time for the rest of my life. I'm all in, Whitney, because I love you, and I'm never going to get enough of you. Ever. My heart breaks out into warp speed, but I've never said truer words than when I say, let's do it. Just then my parents walk into the room, followed by everyone else. Kale's eyes shift up to them. Mr. and Mrs. Ford, may I please, pretty please, have your permission to marry your daughter? He asks with a smile and hesitance in his eyes. Ah, snap, I hear Ming say, but barely register. I look back to my family. Carson has his awkward expression on his face, surprise and embarrassment. Mom's eyes are a little wide, but Dad just has a smile. I've never seen my daughter happier than she is right now, Dad says. Who am I to say no to that? Mrs. Ford? Kale asks. Well, at least when you two have children, they'll be brilliant and beautiful, she says with a smile. Kale's face breaks out into a brilliant smile, and he looks back down at me. He slides off the couch, shifts down onto one knee. The smile on my face is out of control, and the glow in Kale's eyes could power the world for a year. Whitney Ford, he says, looking so happy. You are my 1 in 7.22 billion. I don't want to spend another boring second without you. Will you freaking marry me? And everything in me breaks free. Kale McCain, you've got yourself a wife. Yes! I launch myself at him, knocking the two of us to the ground and crushing my lips to his. Everyone starts clapping and whooping. I don't want to wait, I say to his lips. Let's do it, like as soon as we can get a marriage license. I'm all in, Angel, he breathes. Let's do this. Chapter 31. And I thought Julian and I got married quick, Sage says as she helps secure the veil in my hair with Mom's help. Well, this is Kale and he always has to show everyone up. I chuckle as I look in the mirror and smooth my dress down. 4 days. That's how long Kale and my engagement lasts, because it takes 3 days to get a marriage license in Washington State. It's been a crazy, chaotic, wonderful 3 days. All the girls came with me to my favorite vintage stores, and it only took me 2 hours to find the perfect dress. It's from the 50s. It only goes down to just below my knees with a full tulle skirt, a sweetheart neckline, a beaded, complicated belt. Lace comes up and over the neckline to a high collar around my neck. It's sleeveless and slightly yellowed from age, and I love it. It's perfect and quirky and a little different and totally me. I do believe it was your idea, she says as she raises an eyebrow at me. What can I say? I breathe as I look at myself in the mirror. I look so happy. I'm ready to start the rest of my life. Soft music starts down the hall. We chose to have the wedding here at the house. This is where our story would play out for the rest of our lives. We both wanted it to begin here, too. "Time to go," the wedding planner says as she pokes her head through the door. "Line on up." Everyone squeals. Ming, Hadley, Kaylee, Riley, Sage, Paisley, and even Quinn and Afton line up. I feel like my heart should be racing right now. I should be nervous or scared or something, but I'm not. I feel like I'm right where I was always meant to be. One by one, my bridesmaids in mismatched vintage dresses walk out the door and down the long hall that leads to the great room. When it's my turn, I step out the door and there's my dad. He gives me the proudest smile in the world, and I slide my arm through his. The hall is long, but finally opens up into the great room that looks out over the water with its giant windows. The sun shines brilliantly outside. The flowers that drape across the room are gorgeous. There's only a dozen chairs for people to sit in. Tony, Calvin, a few others watch us all. Almost everyone is in the wedding party. But I don't notice any of this as we step into the room, 'cause there's Kale. And instead of racing, my heart soars. The second he sees me, his face breaks out into a triumphant smile. His eyes are locked on mine, and I feel a smile spread on my own face as I walk toward him. Maybe too fast. I feel like I'm dragging my dad along. And just before I reach Kale, I trip on the tile floor. "Whoa!" Kale shouts, darting forward to catch me before I biff it. "Please don't try to off yourself before we seal the deal. I know it's scary marrying me, but really?" Everyone breaks out into laughter. "Never," I say, winking at him. "You're not getting out of this that easily." And all seriousness back, Kale takes my hands in his, and our eyes lock. I'll never look away. Ever. The pastor we wrangled up and made sign a confidentiality agreement goes into a speech about love and hardship and forgiveness. I'm sure it's beautiful, but I'm not really hearing him. I'm staring at the love of my life and marveling how I'm here and how quickly my life has changed. Miracles happen when you least expect them. "I do," Kale says. And the smile on his face is the most amazing thing I've ever witnessed. "I do," I say when it's my turn, and we slip each other's rings on. "Then I am proud to pronounce you man and wife, Mr. and Mrs. McCain." Everyone erupts, and I kiss Kale like the world will end, and I want to go down with my breath taken away. I hear the photographer snapping pictures like mad, and then Kale ducks down, his shoulder goes into my stomach, and he's hoisted me over his shoulder. I give a little scream. Kale just lifts his hands in the air and gives a triumphant holler. "She's mine!" And then he takes off running. Off to a happily ever after. Chapter 32. 4 years later. "And you don't have any regrets?" A smile crosses my lips as I pick Abby up from the floor. She puts her latest toy directly into her mouth, gnawing on it like a rabid animal. "How could I?" I say as I smile down at her. "I've lived more life in just a few short years than most people do in their whole lifetime. Not many people reach your level of world fame and retire at the age of 27, the journalist says with a smile and a raised eyebrow. Not many people get to be as happy as I do. I press a kiss to Abby's forehead and let her go, 'cause she's wiggling around like crazy trying to escape. "Do you ever miss it?" she asks. "The fame, the stage lights, the crowd screaming your name?" I take a second to think about it. Do I miss it? "I think there's a time for everything in your life to happen," I respond. I loved my time recording and touring and being a musician. I mean, I'll never stop being a musician. But there was a time for me to be that face on the news and the person that everyone wanted to live vicariously through. And I'm done with that. Now it's just time to be a mom, to be a wife. And almost as if on cue, The front door opens, and in walks Kale. He's wearing his thick khaki pants and a sweater over his Seattle Fire Department shirt. His face is covered in soot, and his hair is a mess. He looks tired. But the second he sees us, his little family, his face breaks out into a smile. He crosses the entryway to the living room and plops down on the couch next to me. He grabs Abby with a growl and blows onto her belly, making her laugh in that adorable way of hers. "Last one?" Kale asks as he leans over and presses a kiss to my temple. "Ever," I say with a smile and a nod before I look back to the journalist. She's the one who was chosen to write the article for the biggest magazine in this country. It's my last interview, at least for the foreseeable future. "I have to say, I don't think anyone would have ever seen this coming for the two of you when you first emerged into the celebrity world," she says as she takes notes. Her phone is on the table between us, recording everything we say. "Kale is no longer a model working as a fireman. You're retiring after becoming the most well-known artist in America and most of the world." "Life is unpredictable," I say as I watch Kale play with our daughter on the couch. He's so amazing with her. I can never get enough of the two of them together. "I guess we all know where you got the title of that third album," she says. I just nod in agreement. "Okay, I think we've got enough. I can't thank you enough for this opportunity. It really is an honor. I wish you and your family all the best." "Thank you," I say as we both stand and I shake her hand. I walk her to the front door, say a goodbye. Tony sees her to her car. I close the door and walk back to the living room. I hold back by the entryway, just watching Kale and Abby. He growls at her in that way she loves, tickling her gently. She giggles like crazy, sucking in deep breaths before letting another screeching laugh rip. Kale is lying on the floor, Abby on top of him. She looks triumphant, like she managed to tackle Daddy all on her own. A line of drool drips from her mouth and lands on his neck, right over his burn scar. I smile as I watch the two of them, so happy I can hardly stand it. Kale and I had the most wonderful honeymoon, here at home. Just the two of us, not a soul to disturb us. And I was so grateful that I'd kept that one precious thing I had, so that when the time was right, when I was ready and everything was perfect, that I could give it to Kale. It was nothing like I could have ever imagined. Two people, being together and one in such a deeply emotional and physical way. We had 4 months to just be with each other, to learn how to be married, to be together, forever. We spent time with family, and Kale got hired at the fire department. And as we settled into this amazing life, I realized something. I had always wanted to do music because it was what made me happy. And I still loved music, but now I loved something else even more. My life, Kale. So I called Elysium. I promised them one last album, one more tour, and then I was retiring. To say that they weren't happy would be a massive, grievous understatement. But what choice did they have but to honor it? So that's what I gave them. A year later, I was back in the studio. They took 4 months to produce it, 6 months of pre-order. They drug it out as long as possible. Never breathed a word about my retirement. Not until the day the album came out. Unpredictable did what my first 2 albums did combined. Every station was playing half the songs from it. A 20-week-long tour kicked off. It was hard, and reminded me why this was it for me. Kale came with me every few weeks, but he had a job now. He had somewhere to be. So we were apart for far too long. We had one last concert here in Seattle, at Keary. It sold out within 5 minutes of the tickets going on sale. It was amazing. I felt elated, free, because this was my last night under the lights. My time to connect with all those people out there who were there for me and no one else. And 2 months after the shows and the limelight were done, I was pregnant. That had been the plan all along. Now Abby is 8 months old, and life is perfect. I step into the room and steal Abby away from Kale. Her eyes grow wide and surprised for a moment, and then she's squealing in delight, whirlwinding her arms in the air. "Look at you," I coo to her as Kale climbs to his feet. "Daddy has you all wound up right before nap time." "Squirt needed a wrestle time," Kale says as he pokes Abby in the belly, to her delight. "Gotta get her prepped for when all those boys are gonna be swarming her." "That'll never happen," I say to Abby with wide eyes. "Those boys will stand no chance between Daddy and Uncle Lake and Julian and Drake, not to mention Tony. You poor thing, you don't have a chance at finding a boy. Ever." Abby coos and grabs my nose. I laugh, and Kale presses a kiss to my cheek. "You'd better go get showered, everyone'll be here any second." "Care to join me?" he says low in my ear. "Well, I would have, but then you got our daughter all wound up instead of Sleepy." I tease him with a raised eyebrow. "I regret it instantly," he says in that cocky, confident way of his. He presses a kiss to Abby's cheek, and I know he's a liar. Kale doesn't regret any moment he spends with our daughter. He's an amazing father. But just then the doorbell rings, and Lucian lets himself in. "Too late," Kale says with a chuckle as Quinn and Afton immediately follow Lucian. The three of them let out a war cry and rush Kale, who meets them battle call for call. They collide somewhere in the middle of the hall and go down in a tangle of arms and legs. "Something smells amazing," Robin calls as she appears in the doorway. She's immediately followed by Lake and Riley and Callie and Tyler. The kids throw themselves onto the wrestling pile. Abby swings her arms in excitement, dying to get down and play with the older kids. And then there's Drake and Kaylee, and Sage and Julian. Nearly the whole family is here, and even though Robert is no longer with us, we can all still feel him. He's in the heart of everyone here. With his words of wisdom and kind example, "This family is getting more and more out of control," Sage says with a smile as she joins my side. "How many more weeks left?" She addresses the question to Riley, who immediately looks down at her stomach and runs a hand over it. 8, which feels like an eternity. 8 more weeks and I'll have another nephew. I give, Kale yells from the bottom of the pile. He busts out from underneath the children. His face is red, and he's got a new little scratch on his forehead, but he wears a brilliant smile. "Auntie Whitney may need help with dinner. Why don't you guys take this to the playroom?" "To the playroom!" Lucian gives a war cry, pumping his fist in the air. And the herd of children take off. "That boy," Kaylee says with a chuckle as she joins us. Kale comes to my side and presses a quick kiss to my lips. "What do you need me to help with?" I still blush every time he kisses me around his family, because a kiss is never just a kiss when it comes from Kale. "Just get out some plates, please." "You got it." He heads for the kitchen. I watch him as he goes, admiring the view. It's never been easy to love a McCain, but it's always been worth it, every second, because being a part of this family, it's the best place in the world to be. Not in front of the spotlight, not in front of the cameras or on the TV or jet-setting all around the world. What matters most is being happy and sharing that with the ones you love the most. And I am the luckiest, happiest woman in the world. This has been Playing at Kale, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Francesca Santoro. Copyright 2015 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright 2015 by Keary Taylor.